Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime and we are going to watch day 4 of the Nicholas Kassotis trial together. Happy Friday to you. If you're watching live with me, please like and share so others know we are live right now and they can come and join us. We will of course catch up with the live court feed after the lunch break. We'll just skip over the lunch, of course, right? I've been working on a little presentation for you to try to summarize what we heard yesterday, which was a lot of lies, allegedly. Do I even have to say alleged? Those were lies that Nicholas Kassotis told. Oh my word, because we heard from Mindi Mebane's family, right? Wow. Anyway, so let's see if we have some time later to discuss that. I also I can't keep a secret. I wanted to tell you guys. Not that I have to, I'm just saying, I wanted to tell you guys that the fantastic forensic sketch artist emailed to say that she's a Grizzly. She's a subscriber. What? I was like so honored. Oh my goodness. So thank you so much to Kelly Lawson if you are watching. And welcome to our community. All right, so let's do this. And let's put the sound on. And let's get our day started, shall we? There you go. He's just looking so optimistic, right? What is going on? He's ready for another court day. Does he realize it's his trial? I was naughty and I peeked and I don't like us. We mustn't share spoilers. Don't share anything else, okay? But I will tell you we're going to hear from the third wife today. I just want to let you know what we're in store for. We're hearing from some really great witnesses, including the third wife on this day. So I'm really looking forward to this trial day with you. Got cat hair on my lipstick. Antoinette Hoorn says welcome from Cape Town, South Africa.
All right, everyone please be seated.
Hello, Antoinette from Cape Town. I'm loving all the Sapphires in chat lately. That means South Africans. I'm South African, if you guys didn't know. I live in Switzerland. Mr. Grizzly, Raphael, my husband, is Swiss. But yeah, I'm South African. So welcome. Thank you for being here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. I appreciate, again, you being here on time. I want to make sure, again, that we did not have any problems or issues regarding the court's previous instructions concerning access to media accounts. Any problems, any issues? All right, very well. And we will proceed with the first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Mondor to the stand, M-O-N-D-O-R.
That's such a cool name, Dr. Mondor.
Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat, sir.
Thank you.
If you would position yourself close enough to that microphone so we can all hear you well.
Okay, sounds good.
May I answer?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your full name for the court reporter?
Sure. So I'm Dr. Edward Mondor, EDWARD MONDOR.
And doctor, what do you do for a living?
So I'm an entomologist. I'm the sole proprietor of FEAR Lab, LLC. That stands for Forensic Entomology Applied Research. And I'm also an associate professor of biology at Georgia Southern University in Statesboro, Georgia.
Can you tell us what an entomologist is?
Sure. So an entomologist is one that studies insects. They study insect life cycles, behavior. They identify what different types of insects are for many different types of purposes: agricultural purposes, pest control, and in this case, medical legal issues.
Can you describe your education and experience related to entomology?
Sure. So I have a Bachelor's of Science degree from Brandon University in Brandon, Manitoba, Canada. I have a Master's in Zoology degree from the University of Alberta in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I have a PhD in biology from Simon Fraser University in Burnaby, British Columbia, Canada. I then did a postdoctoral appointment at the University of Calgary in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. I split time with University of California, Davis in Davis, California. I then did a postdoctoral appointment at the University of Wisconsin in Madison, Wisconsin. I then got hired as a junior entomologist at the University of Hawaii in Kapaa, Hawaii. And since 2006, I was hired as an assistant professor at Georgia Southern University in Statesboro, Georgia. I was then tenured and promoted to associate professor, and that is my current position today.
How long have you been in Georgia then?
I think he's qualified as an expert, right? I know they're still busy with that, but also a cool job. Would you like a job like that? Let me know. Atlantic said greetings from Germany to you and all the Grizzlies. Schönen Freitag to you. Thank you so much, and vielen Dank. Really appreciate the sticker. And thank you to Daddy74, evening from Oz. Many thanks, G, from all of us Aussies. Oh, thank you so much.
I've been in Georgia since 2006.
And you indicated that your proprietary business deals with forensic entomology and research. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does your research include this geographical area, meaning the southeastern portion of Georgia?
It does.
Thank you. I'm assuming that's in the field of entomology?
Correct.
Are there required certifications or licenses required for practicing specifically in your field?
There are no required certifications or licenses to be an entomologist or a forensic entomologist.
Is that why you do schooling and training?
Correct.
Okay. And how long have you been an entomologist and studying to become one?
I have been an entomologist now. My first research project, I've been conducting insect research projects now for 31 years. And I've been doing forensic entomology cases for 13 years.
Have you published any peer-reviewed articles, delivered scientific presentations, or taught university lectures in entomology and forensic entomology?
I have. So at this current point, and I say that because a resume or a CV is always a living document. It changes week to week. At this current point, I have approximately 45 peer-reviewed journal articles, and approximately 7 of those are based around forensic entomology topics. For presentations that I've given to conferences, different audiences, both between myself and the students in my lab that I oversee, I have presented 170 different presentations. 57 of those are about forensic entomology topics. I also teach courses based on entomology. For example, at Georgia Southern University, I teach a non-majors entomology course called Insects and People. I also teach a majors course called Insect Ecology, where we deal with insects, identification, life cycles, behavior. And I also routinely teach a course to both biology undergraduates and graduates, cross-listed, called Forensic Biology. In that Forensic Biology, we have a whole unit on forensic entomology, which consists of both lecture and lab.
Have you ever previously testified as an expert witness in forensic entomology in a court of law?
I have. So I've testified in Chatham County in a forensic entomology case there in 2013.
And in that case, were you qualified as an expert in the field of forensic entomology?
I was.
And did that include the analysis of the insects and the use of that in the court presentation?
Correct. So that was a civil case, and yes, I was confirmed as an entomologist.
Can you briefly explain what forensic
Sorry, quick pause. Esme said 11 months today, been here since Gabby's case. That's amazing. You're an OG, an original Grizzly. Thank you so much for your sticker.
entomology is as it is applied to the context of death investigations?
Sure. So forensic entomology is kind of a wide-ranging field. There's different areas or subspecialties of forensic entomology. They really break down into 3 different types. One is stored product pests. Those are insects that infest food supplies, whether it's rice, grits, flour, etc. The second is urban cases. Those are cases that involve places in cities, schools, hospitals, prisons. If you buy a house, it's got termites infested with it, you might call a forensic entomologist. This case here is what we call medico-legal. That involves insects that are infesting either living or deceased individuals.
And you indicated that you testified in a civil setting. Is that correct?
Correct.
So does your work cover both civil and criminal potentially in courtrooms?
It does. I have done both civil and criminal cases.
Okay. Do you work specifically for law enforcement or only in the capacity that you described?
I do not. I do not work for law enforcement.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to introduce Dr. Mondor as an expert in the field of forensic entomology and the analysis of the substances, the insects, in relation to this case.
Any questions from the defense?
No questions and no objection.
All right, then he is so qualified as an expert in the field of forensic entomology. You may continue.
Now, can you tell the jury what specifically you were asked to do in connection with this case?
Sure. So for any forensic entomology case, the reason we like to use insects is because in many situations, you can't really use other things about the body to determine what we say colloquially a time of death. We don't really determine a time of death. What we do as forensic entomologists is we determine a time of colonization. That is, when do the insects first come to the body and lay their eggs on the body and develop to the stages that are then eventually found. So the reason we can use insects in these cases is really because of 2 main things. One is insects can't regulate their body temperature like we can. They're dependent on the external environment. So we use a fancy term in biology called poikilothermic. Growing up, we always used to refer to that as cold-blooded. Right? They're cold-blooded, they can't regulate their body temperature, they're reliant on the external temperature. So we can use them in effect like a biological clock because their development is strictly dependent on the temperature of the environment in which they are raised. The second thing that really helps us out with forensic entomology is they have a skeleton on the outside of the body as opposed to ours, which is on the inside. As a result, like a crab, they have to crack the old one off and develop a new one, so they grow in very discrete steps. And every step is completely different from every other step, so they're much easier to identify. So in this case, what we did was we had insect evidence that was collected, and I analyzed the insect evidence to see approximately how long it would take for them to get to that stage that was found.
Okay, so if we can go back to December 5th of 2022, did you receive a telephone call in connection with this case?
I did.
And without telling us exactly what was said, did you speak with any members of law enforcement?
I did.
As a result of that conversation, did you give them any guidance with respect to collecting the specimen that you ultimately examined in this case?
I did.
And did that conversation discuss how, in fact, they were to do so?
Correct.
And was that in real time?
Correct.
When you were giving those instructions, ultimately, did you anticipate receiving a sample?
I did.
Did law enforcement tell you any particulars about the case other than that they were submitting a forensic insect sample to you?
They did not.
Okay. At some point, did you receive any photographs?
I did.
And did you have an opportunity to view those photographs?
I did.
Your Honor, I am not going to publish, but I'm just going to show the witness 1.1AA, which I am showing to counsel now. May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize the segment of that photograph that is displayed in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, you can just turn that down if that's
Okay.
okay. Was that one of the photographs or what you received?
I believe it was.
Okay. And can you tell the jury when you received the photographs, did you ultimately receive also a, quote, live sample? Or not live, but processed sample, perhaps, is a
I
better
received
phrasing.
a processed sample, so they were all dead at the time, correct.
Okay. Can you tell the jury exactly how that sample gets to that condition?
Sure. So when, no, I can't say when I talked with somebody. So when I received that sample, what you always do with insect samples, especially if you have insect larvae, which are maggots, what we call them, the first thing you should always do is you should put them in boiling water. The reason you put them in boiling water is so then they don't start curling up and they're difficult to measure, they're difficult to identify. It kills a lot of the bacteria on them. Once they're done in the boiling water, you then put them into alcohol, which preserves them, and as long as they're preserved, they will last almost indefinitely. So those are the samples that I received, were the ones that were in preservative inside a jar.
And were they in a condition that was sufficient for you to examine and analyze them?
Yes.
For lack of being graphic, you indicated that they would curl up potentially. What condition do they remain in if they are processed in boiling water and subsequently placed into alcohol?
They will be very nice and straight and long, and so if anybody wants to measure them, they can measure them, and they're much, much easier to identify as well.
And that process, does it do anything with respect to their life cycle?
It stops it. So as soon as you put them in the boiling water, it kills them almost instantly, and that stops, again, what we call that biological clock. So that is the point from which we start to work backwards to figure out that time of colonization, when the insects first come to lay the eggs on those remains.
And do you know the portion of human remains from which this was recovered?
Could
sample.
you rephrase that?
Do you know where the maggots were recovered from that were provided to you by observing that photograph?
So the maggots that were recovered were collected from where the leg appeared to be separated from the rest of the body. In the photograph, you can see that there is extensive insect colonization, once again, insect larvae, what we call maggots, on that portion of the leg that is exposed.
Can you tell us what...
Imagine if someone's only watching for the first time here today with us. If you are that person or people, let us know. Maybe you don't know what the case is about, so just a trigger warning, it is a case about murder and dismemberment. And the victim, look at this beautiful picture that Grizzly Cat found of Mindi, that's her name, Mindi Mebane Kassotis, because she was married to Nicholas Kassotis, who is the guy on trial. He's 43 years old. He was arrested on May 11th of 2023 after Mindi's remains had been identified, and she was murdered between November 27th and 29th of 2022, but her remains were not identified for about 5 months. And so the FBI, the GBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigations, contacted the FBI to help them identify her, and that's how they were able to do it, through genetic genealogy. They tracked down her mother, Betsy, and yeah, he was arrested the very next day. So we've heard a lot of testimony already in the 3 days we watched together. If you missed day 3, you got to go see it. Yesterday was a crazy day, oh my word. Like, we heard so much, all the tea was spilt about Nicholas Kassotis and all these elaborate stories that he made up. We heard from Mindi's mother and father, and everything is time-stamped for you. If you don't know what that means, it's chaptered out for you. So on every day, you could just go to the comment section, and the top comment is pinned with timestamps. It's in the description box, or you can hover over the video, and then you should find the points that you want to see. So if you didn't see day 3, you got to watch it.
MPMI means?
Sure. So a minimum post-mortem interval estimate is what we really try to evaluate. A lot of people are under the misapprehension that we try to estimate a time of death. We don't. Really, medical doctors are ones that estimate what a time of death is. When we determine what our time of colonization is, so when those insects come and lay the egg on the body, that duration of time then, from that time of colonization to when they found the body, so what we always say, death to discovery, that's our minimum post-mortem interval estimate. So it's an interval, it's a length of time, and we always say minimum because we determine that the person has been deceased at least that long.
And in performing that analysis, would it be fair to say that that would have been when they would have been exposed to the actual insects to lay the eggs on the remains?
That's correct.
Now, when you received those photographs, tell the jury what you did with the photographs first.
So with the photographs, and I also believe what I did is I always look at the photographs, right? So the first thing you have to do is you have to look at the photographs, see if there's anything in that photograph that might not be in the sample, right? So once we get the sample, we always want to have the photographs so we can go back to the photographs and actually verify that there isn't some later stage observable in the photograph that wasn't collected at the scene.
So to be fair, I believe your testimony was that there were quite a bit of insect activity at that portion of, would it be fair to say, the thigh?
Correct.
Okay. And so would that demonstrate more than one maggot to look at visually with the naked eye for you to observe?
Absolutely.
And did you do that in the fashion you just described to determine if potentially there was a maggot at a different life cycle stage?
Correct.
So could they be growing at different rates?
Correct.
And did you ascertain and ensure that that information that you were looking at was accurate to what you observed?
Correct. So from the photograph that I have and the sample that I collected, I did not see any later stages in the sample as opposed to in the photograph.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury, when you received that, did that come also with the sample itself, the processed sample?
Sorry, could you restate that?
Did the photographs come to you separately, or did you get them all at the same time, if you know?
I believe I got them separately.
Okay. So you received the photographs and ultimately then received the sample?
Correct.
Okay. And when you received the sample, was the sample in a fashion that you could analyze it?
Correct.
Tell the jury what you did when you received the physical sample.
So when you receive the physical sample, the first thing you do is you have to identify what the insects are. You also have to know what the stage of the insect is. So the first process that we always do is we do what we call morphological identification. Fancy term, we put the insects under a microscope, and using a dichotomous key, we go through the different traits that the larvae have and identify them to species. We also wanted to be doubly sure that we knew what we had and it was the right species that we had keyed it out to, so we also did genetic analyses. And the genetic analyses did confirm what we found under the microscope.
When you say genetic analyses, would it be fair to say that's DNA?
It is, correct.
And in this case, that would be the maggot DNA?
Correct.
So you looked at them first under a microscope, and then subsequently you actually took the DNA from the specimen that you received?
Correct.
And in this case, did you determine what species of insect you had before you?
Yes.
What type was it?
So it was a common blowfly that we have in this area, which is in insect order Diptera, family Califoridae, and the name is Lucilia sorulaviridi. Very difficult name to pronounce, literally translates as blue-green.
So that's the blowfly that you were describing?
Correct.
And in this case, was that the only species?
That was the only species. Everything we identified morphologically and genetically came out to that one single species.
Is that always the case?
It is not.
And in this case, did that make it in any way easier for you or harder?
It was actually easier because then we only need to construct one thermal summation model.
Okay. So based on the fact that there was just one species, you were able to do your model based only on that life cycle?
Correct.
Okay. And what is the typical life cycle for and I will not try to pronounce that scientific name, for the blowfly that you found here?
Yeah, so the blowflies, so those ones are very, very common in this area. In fact, all throughout South Georgia, that's probably the most common blowfly that we have. In many experiments that we've done personally in our lab, that tends to be the dominant blowfly. We can also find it through all seasons of the year. That fly will come, of course, you have males and females. They're asexual, they mate. The female then will come to the body. She will lay her egg on that body. The egg then hatches and goes through different larval instars. So those are the maggots, right? So first stage, what we call first instar. It then molts, goes to the second instar. Molts goes to the third instar. Those are the big maggots. That's the last stage. After that, we get the pupal stage. That's like the cocoon of the butterfly. And then after the pupal stage, the adult fly comes out of that pupal stage.
Now, you've used the word molt when referencing the shifting from one phase to the other. Can you tell the jury what molting means?
Sure. So molting is basically cracking off that old exoskeleton and forming a new one underneath it. So they grow not gradually like we do, but very discrete steps and stages.
And can you actually see the difference of what they look like at each of those stages visually?
Correct, you can.
And can you then subsequently confirm that microscopically?
We do.
Did you in this case?
Yes, and that's how we actually identify or confirm the different ages, is microscopically.
Now, can you explain the scientific methodology that you utilized to arrive at your minimum post-mortem interval?
Sure. So there's really 4 different things that you need in order to determine what we call an MPMI, right? And we'll use that phrase for shorthand. You need to know the species of the insect. You need to know the age of the insect. So what instar is it? You need to know the temperature conditions of where that body was located. You then have to have somebody who has raised that particular species in the lab before to know how long it takes to get to those different stages at different temperatures. And then once you have those 4 things, you can build your thermal degree model to figure out what that time of colonization was, which of course leads to that MPMI estimate.
And in your analysis in this case, I believe you have already testified that you determined what type of insect it was.
Correct.
Did you then have the ability to make a determination as to the stage of life of these maggots that you received?
I did.
And what was that?
They were 3rd instars, the oldest stage. So there was multiple stages. There were 2nd instars and there were 3rd instars. So they were all maggots in that maggot stage.
Okay. And so at that point when you determined the species and the age of the insects, did you do anything with respect to obtaining air temperatures and the climate surrounding their recovery?
I did. So I went online and got air temperatures for the closest weather station that was close to where the remains were found. I went to an online site called MesoWest. It's done by the Department of Atmospheric Sciences at the University of Utah. They basically take National Weather Service data, which is part of NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. That is considered to be the best weather data that we have. I got the weather data from there and used that in my thermal summation model to figure out how long it would take the insects to develop to that stage.
And to be fair, you used the word estimate.
Correct.
Is forensic entomology able to give a precise moment of when an egg was laid on human remains?
And it is not. That's a lot of what we see on TV. You can't have an exact estimate because there's always variability associated with it. So every time we come up with a minimum postmortem interval, we always say that it's an estimate. It can, though, depending upon the situation, be pretty accurate, especially when there's no other methods that we can use to estimate what that postmortem interval is.
So would it be fair to say that when you provide an estimate, you give a range?
That's correct.
And is that range in hours, minutes, days? How does that work?
Because I do my thermal summation model in accumulated degree days, I tend to give my variation also in days.
Okay. And did you do that in this case as well?
I did.
Based on your analysis of the developmental stages of these insect species, what is your expert opinion regarding the minimum postmortem interval for the deceased?
Can I refer to my notes?
Actually, Your Honor, I may just approach first. I'm showing counsel 1.100. I'm going to hand you what is marked for that exhibit and ask you if you recognize that.
Perfect. Yes. And in fact, this is the same report that I brought with me today.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're working off of one that remains in the courtroom.
Correct.
What is that document that's in your hand?
This is the estimation of the minimum postmortem interval collected from the human remains that I always produce after I actually do an actual case for law enforcement.
And did you generate that report that you're holding 1.100?
Yes.
Is that a true, accurate, and complete copy of the report that you prepared?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd seek to tender 1.100.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's submitted without objection.
Why do you do a report?
I do a report largely for situations like this when it may turn into something much larger than just wanting to know what the minimum postmortem interval is.
Okay.
For many of the cases that we do, It's families that might just seek closure knowing how long their deceased has been deceased. In other cases, it might turn into civil or criminal matters.
Okay. So in all of the cases that you handle, do you always testify?
I do not.
In fact, more often than not, do you testify or not?
More often than not, I do not.
Okay. Can you tell us in the course of your experience, approximately how many postmortem intervals you think you've estimated?
So at this point now, between cases that I've done reports for or just consulted on with other forensic entomologists, approximately 40 cases.
Okay. And did you have to follow those same procedures in every single step that you just described here?
For the ones that are generating reports, yes.
Okay. And now we had gotten to that question based on your analysis of the materials that you received in this case, both the photographs and the physical sample. What is your expert opinion regarding the minimum postmortem interval for the deceased?
So mathematically, when we calculate what that time of colonization is, it comes to November the 28th, 2022. Like I said, there's always a range associated with that, and the range is November 27th to 29th, 2022.
So your estimate includes the dates of November 27th, 28th, and 29th of 2022?
Correct.
Okay. So at that point, did you know when you generated that date from law enforcement exactly when her remains were recovered?
The only thing that I knew at that point was when the leg with the insects on it was recovered.
So you didn't know that her torso had been recovered on December 2nd of 2022?
That's correct.
Did you know that her other leg was recovered on December 3rd of 2022?
I did not.
Did you know that her head was buried?
I did not.
Did you even know that it was found?
I don't think I did.
Okay. And did anybody show you any video surveillance footage of a motor vehicle coming to that vicinity on November 29th of 2022?
No.
So that would be why they say that they believe Mindi was murdered between November 27th and 29th, because they've said that from the start, right? So very, very interesting. Yeah, if anyone's asking, was she pregnant? No, Mindi was not pregnant. The medical examiner, Dr. Lehman, testified that she was not. So that has been cleared up. People are still asking. That means you haven't done your homework. But don't worry. Please feel free to ask questions. I'll do my best to answer them. And lots of Grizzlies also, and the mods, we all do our best to collectively, answer questions as they come up, especially for people who've missed maybe the first 3 days of the trial. Thank you for being here with us on day 4.
And the methods that you've described for your procedure here, are those the standard practices that are utilized by forensic entomologists across the country?
Yes, so determining species IDs or the identification of the species using a microscope, genetic analyses, that's standard procedure. Also, thermal summation models using accumulated degree days, using temperatures, is standard procedure for the field.
If I can have just a moment. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Hi, Mr. Whitesey.
Okay, cross-examination. He's going to introduce himself.
Good morning, Dr. Mondor.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. I'd just like to ask you a few questions. In your report, Exhibit 1.100, I believe you have it in front of you, correct?
Correct.
You state that, let me see here, the average temperature of the environment that you found online was 15.7 degrees C during the 2 weeks prior to the discovery of the remains, correct?
Correct.
And you state that 22 degrees C is the closest insect rearing temperature available in the literature, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what's that difference in temperature in degrees C?
That's a math question.
I'm sorry, if I said...
Oh man, just quickly convert. I have to do it, I laugh because I have to do it all the time. I'm just like, wait. today, if I say it's so hot today, and people are like, what is it in, if I say it's whatever 35 degrees C, it's like, what is it in Fahrenheit? So he's like, hey, that's a math question. Okay.
If I said it was 6.3 degrees C, would that be about right?
I would agree to that.
Okay. And to turn that into American, that's about 11 degrees F, right?
That's positive.
Okay. So are your calculations based on that literature that showed it at 22 degrees C?
Correct.
Okay. How would your estimate, or could your estimate be different because it was 15.7 degrees C instead of 22?
So what we always do when we do a forensic entomology estimate is we always use the closest temperature, the closest rearing temperature to what that field temperature was. In this case, for this particular species, the closest rearing temperature that had been done previously to this field temperature was 22 degrees Celsius.
But it wasn't 22 degrees C at the site, correct? At the site where the leg was found.
Correct.
It was 15.7 degrees C, correct?
Correct.
And you could not find literature showing 15.7 degrees C.
That's correct.
So it's possible that your estimate could be off because 15.7 versus 22?
There's always variability, correct.
Okay. In addition, you write, and if I'm reading this wrong, just let me know, this ADD, that's average degree days, correct?
Could you point me to a
Sure.
particular page?
In that same analysis section of your report on page, I believe it's labeled page 5 of 7.
Okay.
That same section,
Mm-hmm.
near the bottom of the page.
Okay.
You state this ADD value is based on a fly population from a mixed hardwood forest in Oakwood, Georgia.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know where Oakwood, Georgia is?
I do. It's in North Georgia.
Right. It's near the Falcons training camp, I believe. So it's in North Georgia and Oakwood, that's at a higher altitude than us here down on the coast, correct?
Correct.
It also says that it is from a mixed hardwood forest, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the forest was like where the remains were found?
I do not.
If that forest were a pine forest or a planting of pine trees, that's different than a hardwood forest, correct?
It is.
Could the fact that the analysis that you had to reference was from a hardwood forest versus a pine forest, could that make a difference in colonization?
It would be unlikely.
What about the difference in altitude between Oakwood, Georgia and the coast?
You definitely get geographic differences between different fly populations in different species. Once again, what you always try to do is you always try to use the data from a population that's as close to you as possible. In this case, the literature from Oakwood, Georgia was the closest fly population possible that we could use.
Does colonization, am I using the right term with colonization?
Correct.
Okay. Does the colonization vary depending on whether the remains were in the sun or in the shade?
It can.
And when you use that colonization information that you were able to find from Oakwood, Georgia, do you know whether that was performed in Oakwood in the sun or the shade?
So to clarify, this experiment that was done, this was a fly population that was collected from Oakwood, Georgia. The rearing was actually done in the laboratory. And I know this because I'm actually an author on that paper.
Okay. So but it does make a difference if it's sun or shade, correct?
It could.
Do you know whether the leg was found in the sun or the shade?
I don't.
So you didn't factor that into your analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And you may have referenced this earlier, so I apologize if I'm repeating what you've already testified. Can the colonization be delayed if the body was wrapped or in plastic or buried?
Correct.
And how might that affect the colonization?
So if you have a body that is wrapped or buried or somehow restricts access of the insects to that body, that could definitely delay the colonization. That is the main reason we always construct a minimum postmortem interval to say that the person has been deceased at least that long.
And again, your estimate is also based on the location where the remains were found. If the remains were moved then your estimate might be different. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, and just to repeat what you've already, I think, have been clear on, but I want to make sure it's clear.
Okay.
Well, your minimum post-mortem interval, that is, again, that is an estimate to the best of your ability, correct?
That's correct.
That is not exact.
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
You gave a range, right, Doctor?
Correct.
Does that range account for some of the variability that counsel is asking you questions about?
It does, so it will account for things like certain weather conditions, if there's flies in the area, how close the flies were, anything that might restrict it. So it always is a range, right? As we say, we can't have an exact time, but yes, there's definitely a range.
And that 3-day period, is that what builds in that range?
It does, with assuming all of the variables that we have and the best information that we have at the time.
I have nothing further.
Anything else?
Briefly, does that range account for all of the differences that we discussed today? For example, the change in altitude, the different location of where the study is found, the temperature difference between the study and at the remains, the possibility of the remains being wrapped, the possibility of the remains being moved?
If they had been wrapped or moved, then it would not be in that variation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
You're good. Yes, ma'am.
Phoebe said, his argument is putting no doubt in my mind. Lasagna, lemonade, and Logic says, bonjour from Ohio. Bonjour. This judge has a very calm demeanor. It's nice, huh? I think this trial is run so well. Let me pause and say, I have never seen so many kind comments as I have in this trial. Like, all the comments that people leave on the videos, you know, usually if I'm going to be reading through the comments, one might get a little bit upset here and there because like, oh my word. But thank you so much for all the kind comments. You guys are so sweet. Is it because it's in Georgia or what? I think Georgians are very sweet from what I'm gathering. So thank you for watching with us. Well, no matter where you're from, right? That's just something I've noticed.
Yes, sir.
The state calls Morgan Paddock.
I could go forward, but let's see. Let's see him. Okay, next witness they said was Morgan Paddock. Over there yet? Okay.
Good morning, ma'am. If you would please, before you have a seat, if you would please raise your right hand and face the clerk over here.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you would please have a seat, and if you will position yourself where you're closer to that microphone, that'll help us hear you. Thank you.
Could you state your name, please?
Morgan Paddock.
Would you please spell your name?
Sorry, before we get into this, we're going to concentrate. Alana Seller said it's called Southern Hospitality, right? I can feel it. I can feel the Southern Hospitality in the comments section. Thank you so much.
MorganPaddock.
Ms. Paddock, where do you live?
In Savannah, Georgia.
Ordinarily, I don't ask witnesses for a precise address. In this case, the precise address is important. Where do you live?
1130 East 68th Street.
How long have you lived there?
About 5.5 years.
How are you employed?
I work at a church.
What's your job at the church?
I'm a local outreach director,
Now, what is that church?
a community Bible church.
And what does your position require you to do?
I work with families in the community, working with kids after school programs, tutoring, mom's discipleship, and getting people in the church connected to local ministry partners that serve the community.
And how long have you done that?
5.5 years.
Are you involved with any nonprofit organizations in the area?
Yes, I work with lots of different nonprofits, from Paddock, working with kids. All of our ministry partners are nonprofits that we work with the church. So everything from helping kids with food to mentoring kids in the community, numerous things.
Are you married?
I am.
Do you have children?
I have a stepson.
I'm going to show you a photograph. State's exhibit number 2.32. And ask if you're familiar with the person depicted in that photograph.
I am.
How do you know that person?
That's my friend Mindi. We met in youth group when I was in high school.
What's Mindy's last name?
Kassotis.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict Mindy when she was alive?
Yes, it does.
Well, I'll tender this time. State's exhibit number 2.32.
It looks like he wants to see. Let's see. What?
Now, how long did you know Mindy?
I met Mindi at the end of 1996, beginning of 1997.
How did you meet?
We were in youth group together at a church in Covington, Louisiana. So we were in Bible studies, youth choir, youth trips, things like that.
You described her as a close friend?
She was a close friend.
Okay. When did your friendship begin, the close friendship between the two of you?
Well, in high school and youth group, we did everything together. On the weekends, we hung out. We were on the trips together. She was a year younger than me, so I graduated a year before her. And I would say we were close friends then, but we became closer after she moved to Savannah.
Where did you go to high school together?
I went to Mandeville High School, and she went to Fontainebleau High School, so we were rival high schools.
But same general area?
Yes.
What town was that?
Mandeville, Louisiana.
When did you get married?
I have been married twice. My first marriage was in 2007 in Louisiana.
And did Mindy attend that wedding?
She did come in for that wedding.
Are you familiar with the person to whom she later married?
Yes, I did meet him.
What's that person's name?
Nick Kassotis.
How many times did you meet that person?
I only actually met him one time because we were supposed to go to their wedding, and it was the same weekend as Hurricane Matthew hit Savannah, and so we were unable.
So you had planned to attend her wedding, but couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
When was that wedding?
That would have been in October. I think it was, oh gosh, when did Matthew hit?
October
October
9th.
2016.
Yes.
Would you recognize Nick Kassotis if you saw him?
Yes, I would.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Would you please point to that person? And Your Honor, if you'll let the record reflect, she has identified the defendant.
It does.
Did Mindi and the defendant ever have occasion to visit you here in Savannah?
One time, I believe they were visiting, they had family that lived in Hilton Head area, and so they were close to Savannah, and they popped in the summertime.
Now, you earlier described that your friendship became closer as the friendship developed over time. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Would the two of you talk about important personal matters in your lives?
All the time, yes.
And each consider the other as a good and close personal friend?
Yes, correct.
Would you share your deepest feelings with each other?
We would.
When Mindi was no longer in your immediate presence and you would have to communicate long distance, how would you typically communicate with her?
Well, there's two different times where we were in long distance with each other. So after I moved away from Savannah, when she moved there in college, we would text or call occasionally. After she got married, we would text or call, but then there became a point where we were only allowed to communicate on the Signal app.
What did Mindi share with you about why it was important to communicate that way?
Because it was important that our conversations not be intercepted or able to be read by anyone, because there were dangerous people that were after her and Nick, and it was a protection level to make sure that our conversations stayed private.
Did she tell you about the anticipation of receiving a large amount of money?
Yes, she said that Nick was involved in some sort of software development, and that when it sold, it was going to be for a large sum of money, and it was life-changing money, like money that she could not wait to do good with. But it was always, someday when this money comes, these are the things that I want to do.
Did she mention to you anything about a security team?
Yes, there was a security team that she always talked about. Nick talking to the security team, and the security team told Nick. She told me that they had to have video surveillance van outside down the street. Nick could never leave the house without a security detail with him. There were often meetings with the security team to just talk about their safety and what the protocols were.
How did you learn about her death?
I learned about her death because a friend of mine had reached out to me in February of 23 and asked me if I had heard from Mindi, and it had been some time that I had heard from her, because she said that they might have to go dark for security reasons and that she would reach out to me when she was safe again. She called and asked me if I had heard from Mindi or heard anything of Mindi, because a mutual friend of hers had called and said that Nick had called him and said that Mindi had died. And I didn't understand, couldn't find anything about it. And then on May the 12th of 2023, my friend texted me and said, I have some sad news, and she sent me the GBI article identifying Mindi's body.
After learning about her death, what did you do? Did you reach out to the GBI?
I did, because as I was talking with Mindi through Signal app, there were a couple of times where I thought it was against my better judgment, but there were just some crazy things being said that I felt like I needed to screenshot just in case anything ever happened to her and Nick.
That is so smart. She had a gut instinct and she acted on it. Like, maybe I should screenshot this. This is a little odd. And she did.
I would be able to give someone something. And so I had a few screenshots of conversations that I reached out to share.
After her death, did you determine where Mindi was living before her death?
Yes.
Where was that?
3 streets down from me,
Do you remember the street?
65th Street,
And that's how far away from where you lived?
0.8 miles from my front door.
And during the entire time that she lived here in Savannah, did she ever contact you and let you know she was living here?
I didn't know she was here.
Is that unusual?
Yes, it would be unusual except that, one, if she thought she was in danger, she would never put me in danger.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Because I knew that she said that she had to go dark. I knew that she would reach out and trusted she would reach out when she felt safe. So I'm not surprised that she didn't reach out. It just tells me that it wasn't in a place that she felt like she could yet.
After learning of her death, did you drive by where she lived?
I did, but ironically, I drive by that house all the time anyway.
I'm showing you what's already been admitted into evidence, the State's Exhibit 2.27. Do you recognize this house?
I do.
What is this house?
It's 311 East 65th Street.
Where Mindi lived?
Mm-hmm.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.47. Do you recognize what that is?
That is the route between my house to where she was living.
And it shows where you live and shows where she lives?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the route between your house and her house?
Yes, exactly.
I move to admit State's Exhibit number 2.47.
Any objection?
No objection.
This is admitted.
That's all the questions that I have.
Good morning, Ms. Paddock. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Nick Kassotis in this case. Mindi insisted to you that you use the Signal app to communicate with her, correct?
Correct.
And again, why did she say that you must communicate over Signal?
For security reasons.
So Mindi told you that their lives were in danger, correct?
Correct.
And she had to communicate over Signal in order to keep her safe, correct?
Correct.
Did Mindi ever lie to you?
Not to my knowledge.
Mindi told you that Nick Kassotis couldn't leave the house without security, correct?
Correct.
Mindi told you that she had meetings with Nick's security team?
Not that she had meetings. Nick was always the one that was meeting with people.
Okay.
Everything was Nick said, Nick said.
But Mindi told you that she was in genuine fear of her life and of Nick's life, correct?
Yes, she did.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you.
Anything else, counsel?
No.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Now we're going to hear from the third wife.
You can, please.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Samantha Kolyesnik to the stand.
He doesn't even look nervous. So that, as you can see from the banner, they got divorced. There's a typo in my banner there. August of 2023. They got married in April of 2023. He was arrested May 12th of 2023. So, third wife, ex-wife.
You're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Please have a seat. And you see that microphone there?
Yes.
If you would try to sit close to that so
Yes.
we can hear you.
Ma'am, can you please tell the court reporter your full name and how you spell it?
Yes. My full name is Samantha Kolyasnik. Should I spell my first name too?
Yes, please.
Spell my first name Samantha. Last name is Kolyesnik.
I'm going to ask you if you have any trouble at any time and you need to take a moment, just let us know, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Can you tell us, without giving us an exact address, where do you live?
I live in the state of Pennsylvania.
Okay. And can you tell us just a town? Or rather the area. What's the big city there?
Lancaster County,
Okay.
near Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
And what do you do for work now?
I work full-time at a software company, a technology company.
Okay. And do you do anything on the side to earn money?
I do. I do various artistic endeavors. I write books. Sometimes I make independent films.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long have you been doing that?
Many years now. I mean, over 5 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Were you doing that back in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And does that writing of books and work that you described, does that give you an online presence?
Yes.
Would that be how you try to sell or distribute some of those?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you published?
Yes.
How many books have you published?
I think 4, and then I've had short fiction published in many different books, many different anthologies.
You done any movies?
Yes, but nothing big, just little independent films.
Okay.
Yeah.
But your work has gained some traction?
Yes, I'd say a small following. Nothing. I'm not like a big known person or anything like that. No.
Okay. What type of genre do you write?
Mainly horror, fiction. Some people call it like dark fiction and horror. Those kinds of stories.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what is a pen name?
A pen name is, in a general sense, just a name somebody might use to write books that's not their real name, that's not their their legal name, on their ID.
Is that common in the author community?
Very common.
Okay. So when you were selling books, did you sell them online as well?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that capacity, did you have occasion to meet an individual that went by the name of Nick Stark?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you first became acquainted with Nick Stark?
In late September 2022, I had a public Twitter, it was then called Twitter, profile to where, as an author, to where I sometimes sold books, and I had sent a public tweet saying that I was selling signed books on my website, and Nick Stark, he had I think it was the username either Nick Morefox or KJ Stark at that time in Twitter. He messaged me to let me know that he had bought 4 of my books, like all 4 that were for sale. Yeah.
Okay. Is that the first time that you met him?
Well, I didn't even meet him at that time. It was the first time that, he was directly communicating to me online.
Okay.
Yeah,
So that was the first communication, even if it wasn't a face-to-face meeting?
that's correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you said there was a Twitter named KJ Stark.
Yeah, he had several different Twitter names, so I can't be positive which it was, but it was either Nick Moore Fox, which I believe was his pen name, or KJ Stark. I believe it would be one of those two.
Okay. And at that time that you first interacted with him, did you ultimately have the ability to recover those tweets and provide them to law
Yes.
enforcement? Okay. So they're here and available for you, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did you learn whether or not he was also writing?
He told me he was a writer. I don't know to like what extent. I don't think he had been published as of yet, or maybe he had a short story or two published. I think he was a short fiction writer primarily.
Do you know what kind of genre he wrote?
The same, to my knowledge, horror, dark fiction.
So initially, you said you met him by way of digital message online in late September of 2022.
Yes.
Did that conversation continue after you first interacted with him on the purchase of your books?
Yes.
Tell the jury how that progressed in terms of the conversation.
Yeah, well, the messages were not a whole lot at first. At first, I really didn't even understand why he felt the need to message me, because a lot of people don't message when they buy books, they just buy it. But, I said, thank you for buying my books, something to that effect. And then he just he messaged again, and he just kept messaging. And then we just started engaging in small talk, off and on through October, but not a whole lot of messages at that time. Very light conversation, I would say, in October of 2022, and all on Twitter direct messages.
So those conversations were all online, nothing in person?
Correct.
Okay. Did that time period between September and October of 22 ever graduate to phone calls?
Not in October, to my knowledge. I think the first time we had a phone call was in November of 2022.
Okay. So at some point it progressed from text messages to the actual phone?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And
Now, when we listen carefully to this timeline, remember that Mindi, she was alive in October, and for most of November of 2022, they believe she was murdered between November 27th and 29th of 2022. Okay, so keep that in mind. And then after that, Nicholas Kassotis changed his name and moved to Pennsylvania. Okay, so we're just going to remember that.
when you spoke with him over the phone, do you remember, you said that was in November, you believe?
Yes,
Okay.
November 2022.
Did the relationship change from light banter at any point to something more romantic?
I think so, yeah. It became, flirtatious and more, I'd say, emotionally charged.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would that be part of what ultimately yielded phone calls?
Yeah, absolutely. Mhm.
Okay. Did there come a time when you met him in person for the first time?
I met him in person for the first time December 16th, 2022.
Okay. And where did you meet him?
In Pennsylvania.
So he came to you?
That's correct.
Okay. At that point, did you know why he was in Pennsylvania?
Well, he said that he was taking a long drive for a work trip to Missouri, and then he said that he could drive from Missouri from his work trip. He said he was working in legal compliance to Pennsylvania, and he also said that he would end up in Delaware because he was working on a big merger and acquisition, and they were having that in Delaware, which would be, Delaware is very close to Pennsylvania. It's a short drive away.
Did you know where he lived at the time in December of 2022?
He said he was living in Georgia.
Okay, so it was your understanding he was going from Georgia to Missouri, and then from Missouri down to Delaware, and he'd stop by you.
Yeah, I wouldn't say stop by because it's quite out of the way. He said yes, he was driving from Georgia to Missouri because he had something for work that he had to do. And he was driving because he had his dog with him, named Rusty, just a big dog, and I'm sorry, I don't know the breed. And And then he said that he would love to meet me and he would drive, since he was already on the road, from Missouri to Pennsylvania. I did push back and say that's a big drive. I don't know. That's a lot of expectation. You know, it feels like when somebody drives that long of a distance, and he, you know, paraphrasing here, he basically said, you know, I'm going to, you know, drive out to see you, and I want to meet you, and, you know, if you don't like me, I'll just drive back. You know, he made it very, he persisted and, you know, made it very like low pressure from my point of view.
But he is a giant red flag. Slides into the DMs, accused of murdering his wife and dismembering her, which no one knew at the time. But okay, then goes to Pennsylvania and stalks a horror writer, because he was also a horror writer. He published some stuff on Reddit. Were you waiting for me to say something bigger? Oh, he published things on Reddit. Wow. And then he said he told Samantha he was working in legal compliance, working on a merger acquisition. Oh, so now not there's no security team anymore. What? Very interesting. I would love to see the jury's faces. If the jury ever watches this, any jurors that want to tell us what it was like, you can email me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com.
Now, at that point, would it be fair
After
to
the
say
trial.
you had met him at the end of September? How long, I say met, online?
Talked online. Mhm.
How long had it been since you started talking to him to when he came to your place? December 16th, approximately.
I'm not sure I understand. That was the time frame. So he started talking to me online, Twitter direct messages in September, and then the first time that I ever met him in person was December 16th.
Okay, so about 2 months, roughly?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, what was your marital status?
I was separated. I'd already filed for divorce and moving from my marital home to my own home at that time. And I moved in November of 2022.
Okay. And in that time, before you met Mr. Stark, were you concerned that you had met him online?
Yes. Yes, I was. You know, and I had, you know, even asked him, you know, about that and said that I was concerned because I was newly single and, you know, living basically alone. And, you know, he had provided some documentation to me, I think, to, you know, kind of comfort me and assure me that, you know, he was who he said he was. He sent selfies, he sent some other documents as well, just to verify his identity, and it did comfort me that I thought he was who he said he was.
Damn! Imagine that, sliding into the DMs and be like, "Don't worry, I want to come see you. See, here's me. Selfies, huh? Look at this documentation. I don't know, all these new driver's licenses. Look at me. I'm Nicholas Stark." That was a lie. That he changed his name. He was Nicholas Kassotis, so showing like basically new name, IDs and driver's licenses, I would assume. I'm sure we're going to hear now, but what?
Okay. Did you ask for his driver's license?
Yes, I did.
Did he send it?
Yes.
Did you ask for something from his employment?
I did at one point, but I did not ask for that then. I asked for that later. Yep.
Did you ultimately receive both the driver's license and his employment verification, for lack of a better way to phrase that?
Yes, I received a copy of his driver's license, which said Nicholas Stark on it, like a photocopy. I received an employment verification letter from the company he said he was working at. Should I say the other things that I received
Let's
to
just stop
verify?
there for a moment.
Okay.
I'm going to approach, Your Honor, if that's okay, and show the witness what I have physically marked as 1.84 and 1.86.
An employment verification letter.
After, but you will have a copy here. You'll be able to also see them on the screen.
Should I look at them?
Yes,
or-
please do.
Okay.
Do you recognize 1.84, the first document I handed you?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This would be the employment verification letter from the company he said he was working at.
Okay. And is that a exact duplicate of the document that you received? Just a copy?
I believe so, yes.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.84.
Any objection? No objections. Submitted.
And 1.86, the next document in your hand, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is a photocopy of his driver's license, which says Nicholas Killian Stark on it.
Okay. And what state is that from?
Georgia.
And do you recognize that to be the document that he sent you of his driver's license?
Yes.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.86 as well.
Any objection? It is admitted.
You can hold those right there.
Oh, okay.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to publish 1.84.
You may.
It's so wild. I mean, just everything we already heard that he had told Mindi and her family. And then right after Mindy's murder, she was murdered and dismembered. Okay, now he's on to new lies. So I hope the jury would ask themselves, wait. So if he didn't kill Mindi, then what is he just pretending that, she was like, there was all the security team, their lives were being threatened, but never mind. I'm just going to pack up and just going to leave her, in Georgia and go and hit the road with what, a new job? Oh my goodness. I mean, and to say, look, here's my driver's license. This is who I am. I wonder if he probably got a kick out of it, didn't he? To be like, let's see how many people believe me. Let's see if this lady can believe me. Like, look, I'm Nicholas Stark and I work here. Oh, wow. Okay.
Does that reference a company name of APIS? A-P-I-S?
Yes.
And if I scroll to the bottom here, does it indicate also when Mr. Stark began working at APIS Limited?
Yes.
And when was that?
Pause. February 2018 till present. Now, please do remember that he left the Navy. Wait. Pop quiz. When did he leave the Navy? Do tell the date. It was August, 29th? August 29th of 2019, I think it was. 1 second. Damn it, man. I'm trying to find it here. Yeah. August 29th of 2019. That's when he departed the Navy as he was a JAG officer, Judge Advocate General. He was on active duty until August 29th of 2019. This letter is saying this letter is to certify the employment of Nicholas Killian Stark at APIS Limited from February 2018 to present. Wow. His position upon hiring was senior attorney. Effective March 1st, 2020, he was promoted to Deputy General Counsel. Mr. Stark was promoted to Vice President for Compliance. Effective October 1st of 2020, and became Vice President or Chief Legal Officer. Effective January 1st of 2021. He has held those roles since that time. Look, you can even contact HR. There's Marcus Jones. Wow. Okay. Very interesting.
It says February 12th, 2018.
Does it also indicate to you an email address at the very bottom where you could contact if there were questions?
Yes.
And what was the @ portion of that?
apislimited.com.
I'm now going to turn your attention to the driver's license. If we can probably turn it off in between. Thank you. I'm now publishing 1.86. One moment. There you go.
Kerry says, if they haven't made a movie of this already, I don't think they have, but you said this will be the next Swindler Netflix movie, right? Yes.
Is that the copy of the Georgia driver's license you received?
Yes.
And that was a name of Nicholas Killian Stark on there, correct?
Yes.
Does it say the expiration?
I just have to put a YouTube disclaimer. This is public record. It's an exhibit or evidence shown at a public trial. They are showing the driver's license of a defendant in a murder and dismemberment trial. So that is what I'm showing now from the court feed, which is public record.
Date on that top right side?
Yes, it says June 3rd, 2030.
And was that a photograph of Mr. Stark?
Yes.
As you knew him?
Yep, yes.
Thank you.
Although I will say I don't think he had the beard when I met him, so that difference.
Okay.
Yep.
So he sent you those 2 documents at varying times, and you believe that he was Nick Stark? Is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he use any other names? I know you said he used that pen name. Was that Nick Moorfox?
Yeah, I believe he had the pen name Nick Moorfox that he published short fiction under.
Okay.
That was like his author pen name.
Do you know if he had changed his name in any other way?
No.
Those are the only 2 names that you knew.
That's correct. I mean, he had the other username KJ Stark, but he told me his he had 2 middle, like Killian James was like his full, yeah. So I just assumed that was the KJ Stark.
Okay.
But no, he never told me he had another last name different than Stark.
Did you ever know the name Nicholas James Kassotis?
No.
Now, you indicated that at the time you were in the process of a divorce. You'd already been separated. Did you know Mr. Stark's marital status?
I believed I had. He told me that he was a widower and that he had lost his wife and his unborn child about 2 years prior, and that they had both died in a hospital.
Wait.
And he told
2 years prior. Previously in opening statements, we had heard about a year ago that he had told Samantha, about a year ago, my wife died from a pregnancy complication, but now Samantha herself is on the stand saying that he told her that he lost his pregnant wife 2 years ago. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That is so wild. Okay.
told you that when?
He told me that he first referenced that his wife had passed away in October of 2022 in Twitter direct messages.
He told you that in October of 2022?
Yes, in the Twitter.
Ma'am, October of 2022. That's so premeditated. Mindi was murdered between November 27th and 29th of 2022. And yet in October, he's telling a new love interest that he has, that he seems to be targeting, that his pregnant wife died 2 years ago. Whoa.
And on Twitter in the direct messages.
Did you subsequently determine that that was not correct? Meaning, did you find out from law enforcement that that was not the case?
Oh, I found out from law enforcement that that was not the case on the date of his arrest, and that was not until May 2023.
So when you first met KJ Stark via tweet, that was communicated to you through a tweet?
So the tweets are like public, but we were communicating through the Twitter direct messages or like private messages, like similar to like if you were talking just like a text message, but just on Twitter.
Okay. I'm going to try and make this a little bit easier. Your Honor, I have 1.93, 1.94, 1.95, sequentially through 1.99. So 1.93 through 1.99. May I? Yes, sir.
Yeah, so not that we like to armchair diagnose, definitely none other than the defendant. This defendant, so Holly van der Veer, says he's a psychopath or sociopath. That seems very likely. Like, what in the hell? I can't believe this guy.
Now, I'm actually going to put these up on the screen, if I may, Your Honor, so I'll seek to tender them first.
Meadow Lane said he's a con artist, in my opinion, right? It reminds me of that movie, Catch Me If You Can. Man, this guy, yeah, I think he's a con artist, allegedly. K Watermelon said, Nicky boy got himself familiar with Canva templates. It seems so.
I'm going to hand you exhibits 1.93 through 1.99. Can you just take a look at them and tell us if you recognize them?
I do.
Are those a fair and accurate depiction of what you provided to law enforcement in conjunction with this case?
Yes. I believe I provided more than this too, but yes, these I did provide. Mhm.
Okay. And are those just exact duplicates of what you've turned over, just not in color?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I seek to introduce 1.93 through 1.9.
Yes, please, introduce it and show it to us, right? Scrappy says now he's going to be a convict. Very, very likely as well.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they're all admitted. It's a total of 7 exhibits, but they are admitted without objection.
I'm now going to open and publish exhibit 1.93, slide 1.
I'm gonna not pause now. I want so we can hear the text messages. Well, I'll try not to unless it's super shocking and I have to say something. Tracy says Dirty John. If you guys haven't seen Dirty John on Netflix, yeah, this guy also reminds me of Dirty John. Oh my word.
Would it be fair to say that that's what you have in front of you is 1.93?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to scroll in here. Can you see the name of the tweet that was sent from to you?
Yes, it's KJ Stark.
Okay. And is that what you were referring to earlier when you referenced late September first speaking with Mr. Stark?
That's correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that here you have sort of an announcement on the public page about you selling the books?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And as a result, is that why, or when you received rather, the response from Mr. Stark concerning the purchase of the books that you were selling?
Yeah, so what he's done here is he took like my public tweet and he kind of like quote tweeted in a message and then wrote his message beneath it. Yep.
Would that be the message that he sent to you?
Yes.
And when was that sent?
September 24th, 2022.
And in that post that he sent to you, did he offer to communicate with you?
Yes, he did.
And if you look at the top of this post, was he aware that you were going through a divorce at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result, did you respond?
Let's read it ourselves first. Hey Sam, this is from Nicholas Stark, who has a profile picture of a bird, it looks like. Was that a bird? Anyway, hey Sam, just put in an order, a long overdue one if we're being honest. Also, if you ever need to talk, I'm a good listener. I'm sure you've got a great support system, but sometimes it can be easier to talk to someone you don't know as well. And if not, that is fine too. Just wanted to extend the offer. I hope you're as well as possible considering. No. Block. No, sorry. Normally messages like this, I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't respond, but still, it's not a bird profile is not a problem. I was just making note that he didn't like put his face on there. And also this message, wow, just to think of the hindsight now. Oh my word, it's like, you can talk to me. I'm a good listener. So you go through divorce, huh? Tell me about it. Oh, no, 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 no. What I can say is that this seems like the red flags one might see from coercive controllers or narcissists who then like slide into the DMs and love bomb, right? To be like, I can offer a helping hand. I'm a good guy. You can tell me things. I'll listen. Like, oh my word. Okay, I'm going to let them read it now. But she said, hi, Nick. Thanks so much. That's really thoughtful of you. And I really appreciate the order as well. It was nice of you to message and offer support. Shame.
Yes, I did.
And you indicated earlier that that's not common. Is that correct?
It does happen sometimes. Sometimes people want to let you know they're buying your books, but it is not the majority of cases. No, I wouldn't say it's common.
Okay, so I'm now going to go to number 7. That would be 1.94. Just so we're clear, the gray writing and the pink writing that is displayed on the screen, who is the gray writing?
The gray writing is Nick.
And the pink?
That's me.
Okay. And just if we could look specifically at this first paragraph.
They better read it to us.
Does he reference there specifically about losing his wife?
I don't think they're going to read it all to us, so I'm definitely going to pause and read because I'm sure you're nosy like me. We want to know. We want to know everything he said. Okay, so these messages, this is now from, KJ, Killian, James Stark, Nicholas Kassotis, the defendant in this trial. So this just starts with break. I don't know if it works on Mac, so we didn't see the beginning of that. But anyway, I hope the move goes well. I know moving, especially in the context of other life upheaval, sometimes feels overwhelming and stressful. I think moving feels like that always, but add in the other stuff and it's even worse. In the last 3 years, I moved a couple of times, learned pretty much everything I thought about myself was not true. The irony. Okay, and had my wife pass away. That's interesting language. Could we get some statement analysts to look at this? Oh, wow. Had my wife pass away. Okay, none of this is to try to compare. I don't do that. It's just to say I probably know some, though certainly not all, of the feelings that you're dealing with right now. And if there's ever anything you need or want to talk about, the door is open. I neither mean to pry nor to suggest there aren't 100 people in your life better suited, just here if I can help. Feeling like you're working 24/7 is tough, and I wish I had an answer. I think it's even harder since I started working remotely, which I love on one hand, but on the other, it just blurs the work time or personal timeline so much. The personal timeline. Wow. Okay, plus always having something I could be working on makes it hard to relax. I have not, could be. So all that computer work, you just could be work? Okay. I have not yet figured out the answer. If you do, please share. Hope your week is going well. Fall weather arrived. Yeah, Sharon also says, had. Kathleen is saying, romance scammer playbook, right? Really? Yes. CWA says, so he even lied to himself.
Yes, he does.
Okay, so if I were to read the line, in the last 3 years, I moved a couple times, learned pretty much everything I thought about myself was not true, and had my wife pass away. Is this what you were referring to?
Yes.
And when was this ultimately received by you?
October 18th, 2022.
And at that time, did you believe his wife was dead?
Yes.
Did he subsequently tell you that his wife also had been pregnant at the time she passed?
Yes.
Okay.
Nope. If they're not going to read it to us, we're reading it. Okay, so things I could be working on, that's where we last were. Makes it hard to relax. I've not figured out the answer. If you do, please share. Hope your week is going well. Fall weather arrived in Georgia overnight, and hopefully it is here to stay. Rusty and I had a delightful walk this morning. Made me feel alive. Hope your week has started well and you're feeling accomplished. Like, this was October 18th of 2022. A month and a bit before he's accused of murdering and dismembering his wife. Yeah, like, and already he's saying that his pregnant wife died. Oh my goodness. So yeah, Peggy says, appreciate you and your channel. Great style. Thank you so much, Peggy, for your $20 sticker. Now, she replied, Samantha, who's on the stand, who was the third wife, and she divorced him in August of 2023, right? She said, hey, Nick, typing from my phone as I'm already in bed, so I fear this may be another super long paragraph. I'm so sorry to hear about your wife. May I ask what happened? If you don't want to talk about it, that's also totally understandable. You're right that moving is stressful. It sounds like you've done a lot of that lately. Do you think you'll stay in Georgia? I take it Rusty is your dog, and we all want to know where Rusty is, right? See, even Sunny just said it. I want to know where Rusty is now. Me too, me too. Okay, I haven't had a dog in years and very much miss it. My last dog was Charlie, a little Cairn Terrier. You were right about the deadline for my screenplay, but I had to get an extension. I've had an extremely rough week, and the stress of everything had me a bit ill this past weekend. I've bounced back, and hopefully and let's see if they carry on.
Now, did he indicate at any time that he was in any other relationship, or just that that one had expired? Meaning the relationship had ended, that she had passed?
He never indicated that he was in any kind of relationship with any kind of romantic relationship with anybody.
Did you know if he had another wife that preceded the wife he just referenced?
No.
Okay. So at that time, you thought that the only time he had been married was to the woman he described on October 18th?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say how she died initially?
Yes, he said that she died in a hospital and that blood pressure complications and possibly an undiagnosed heart condition as well.
And what did he tell Mindy's parents? If you missed day 3, he told Mindy's parents that Mindy died, yes, in a hospital, but they assumed it was on a military base, and that she died from a stroke. But before that, he had made up this lie that Mindy was 8 months pregnant, that he also had her in on, telling her we have to keep ourselves safe. So yeah, she'd also been telling her parents that she was pregnant and expecting a girl and all that. But it sounds like it's his story that he came up with because he was already telling this lady about he's losing his pregnant wife like 2 years prior, right? That's what he said. So telling Samantha that his wife died 2 years prior, I mean, they would be talking about 2020. Damn. Okay, died 2 years prior from heart complications and high blood pressure and all of that. He did carry over that high blood pressure story to Mindy's parents, but he told them she died from a stroke. So here, I hope the jury, they must be like us, right? They're just sitting there like, what? Just all ears. My goodness.
I'm now showing you the next slide. That would be 1.95. Can you read us that paragraph starting she had?
She had an undiagnosed heart issue that was aggravated by her pregnancy, very sudden change in the way I thought life would look, but doing my best now to figure it out.
And we'll read the rest. Lasagna, Lemonade Logic, thank you for your $1.49 sticker with a black cat. She had an undiagnosed heart issue that was aggravated by her pregnancy, very sudden change in the way I thought life would look, but doing my best now to figure it out. Cairn Terriers are so cute, I just looked them up. Charlie must have been a cool little guy. I hope to not stay in Georgia for all that long. He said that in October. Oh my word. Okay, nothing against it, it's just not for me. I'm not really a city guy, but I haven't really found a place outside the city that felt right. Thinking about options, I'd love to make a move and be more settled, so not rushing it. And then he laughs. Have considered going back to central VA, Charlottesville area, which I loved when I lived there. Upstate New York, maybe. Oh my word. Allie B from Tennessee said, can you get an interview with Laura Riches to discuss this case? I mean, maybe. Thank you so much for your sticker.
So he told you that in this tweet?
In this private message, yep, on Twitter.
Wait.
Did he?
Let's continue on. I hope this doesn't annoy anyone. You want to know, right? You want to know the messages, because I do. This is what I would do. Even if I wasn't live streaming, I'd be like, let's pause and read everything. So he said, have considered going, I can't believe he laughs like this. He wants to be more settled. The reality was that he was married to Mindy since 2016. He was married, very much married, and living with the in-laws. But he's telling Samantha in October a month and a bit before Mindi was murdered. He wants to be more settled. Wow. Kimberly in Japan, thank you. So he also wrote to Samantha, which I loved when I lived there, Virginia, upstate New York, or maybe back to New England. Been taking weekends here and there to go to different spots to compare. Oh dear. Not in a rush so I can get it right. Ruled a few out so far, but haven't landed on the this is the right spot. Are you from wherever you are? Do you like it? I'm realizing I have zero idea where that is. I think I'll stay on the East Coast. Feels like home, but I've also considered going back to Europe, though I've got a weird immigration thing in the UK that could make it much easier or much harder to do, so getting that resolved would be nice. I hope your weekend is off to a great start and you've managed to squeeze in some fun. I'm sure you've got a lot on your plate, but I hope it's not all that's on your plate. Have a wonderful day. And then he says, also the Watcher was a little let down. I thought there was some amazing acting and the premise was fantastic, and I personally loved the ending. So let's see if they get more.
October 22nd, 2022.
Sorry,
Did you
can I
know
read a bit
that
fast?
his current wife was alive on that date at that time?
No.
She must be horrified. Samantha must be like, wait, what? She's probably still processing.
And he described it as a very sudden change. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he mention if they had children? Other than that she was pregnant when she passed?
No other children, just that she was pregnant and that that she lost he lost both her and the unborn child is what he told me, and that he had no other children. No.
Okay. Did him telling you that his wife had passed impact your trust of Mr. Stark?
It definitely impacted me. It made me feel very sad and bad for him. Because that's a terrible thing that could happen to somebody, to lose your wife and an unborn child. That's how I felt at the time. I felt bad for him.
Okay. Did you convey that to him?
Yes, I felt empathy because that's what I thought he had lost his wife and unborn child.
Did that also facilitate you continuing to chat with him?
I did continue to chat with him, yes.
And did that then progress to that more flirtatious and romantic stage that you described for the jury?
I would say more like emotional at first because I had lost somebody close to me too, I thought too at the time. So more emotional and then, eventually flirtatious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, you said in December, he came to visit you. You had just moved, is that right?
I had moved in November. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So just like about a month prior.
Okay. And when he came to visit, did he stay with you in December of 2022?
No.
Why not?
Well, for one, I wouldn't have somebody stay with me just meeting them. And then two, he had Rusty, his dog, with him, and my house, I rent, and they don't allow pets. Okay. They don't allow any pets in the place.
Okay. And so, do you know where he was staying when he came in December?
When he came in December, I believed he was at an Airbnb in Pennsylvania.
Well, was your understanding, if I'm correct, that he was going to Missouri, he was going to visit you, and then he was going to Delaware? Is that right?
I think he was going to go back to Georgia first because that was his home, but he did tell me he would have to live for several months in Delaware because that's where he'd be working for the merger acquisition that he was the point person on. That was my understanding.
Okay.
Was he also going to work at SpaceX with Chandler Halderson? Because, Chandler Halderson was going to work there. This merger acquisition story in Delaware, what is that? Now there's a whole new story that he made up. My goodness.
Did he move to Delaware, as far as you know?
I thought, that his company was putting him up in Delaware.
Okay.
Not that he had moved there, but that his company was providing long-term housing while he worked on this merger and acquisition.
Did you know if he had moved to Pennsylvania at some point after his Delaware trip?
I don't think he ever like permanently moved to Pennsylvania. He stayed at Airbnbs in Pennsylvania when he was visiting me.
Let me be more clear.
Okay.
Was he staying in Pennsylvania in some location at some point while the time period from December forward in 2022?
From December forward, to my knowledge, I mean, he was spending the work time in Delaware, and then he would spend some weekends in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Like when he wasn't working in Delaware.
Okay. So as far as you knew, he was commuting basically from Delaware and staying back at the Airbnb in Pennsylvania.
Yes, that was my understanding. Yeah.
Okay. And when that was occurring, would it be fair to say what months?
I met him in December. It would have been, the last half of December, January, February, March, April of 2023, and then that first half or so of May 2023 until the day he was arrested.
Okay. So during all that time, you weren't living together?
No, we were not. We never moved in together. We did stay at the same Airbnb, some Airbnbs that he rented together.
Okay. And at that point, you said that the relationship grew and it became a romantic relationship, correct?
Yes.
Did there come a time when he described to you the process of moving and what had happened with his belongings?
Yes, he told it like an anecdote in Twitter direct messages, I believe, about how he had moved previously and some of his things, I think, were water damaged in a moving pod, like a storage pod.
Okay, I'm now going to turn to 1.96. Would it be fair to say that sometime in early November you were talking about your move with him?
Yes.
Okay, and that's when he made the quip about his belongings?
Yes.
So he said on November 5th of 2022, remember Mindi was murdered between the 27th and 29th of November of 2022, okay? And he says, and anything that you can have shipped to the new place is something you don't need to pack, move, and unpack. And Samantha said that is true. That's another urge to downsize. And he said, nothing like having to move stuff to help decide if you really want it. I highly recommend putting 85% of your belongings in a pod for a year that is defective and not actually watertight if you want to help downsizing. Okay then.
Directing your attention to...
Wait. I do not actually recommend this. So he said, I highly recommend, and then he said, I do not actually recommend this.
To Exhibit 1.96, the paragraph that states, I highly recommend putting 85% of your belongings in a pod for a year that is defective and not actually watertight if you want help downsizing. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
And as a result of that, did you believe that he just didn't have a lot of things?
I believed that some of his things had been damaged. I don't know that I had a real image of how many things he had at that point.
Okay.
But that he had lost things, yeah.
Quite a bit. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, those conversations and those tweets at the time, would it be fair to say that they were pretty innocuous? You didn't think very much about any of it, other than just banter?
Yeah, I'd say from that first message in September through October, and you can even notice in October sometimes there's gaps in days to where before I would respond, and probably even the first part of November, it felt very, very light, and then it picked up frequency, and I'd say emotional resonance. Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did he talk to you about his work and moving and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to slide number 20. That for you would be 1.97. Would it be fair to that some of these got very personal?
Yes.
That's what I call trauma dumping, and it's a bit of a red flag, especially on social media. He's doing it to appeal to her empathy, so that he can gaslight her, right? We're going to read it now. Somebody just asked a question saying, so this is now, a few weeks before her remains were discovered. Actually, this was a few weeks before she was murdered, because she was still alive, and his wife at the time, and he was living there in Savannah, Georgia, even with his in-laws, while he's texting all of this. Okay, so he said, oh gosh, I'll give you the very abbreviated version. This is his very abbreviated version. Very, very bad abusive upbringing, which switched to a lot of emotional abuse or control as I left home. Little brother was the golden child. I could do nothing right ever. I finally started therapy and setting some healthy boundaries, and they reacted extremely badly. At around the same time, what I thought were bank errors turned into very extensive identity theft issues, which were traced back to my brother. When law enforcement got involved, things got very scary for a while in some very bad ways, which triggered 2 moves and is the reason why my mail still goes to Florida before coming to me. A little over 2 years ago, documents got turned up that caused me to be asked if there was a chance I wasn't biologically related to the people I thought were my parents. And I said no, and then I thought about it, and a lot of things suddenly made sense. So there was a whole thing, and I took a DNA test and waited months, and I'm not at all related to the people who raised me, which has raised a trillion questions, but gave me the opportunity to identify my actual parents in what has been the silver lining to all of this. It's still messy, and the wheels of justice, wow, continue to turn very slowly. This guy's talking about the wheels of justice, and now he's facing 12 charges, including malice murder and felony murder and dismemberment. Whoa. Also, it's interesting there, I don't want to overanalyze it, but when he talks about identity theft, and yet he's the one making up all these new identities and new names. So yeah, that's interesting. Yesterday, Mindy's parents also testified that he had told them, yeah, he'll come visit, but he never did. And when he had left them, when he moved them from the Airbnb in Savannah, Georgia to another property, he then left to say, I'm going to go and I've found my real mother. I've learned I was stolen as a child. So I don't know if that's true or not. I don't think much of what he says is true. So I would probably put it in the probably a lie category, but we just don't know, right? But he was saying this to Mindy's parents, something along these lines, as well as now to Samantha.
Can you tell us what he told you about his upbringing?
He told me that he had a very horrible upbringing, that he was abused. Should I tell you just what's on this, or what he told me later in general?
I'm just referring to...
Just this, that he had a bad abusive upbringing, and that he found out late in life, like as an adult, that he had been adopted, and that his parents, who he thought were his parents, were not his actual, biological parents.
And his parents are sitting right behind him in the courtroom. That's what we learned yesterday when Betsy, Mindy's mother, testified, and she said she'd met his parents, I think, once, and she's like, oh yeah, they're right there behind him. Mom and dad and brother. So I don't know exactly which one it is. It could be these ones. Yeah, I don't know. But wow, they must be like, what? They're finding this out now too, right? Maybe for the first time.
Did you believe that?
Yes.
Now, in the weeks coming up to him visiting you in December, were there communications?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your attention to slide exhibit 1.98.
Mm-hmm.
This is slide 22. Do you see where he references in the second paragraph, I'm trying to get a bit ahead on work so I can spend the next few weeks traveling.
Okay, so you said that sounds like quite the week. I'm trying to get a bit ahead on work so I can spend the next few weeks traveling. I'll still be working, but like to have a little built-in cushion on projects when dealing with I don't know how to say that word, of Wi-Fi on the road. Going to spend this weekend in Virginia and then New York, Bedford, Hudson Valley area, then on to New England. Just planning some travels, wow. Until after Thanksgiving. So hopefully going to spend a little time poking around and seeing how a few spots feel in terms of life there. Seems like a better use of my time than the 45 Zillow emails I wake up to every morning. I enjoyed a cabinet of curiosities. The anthology format was a fun one for a series. Are you or were you working on an anthology film for one of your collections? I feel like you were. Sorry, I'm all questions today. My personal favorite was the, and then it cuts off.
Did he indicate to you exactly where he planned on going? You can read that to us if that makes it easier.
Let's see. He said, I'm trying to get a bit ahead on work so I can spend the next few weeks traveling. I'll still be working, but like to have a little built-in cushion on projects when dealing with the vagaries of Wi-Fi on the road. Going to spend this weekend in Virginia, then New York, then on to New England until after Thanksgiving. So hopefully going to spend a little time poking around and seeing how a few spots feel in terms of life there. Seems like a better use of my time than the 45 Zillow emails I wake up to every morning.
So it was your understanding that in the weeks leading up to this email or text on November 8th that he was traveling?
That is correct, and this would have been far before the Missouri trip, he told me. And he told me, I don't know about like what he was doing in these places, but he did say that he met with one of his his biological father's lawyers during this time, I think was something he said in terms of that trip.
So at this point, you didn't have any reason to believe that he was homebound and couldn't leave his residence, right?
No.
I'm turning your attention to slide number 1.99. Would it be fair to say that this is also in November?
Yes.
Okay. And these were all leading up to the time period when he was coming to visit?
Sorry, we don't want to miss it. He said, I am really Nick. My last name is Stark, not Moorfox, a combination of two last names of meaningful people to me. I'm glad today went productively and the announcement got off to a good start, better than a bad, unproductive day. Trying to manage an organized packing process here, which I'm very bad at and will inevitably forget 3 things I'm forced to buy. And Samantha said, I'm the worst at packing for travel, ha. I always want to fit everything into a single backpack. When do you leave? He said on November 10th of 2022, tomorrow afternoon, going to get on the road a little early and hopefully miss the traffic. I always say that I'm going to sit down and come up with a list of things I need to pack and just save it so I can print it out every time and have the basic things figured, but I never have managed. And in this time in his real life, he's staying at an Airbnb with his wife, Mindi, and her parents. And hiding from people that he convinced them all were very dangerous and had their, that their lives were in danger, and they had a security team, and he had his security team emails and all of that. Wow. And this was November 10th. Mindi was murdered between the 27th and 29th.
You? Or, well, I should say, when you were developing a relationship.
Yes, at this time, he had never, we were not even talking about, we had not talked about a visit that I can remember.
Okay.
That didn't come up till December.
Okay, so on November 10th, that last paragraph, can you read that for us?
Tomorrow, so I had asked, when do you leave in the previous message, and he says, tomorrow afternoon, going to get on the road a little early and hopefully miss the traffic. I always say that I'm going to sit down and come up with a list of things I need to pack and just save it so I can print it out every time and have the basic things figured, but I never have managed.
So as far as you knew, on November 10th, he told you he was going to be going on a road trip November 11th of 2022.
Yes, that's correct.
So Giovanna Italiana said, what's with the little hearts at the end of the text? These little hearts, so this is direct messaging on X, which used to be called Twitter, right? So there's public posts that you can make and share and repost and quote, and then if people have it active on the account, which most people do, you can click the message box and actually send them a direct message. Okay, so this is what's happening here. These are direct messages from the platform X that they were communicating on. And he found her there because she was promoting her books on X, which is smart to do. It's got great reach and everything. So with hashtags and all that. Also, thank you to everyone who follows me on X. There's a lot of Grizzlies over there. We've got a great community on X as well. And thank you for all the streams and posts and everything that you share. Now, in the direct messages, you can react to each message with different emojis. So you could just double tap it, or I think it's just a tap, I don't know. You click it and you can heart the message. You can also react with different emojis, like a laughing emoji or whatever, any emoji, right? You can react to it. But these little hearts, that's what that is. It means the person is basically acknowledging that they read it. You can also turn on read receipts so you could see if someone's read it. But either way, you could be extra nice and double tap it, send a heart, send a reaction, right? So that's what that is. So they're sending each other like hearts when they have read each other's messages.
And still at that point, he never told you that he was unable to leave his residence, correct?
No, he never said he was unable to leave any residence.
Okay. Now, during your relationship, you indicated that at some point you shifted to some phone communication. Is that
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever use something called Signal app?
We did not use the Signal app to
Okay.
communicate.
Okay. Are you familiar with it?
I am. Mhm.
Okay. But you didn't use that?
We didn't use it to communicate, no. And I didn't use it.
Oh, what would he had everybody else using the Signal app because, you know, he's got this big security threat and he's got a security team and everybody's got to duck down and be careful and all of that. But his new love interest, he's like, it's fine. We could just like DM on X. That is so crazy. Oh my word. I really hope the jury's paying attention to that.
At that time, no.
What about Proton email?
I knew he used Proton email because I think I saw it on some of the emails. I did not use Proton email. I had actually not, I didn't even know about Proton email until I saw it like in one of his emails, like I can't remember what you call that, the @.com. Yeah.
Okay. But he didn't require you to use that with him?
No.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, in late November, when you and he had just started talking, did anything happen to your vehicle?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
I had a flat tire on my
Okay.
car in November.
Okay. And did that prove to be problematic in any way?
I mean, just as problematic as a flat tire, would be to anyone. I was, moving, and then it definitely was like a hassle, yeah.
Timing not so convenient?
Yeah, and I'm very bad with cars, so
Okay.
car trouble stresses me out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Mr. Stark offer to assist in any way?
He did.
What did he do?
He offered, and keep in mind we had never met, and he offered like via messages, because we were talking on WhatsApp at that time. He offered to fix the flat. He had said that he could have my car towed to a repair shop and have the flat tire fixed.
And did he do that for you?
He did, and I was very surprised.
Okay.
Yes.
At that point, I believe your first communication was October 18th of 2022. Be fair to say that was some approximately to 4 weeks later?
Our first communication was September
My
2022.
apologies.
And then I'm sorry, what was the second half of that?
How long had you known him before he had your tire fixed?
I mean, I wouldn't even say that I knew him at that time. I'd been messaging him online for, it would have been a month and a half to 2 months, somewhere in that range.
What did
Yeah.
he have done for your car?
Okay, so he told me he was only going to fix the flat tire at the repair shop. When I got to the repair shop, my friend took me to pick up my car, I was very surprised because the clerk at the repair shop, he said that Nick had paid for 4 new tires and 2 new bulbs on the front headlights. I'm not 100% certain that's what it was called, but he did some kind of repair or something to the front headlights. I think it was new bulbs. yeah.
Did you determine how much that cost?
It was a big bill. I mean, what I would consider big. It was like, I think it was $600 and something in that range, yeah.
Was that concerning to you?
Yes.
What did you do as a result?
I felt a mix of feelings. I felt grateful as you do when somebody does something kind for you, but it also felt like a lot, and it already felt like a lot just to have somebody fix your my tire for me, and then the surprise of that it was 4 new tires and then like a bulb change or something. It was just a lot. It was a lot to the point that the clerk at the car shop, he said something like, "Is that your husband or is that your boyfriend? He was so nice." And I said, "No." I said, "He's just an acquaintance, you know."
Right.
Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with him about that? Boundaries?
I first talked to some friends about it just to get their opinion because it was such a big gift.
Mm-hmm.
And then I did talk to him and I said that was too much. That was a lot. You said it was going to be 1 tire, then you did 4. That's a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
And that is called love bombing. Typically slides in there, all trying to connect on she's going through divorce, he lost his wife, and then the next minute, love bombing. Sure, this guy.
in response to that conversation, well, let me be clear. Do you remember when you had that problem with your tire?
It was November of 2022. I do not remember the exact date.
Okay. Was it beginning of November, end of November, if you recall?
I think it was the last half of November of 2022.
Okay.
Yeah.
And after you had the conversation with him about boundaries and too much, what did he do?
He had this sort of like, he apologized, he kind of played it off, and he said this endearing thing kind of to where he's just like, "I'm so sorry, you're right, that was an odd gift, most guys, I've just been he said something like, I've been out of practice for a while, and here I am like thinking that he's been grieving for 2 years. And he's like, I've just been out of practice, I haven't dated. He's like, I just wanted to do something nice for you. He's like, but yeah, you're right, tires. He's like, come on, like what guy gives a girl tires? He's like, it should have been flowers, right? Or something. And I said, yeah, flowers would have been more appropriate, than the 4 new tires. And then it kind of became like a little, it's like that conversation changed it from something that felt alarming at first to something that felt like, oh, okay, like he hasn't been dating for a while, and he went overboard, you know what I mean? He must like me, and he went a little overboard in showing that. And it then became a little bit of an in joke throughout our relationship. He'd be like, oh, the tires, yeah, like what kind of guy gives a girl he's dating tires? That was so stupid of me, like that kind of thing he used to say. Yeah.
Did he subsequently give you flowers the following week?
Yes, about a week later, he had a very nice bouquet of flowers, like hand delivered to me, my house, for yeah.
Was that still in late November?
I believe so. If it wasn't late November, then it would have been probably the first week in December, but I think it was about a week after that, the tire repair. Yeah.
At some point, did you and Mr. Stark get engaged?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
It was April. Or no, I'm sorry, we got engaged. The reason I said April, we got married in April. We got engaged in February of 2023.
Do you remember the date?
I don't.
Okay.
I want to forget the date. I don't remember. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's February.
Okay. So at some point in February of 2023, you get engaged. And then did you ultimately apply to get married?
Yes.
Can you tell us, prior to getting married, did you have to fill out paperwork for that?
Yes, he filled out the paperwork. And I think it was an online application.
Okay. And as a result, at this time, I'm going to show her 1.92.
Just going to pause there. Loba, Volcano said, flowers sent after the murder. I've got to pay attention to that date again. Also, so earlier, Ali B from Tennessee mentioned Laura Richards. She's a criminal behavioral analyst, and she is a internationally recognized expert known for her expertise in domestic violence, stalking, sexual violence, homicide, and risk assessment, and particularly coercive control. Now, I've done some courses with her as well, which are available too if you go to check out, I think it's thelaurarichards.com, right? She's got a podcast and everything as well. And she, in her courses, will be like, yeah, this is a huge red flag. If somebody wants to know where you live really quickly, firstly, if they're fishing for you on dating sites, unfortunately, that's risky, right? And then if they like slide into your DMs, and then now they're trying to conjure up your empathy. And then if they love bomb you, this guy is like, check, want to know where you live, want to come and visit you where you live, like very fast. And when everything's going at this rapid pace, it's a huge red flag. And the problem is that the love bombing, often when they target individuals who are vulnerable, works. And in this case, very sadly, it worked, because he bought the tires, he bought her flowers, and by February of 2023, they were engaged. He proposed. But remember, Samantha said in December, he was already like, I'm coming through, I'm doing a long drive, I'm going to come visit you. And she's like, he didn't stay with me because it's like the first time I met him. But by February, he'd already love bombed her so much and conjured up all these feelings that she said yes to marrying him. So it's a lesson, right? We're not blaming Samantha. It's what they do. It's what these coercive controllers and predators do. It's like their MO. Giovanna said, treats for beautiful fury, Willow and Pepper. Thank you so much. They are so spoiled. Sure, this is such interesting testimony. I'm so glad that they were able to get Samantha on the stand as well, right?
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the marriage license application that was submitted for our marriage.
Okay. And do you recognize that to be just a photocopy of the original?
Yes.
At this time, I would seek to introduce one point, I believe, is that 9-2?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Can we please publish that? Thank you. And does that reference your names at the top of that?
Yes.
And was it required to indicate how many marriages this was for you?
Yes.
And does it indicate how many it was for Mr. Stark?
Yes.
And what was that?
He wrote that it was his second.
Did he indicate how his last marriage ended?
Yes.
And how was that?
Death.
And did he give a date of her death?
December 1st, 2020.
Stop it. December 1st of 2020 is even just making up a date of his he said his first wife's death. He was married to a lady called Heather, which the defense said she's going to testify too. So that'll be interesting. Heather is who Nicholas Kassotis owed $1.5 million to in a divorce settlement that she won months before Mindi, his second wife, was murdered. So it was his wives were Heather, Mindi, and then Samantha. But he's writing on there that his wife died on this application to get married. Whoa, in December of 2020? Oh my goodness.
And this was issued when?
April 13th, 2023.
Did it reference the names of his parents?
Yes, this is who he said were his biological parents. Edward Williams as his father, living in the UK, and Susan Fox, living in California, as his mother.
Did you understand that to be who he claimed were which parents, the adopted or the biological?
Biological parents that he had connected with and found out, later in life, as an adult. That's who I thought they were.
Does this also reflect the date that it was initially filed?
Yes, April 10th, 2023.
And did both you and Mr. Stark have to sign that document?
Yes.
And did you?
Yes.
Those are both of your signatures?
Yes.
Okay. And that, of course, is your name also at the top, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, did you subsequently actually get married?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that was also sometime in April?
Yes, that was in April 2023, I believe late April.
Okay. And prior to getting married, did you and Mr. Stark discuss your living arrangements? What
Yes.
you were going to do after you got married?
Yes.
Okay. What was the plan?
He was going to move to PA and he wanted to buy a house, and then he said that we would both live in that house together. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And as a result of that, who was going to pay for the house?
Nick Stark.
Okay. Did he indicate to you whether he was financially in a position to be able to afford the house without your assistance?
Yeah, that over time, but yes, yes, he said he was able to do that.
Okay, so he was going to be the one buying it.
Correct.
Okay. Was he responsible then for the arrangements for the finances?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you tell the jury, did you in fact start looking for houses together?
Yes.
Did you find any?
We did. At first, we were looking at houses for him because he said he was going to move to PA. And so it was just a house for him. And then as our relationship progressed, we started looking together. And we did. We found several that we liked, and then we landed on one, so to speak, or chose one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did that ultimately result in an offer, acceptance, and a closing?
It resulted in an offer. He made an offer. I believe the offer was accepted. Mm-hmm. And if I'm thinking about it, it's because I'm not like real estate. I've never bought a house before. And I think he had put like a deposit or whatever, earnest money, whatever it's called in real estate. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was there an actual closing date scheduled?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know when that was?
Yes.
When was that?
March 20th, 2023.
And why do you remember that date specifically?
It was a traumatic day.
What happened?
We were supposed to close that day, and in the morning I was still in bed. We were staying together at an Airbnb in Pennsylvania. I was still in bed, and he woke me up, and he said he looked like he had already been up for a bit, totally dressed, and he said that he was going to go run some errands and pick up the check for the closing, the cashier's check, and that he would be back before closing.
Do you remember when the closing was supposed to be?
I think it was around noon, but I'm not positive. I don't remember the exact hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it was sometime during the day?
Yep, sometime during the day.
Okay.
Yes.
And he left to go get the check?
Yes.
Was he supposed to come back to the house?
Yes, he was. Yes,
Okay.
before closing. Yeah.
Did he have a car at that time?
Yes.
Do you know what type of car it was?
I believe it was, I could definitely recognize it if I saw it. I believe it was a Ford. It was kind of like an SUV, a larger SUV. I want to say it was a Ford Explorer.
Okay.
And I believe it was green.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, he left.
Oh my word. That's when he burnt the car. Oh my. Okay, let's hear it.
To go pick up the check.
Yes.
And was supposed to come home?
Yes.
Did he come home in timely fashion?
No.
What happened?
He wasn't at home when I thought, he probably should have been. Like, it was getting closer and closer to the closing time. And so I started texting him, like, on WhatsApp, like, hey, are you okay? Is everything okay? Because it felt unusual. And then I started calling him, and I wasn't getting through to him. It was either going, like, right to voicemail or just, like, clicking off. The connection was clicking off. And then I got a very alarming text message from him.
Okay.
And it said, or WhatsApp message, same thing. It said, my car buddy, because I think autocorrect, I just remember this text. It said, my car, buddy, into flames. And of course, like reading that message, I'm like, buddy burst, you know, like the autocorrect. And I was just, that's such a strange message to ever receive. But, you know, so then I'm like calling him frantically, and I didn't get through to him. I got through to, or I might have gotten through to him for a second, and then he like handed the phone off. But then I talked to a paramedic or an EMT, some kind of like medical professional.
Was at the scene with him?
Yes, correct.
Okay. At that point, you said that he had been on his way to the bank. Is that right?
That's what he told. He said he had to run like some errands and also pick up the cashier's check or registered check from the bank, from Citizens Bank. Yep.
Did you know how?
Okay, so they were going to close on a house that day, March 20th of 2023. Oh my goodness. So Mindi was murdered November between the 27th and 29th of 2022. Her remains were discovered December 2nd of 2022 between the 2nd and the 7th. Dismembered remains, but no one knew who the remains belonged to until May of 2023. In the meantime, him thinking, allegedly, that he got away with this. It's very hard to just say allegedly at this point. Oh my word, like this guy lies so much. Okay. So then after his wife, Mindi, is murdered and dismembered, he's accused of doing it. At this point, he's still presumed innocent or proven guilty. He then decides, you know what, I'm just going to go to Pennsylvania and buy this new lady that I slid into her DMs to tires, bouquet of flowers. I'm going to propose to her in February of 2023. She says yes. They're now living in Airbnbs. He's got a whole new name. He's, I don't know, saying his biological parents are Edward Williams and Susan Fox, which I don't think that's true either. It's just names to put on a marriage certificate, right? With his fake name too, as Nicholas Stark. And then when they're about to close on a house on March 20th of 2023, he's like, oh no, it's on my way to the bank to pick up that check. Didn't make the closing because you know what? My car burst into flames. Wow. That is quite something. It's quite interesting to now know, because I was thinking, how would he randomly, what day would he pick? Why would the car burst into flames? On which day? Oh my word, the day that he's supposed to close on a house? Wow.
How much the check was for?
I do not remember the exact amount, but I can tell you it was something like, it was a large amount. It was $800,000, I want to say, or $850. It was a very large amount of money. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So is your understanding that he was picking up the check and that he had been involved in a car fire of some sort?
Car accident is what I was thinking at that time.
You thought car accident, okay.
You know, because even reading I was like, I couldn't really fathom what had actually happened, you know?
Right.
But yes, some kind of car incident.
Did you know if the car was new?
I think it was pretty new. I don't think it was an old car.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, did he go to the hospital?
So that's something, I asked the EMT or the paramedic, and I said, is he going to the hospital? Like, you know, like what hospital can I meet him at? Those kinds of things. And she said, he doesn't want to go to the hospital. And I said, but are you, like, should he? Is he okay? You know, like I was asking like those kind of caring, concern questions. And I still didn't really grasp I didn't grasp what had happened to the car or how like severe it was, because I remember asking the paramedic or the EMT, I said, can you make sure, you know, he gets all of his things out of the car? And she kind of, I don't want to say chuckled. It wasn't like she was amused, but she was just like, I can try, but I don't think there's anything left in that car. And hearing that, I still was like a little bit confused. You know, I didn't understand the scope. And then, you know, I asked, you know, are you sure he's okay to not go to the hospital? And she said, well, he doesn't want to go. Like, we can't, you know, yeah, he's going to,
I want to know where Rusty is, right? Also, Nicholas's security team had sent Mindi's parents an email, and that was in February of 2023, based on their testimony yesterday, claiming that Nicholas was in a car accident and that he was in a coma and later died. So he told Mindi's parents, this is Samantha, wife 3, okay? the wife that he's accused of murdering and dismembering, her parents, he told them that he told his security team told them that he was in a car accident a month before this car was even bursting into flames, right? And that he was in a car accident, he was in a coma, and later the security team said, sorry, he died. Wow. Like, this is so crazy. I can't believe he's even sitting there with a straight face like that right now. I can't believe he could just sit there listening to all this, just like, you said all that.
Just wants to go back to you or whatever, or home, you know.
When he got home, did you take him to the hospital?
Yes, I insisted on taking him to the hospital. I was concerned about him.
Why?
Well, when he walked through the door of the Airbnb, he was like crying a little. He was shaking. He had some, like, he looked a little burned, like on his face. Like he was missing, I want to say like half an eyebrow. Like
Okay.
he had, yeah.
Okay. As a result, I'm going to show you 1.91. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That would be his medical bracelet, like the bracelets they put on you at hospitals, and that was from his when I took him to the hospital. Yeah.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I would like to introduce that exhibit 1.91, I believe.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted without objection.
I'm going to publish it. Did that reflect the admission date on it right there?
Yes. Yes, March 20th, 2023. Yep.
Thank you. That was the day of the closing as well?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And at that point, do you know what happened with respect to the car? In terms of the insurance? How did that go?
I still don't. Oh, you mean like the insurance? I don't know. I still don't know what happened really. We went to the hospital, and then I had asked him, did you call insurance? And he said no, and I'm thinking he's in shock, and so I, encouraged him to do so. I said, well, you should report that, to your insurance company that you had an accident or a fire or whatever it was. And so I believe he did that, yes.
Okay. But initially it was your impression that he had not.
Correct. He was acting, I thought he was in shock because he wasn't doing the things that I had always been told to do if you have a car accident. And that was strange for him because he was usually such a intelligent, put together person. Like it just seemed odd. Like photos. I had asked him a day or two after the fire, I said, did you take any photos of your car? The damage. And he said, no. And he said, do you think I should? And I said, I remember specifically saying this to him. I said, Nick, you're a lawyer. I said, what would you advise a client to do? And he said, oh yeah, I guess you're right. I'll go take photos. And so then he went and took photos, and it was the photos that he showed me that I finally realized the extent of the damage to this car, and I was horrified.
Did you see the photographs yourself?
Yes.
How bad was the car?
As bad as you could possibly imagine. There was nothing, it was just a frame, it looked like, of the car left, like a metal frame.
There was nothing left of the car.
Yes, and then it made sense with the paramedic, her reaction, when I had asked to get his things out of the car.
After the incident.
So I'm glad we've got these screenshots, right? So we can look at it because they should be showing it. I don't know if they're still gonna, but look at it. Look at the car. Look at the condition of the car. And then he's like, should I have taken pictures? I like how Samantha's like, you're a lawyer, right? Like, what do you mean? What would you tell a client to do? Also earlier, Johnny Desan said, Mindi possibly confronted him of his lies, triggered like Chandler. Yes, it does seem to be, that would be a more plausible motive to me as well. That not only, yes, did he owe the first wife $1.5 million and it seemed to be he was running from her, and he didn't want to probably get divorced again because then he'd owe a second wife money too. But I think that as well. I think it's a plausible speculation that Mindi possibly confronted him. because of the lies. Maybe she caught on eventually, like, what the hell is going on here? And maybe he was triggered like Chandler. Now, Chandler is Chandler Halderson. If you've never heard of that case, I mean, that's also a complete pathological lying dismemberer. He killed and dismembered his parents. And can you believe, side note, that Chandler Halderson, Chris Watts, and Maxwell Anderson are all in the same prison right now? But yeah, so it's got very similar vibes to that.
With the car, did you follow through? Because that happened, you said March 20th of 23.
Yes.
Did you follow through with your plans to get married?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when we showed you the marriage license, is that correct? Or the application?
Yep. Yes.
Okay.
Married at the end of April, divorced by August of 2023, because he was
Did
arrested
you know
in May.
a woman by the name of Heather Thomas? Had he ever mentioned a
No.
woman by that name?
He mentioned he had a girlfriend named Heather. He said it was just a girlfriend. He said she had wanted to marry him and he did not want to, and they broke up, and that it was a messy breakup. That's what he had said.
Never told you that was his wife?
No.
Never told you that he had divorced her?
No.
Did you know if he owed her any money?
No. He told me he was debt free. He told me he owed nobody nothing.
He said he didn't know anything.
That's correct. He said he was completely debt free.
During your relationship with him, did you discuss having children, the two of you?
Yes.
Did that seem important to him?
Very much so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, did you make any arrangements to try and get pregnant?
Yes, around the time we got married. Yep.
Can you tell the jury what you did?
I went to a preconception appointment at my with a certified midwife at my OB office. Yep.
Okay. So that was right around what point in time?
Right around the date of our marriage. Yep.
Okay. So that was right away.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you've testified that you had no idea that Mr. Kassotis had a first wife, no less a second wife, correct?
That's correct.
And
that he didn't have. I testified that he didn't have. What do you mean by that?
let me clarify that. It was your testimony that you didn't know that his wife was alive when he first met you.
Yeah, no, I did not know that.
And at this point, you didn't know either that there was potentially a first wife named Heather Thomas.
Right, that's what I thought you were. Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't know he had a wife before.
Okay, can you tell us how you came to learn of those things?
I came to learn of those things through over the course of several conversations with Agent Tracy Sands of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation after Nick was arrested.
Do you see Agent Sands here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for us?
He's right there next to you. Yep, in the middle. Yeah.
If the record can so reflect.
There he is. Hi, Agent Sands. I hope we see him testify. I think we will today. Miss Dunner said, yikes. I know, right? No, what was I going to say? Damn it, man. Oh, yeah. They got married in April. No, I think it was April 21st of 2023. And by May 12th, he was arrested. Whoa. And charged with Mindy's murder, with dismemberment, with all of the charges that he's facing now. He's facing 12 counts, right? And facing a maximum of life without parole if convicted after this trial. Also, so that would mean that they were only married for a few weeks. And then here comes the police to arrest him. That must have been such a shock for Samantha. Like, wait, what? Yeah, and arrested for what? Oh, my goodness. Also, she did divorce him, as you could see from the banner. The divorce went through in August of 2023.
And can you tell us, how did it make you feel learning that he had not only the first wife who had passed, but the second wife from before her?
I don't think words will ever capture how I felt, but I felt if I had to choose some words, I'd say horrified, shocked, traumatized, violated, deceived.
What did you do?
In the days that followed his arrest, I contacted Agent Sands multiple times. Tried to, after learning that, I tried to be as helpful as I could be, because I was horrified. And so in the days that followed, I took pictures of all the belongings that he had in the Airbnb and sent the photos to Agent Sands and asked if they needed anything of his belongings. And they requested some of those, and I had them shipped to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. And then I also, like his laptops, his phones, and when I say laptops and phones, because he had one for work, one for personal, and then I also started looking messages, emails, anything that I thought the Georgia Bureau of Investigation might want to see. It was just, I was still in shock, but I knew that I wanted to be helpful because what I was hearing was so horrifying and I had no idea. And so I was trying to be as helpful in those immediate days as I could be.
What did you do about your marriage?
I wanted it annulled because I felt like the marriage and everything in the marriage was not consensual because of his fraud, and I wanted it annulled. And annulment in Pennsylvania is very difficult. It's very, very rigid about the requirements to get an annulment. It has to be fraud or like some very specific other things. So it was very hard to get a lawyer who would actually even pursue it, but I did get one, and we filed for an annulment and a divorce at the same time in case the annulment wouldn't go through. There are not a lot of annulments in Pennsylvania, to my understanding. And then I had to wait several months before we could go to a hearing, and we went to a hearing at a court of common pleas in Pennsylvania. And
did you get an annulment?
And the judge, yes, the judge in Pennsylvania granted my annulment on the basis of his fraud. And so that was that's very rare in Pennsylvania that they do
thank
that.
goodness.
So the marriage was declared null and void because he committed fraud against me.
Yes, I mean, one would hope, that they would grant the annulment. Everything was a lie. Even his identity, everything about him. My goodness.
Do you know whatever happened to the house that you were supposed to buy?
I have no idea.
Did you ever buy it?
No.
Did you ever move into a house that he purchased?
No.
Did you ever see that check that was supposed to be picked up?
No, he said the check burned in the car fire. The cashier's check.
Oh my word. Unfortunately, that check burned, he said. The plans that this guy came up with, it's really frightening.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Weinstein, cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Klesner. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Nick Kassotis. I just have a question for you about the down payment on the home. Do you recall Nick Kassotis putting a $50,000 down payment on that house?
He said he did, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Shame. I'm so glad that she testified, that the marriage got annulled. I hope she'll be okay because she got divorced before she met him.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been over 2 hours, so we'll go ahead and take a morning break. If you'll step out with the bailiffs, please.
Who misses Kyle, the bailiff in Tennessee? Huh? Was that from the Sean Finnegan trial or what? Everybody stand, please. Used to love that. We're gonna skip over this break in a moment. I just want to see if they say anything. Is this his mom? I mean, we don't know, but Betsy said that his mom and dad are right behind him, so I can only assume so.
All right, the jury's out. We're in recess.
Okay, so let's go forward, everyone.
Don't waste any time.
Okay.
All right, if everyone would please be seated, please call the next witness.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for permission to go a little bit out of order so that we don't waste any time,
Sure.
if that's possible. What exhibit number are we up to? For 1.100, I believe, correct? Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to call Agent Tracy Sands.
All right.
Agent Sands, finally, okay. Johnny says, Grizzlies don't do lunch. Well, I mean, we are bears, right? We don't have to eat every hour, right? But that was just a morning break. We're still going to skip over the lunch break, which actually they're still busy with right now in real time. So Agent Sands taking the stand, Nubian Max UK, thank you so much for your £10 sticker. Also, David said, and this is from a woman that wrote dark stories and horror fiction. Yeah, she was horrified. You know, when they like describe how you felt, like absolutely horrified. Can you imagine? Wow, so shame. Poor Samantha.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Good morning, Agent Sands.
Good morning.
Can you please spell your name for the court reporter?
Tracy is Tracy. Last name Sands, Sands.
And Agent Sands, where do you work?
I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I work with the Region 5 Field Office, which covers Liberty County, although our office is in Statesboro.
And just for this portion of your testimony, we're going to be discussing the audio statements that were preserved in connection with Mr. Kassotis.
Okay.
As a result of being a member of law enforcement, did there come a time when you took some arrest warrants in this case?
I did.
And when you took those arrest warrants, did they ultimately result in the arrest of Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was he arrested?
Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
And do you recall the date?
Would have been May the 11th or 12th.
Okay.
Somewhere in that area.
Would it be of 2022 or 3?
23.
Okay. And at that point, did you have an opportunity to speak with him after he had been arrested?
12th.
Okay. So on May 12th of 2023, he was arrested, and subsequently, did you speak with him after his arrest?
Well, I actually had to fly to Pennsylvania first, so I met with him the following day, which would have been May the 13th.
Okay. Pennsylvania is not your location, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So how did the arrangements get made for where you were going to have the interview?
We called ahead and requested assistance. We had been working with the Pennsylvania State Police, U.S. Marshals, as FBI, as well as others. So we contacted the facility he was housed at and requested to schedule an interview as soon as we could arrive.
And as a result of that scheduling, did you have an opportunity to sit down with him?
I did.
Who was present?
Detective Jack Frost with the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. He's now Investigator Frost.
And were you also, of course, there?
Yes, ma'am.
And who else was the interview subject?
Yes. Mr. Kassotis was there at that time.
Okay, and if the record can reflect, he is indicated towards the defendant. At that time, did you sit down with him, with Investigator Frost and yourself?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and was that a situation where you were able to record that interview?
We did. We were anticipating a video recording, but I always carry an audio recorder just in case as a backup, and we actually used an audio recording device at that time.
Okay, did you have access to a video recorder at the time?
Not there. Like I say, it was a very large facility, so I anticipated one being there, but once we got in the room, they had actually put us, it was more like a closet than an interview room.
Okay. And did you in fact record it?
I did.
Okay. And previously you heard some testimony concerning Investigator Frost discussing the Miranda waivers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you 2.19. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That is our standard GBI waiver of rights forms.
Okay. And what is the intent of using that form?
To advise the person being interviewed of their Miranda rights.
Okay. Was this unique in this case with respect to Miranda rights?
It was. Over my 30-year career, I can only think of a handful of attorneys that I had interviewed.
Okay. And as far as you knew, what was Mr. Kassotis' former employment?
He was a judge advocate general with the Navy.
And in that capacity, does that handle criminal matters?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that act in the form of a prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am. My understanding is they act as prosecutors and defense, depending on which case is assigned.
Okay. So at that time, did you follow the same protocols, irrespective of the fact that he was previously a lawyer or was a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am. He was a suspect in custody, so we advised him of his Miranda rights.
Okay. And are those rights documented on that form?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Who read him his rights?
I read him his rights.
Okay. And is that captured on the audio?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you in any way threaten Mr. Kassotis?
I did not.
Did you offer him some benefit in order to give a statement?
I did not.
And everything that was said, is that on the audio?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, prior to coming in, did you have an opportunity to listen to that audio again to confirm that it was the audio recording in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am, numerous times.
Okay. And is that a complete and accurate recording of what occurred and transpired on May 13th of 2023 in Lancaster, Pennsylvania?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the USB that I physically have it on be marked itself. There are other exhibits on it, Your Honor, so I will go through that with counsel prior to the jury, but I would ask, I guess our next one is 1.101. So I will mark the USB with that sticker, if that's okay. And just so the record is clear, Your Honor, there is a folder on Exhibit 1.101 that reflects statements, and it reflects the date of May 13th, 2023, just to distinguish it.
Thank you.
Agent Sands, do you know approximately how long that initial interview was?
It was over 2 hours.
Okay. For the purposes of today, Your Honor, I'm going to try and break that up.
Damn, you spoke for 2 hours. He's a confident liar.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'd now seek to tender 1.101, the file referencing May 13, 2023, Nicholas Killian James Stark.
Any objection? No objection. It is admitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to play the audio.
Okay.
You can just tell me when you're ready, madam.
Yeah. Hey, sorry. Jack Cross on the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. Hi. Hey, where? Liberty County Sheriff's Office. Okay.
Cars. When they had to get to the car, I'm going to let you carry them back here or not, but it's not either way. That way, if you can later.
Okay.
You can get in touch with us. I can go from there. As you know, you read your rights.
Yeah, absolutely. The no water was pretty low. If you need one. Thank you. Yes.
And what's your name again?
Nicholas Stark.
You have a middle name?
I have two middle names. Killian, K-I-L-I-A-N. James.
Okay.
Not him in his name.
And how old are you?
I'm 40 years old.
40. Okay. And what address are you using?
590 Centerville Road, number 345, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, 17601.
Okay. And I know you were an attorney, so years of schooling?
I mean, I got a postgraduate law degree too, so
okay.
I don't know, close to 20, I think.
Okay.
12, 16, 19, 21 actually.
Okay. I'll put 21 years and a law degree. Okay. As I told you, I'm a special agent with GBI. He's actually a detective with the Liberty County Sheriff's Office because I have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that, right?
Yes, I do.
It's kind of funny asking you that.
No, it's all right.
Anything I say can be used against me in court of law.
Yes.
Have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present when while being questioned.
Yes.
If I cannot afford to hire a lawyer, will be appointed to represent me for any questioning if I wish.
Yes.
I can decide at any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements.
Yes.
So to understand my rights, having these rights in mind, I'm willing now to talk to this law enforcement officer.
Yes.
First drive from the airplane, so take me a second.
No, that's all right.
I have not been threatened, promised anything, forced in any way to answer any questions or make any statements.
Yes.
Are you willing to talk to us?
I am.
You don't want to read my notes?
No, please.
And I noticed I didn't have any video in here or anything. So,
Yeah,
so
but you're recording. Yeah, no, that's.
I'm not trying to hide or something.
No, I'm sorry.
And I know yesterday was kind of a surprise, all the stuff going on with you. You've been advised of what it was in reference to, correct?
Just very, very briefly.
Okay. This is in reference to the death of Mindi.
Yes.
And at that time she was your wife, correct?
Yes, she was.
All right. Let's start. Let's go back to, let's say, 2018.
Okay.
What happened in your life in 2018? I know you've been through a lot of changes in time, but...
Yeah. In 2018, we started undergoing a campaign of harassment.
Okay.
It started with money going missing from our accounts, and escalated to vandalism at the house of our vehicles, threats against us.
And where were you living at that time? I know
Alexandria, Virginia.
Alexandria? Okay. Did you make any police reports?
We both made an FBI report, but we did not make a police report.
FBI report, okay. And that was vandalism and money?
Yes.
What type of vandalism? Like painting or like...
No, broken stuff, nails and tires, rocks through windows. I was getting anonymous emails and text messages threatening to kill me.
Okay. And then what happened?
Trying to get my timeline right. This went on for a long time.
Okay.
Getting worse, it would get a little better, it would get worse. In late 2019, we left Alexandria and went to Charlottesville. We were hoping, find out, you know.
Any quiet place?
Yeah. Hoping that it would be better. Within, I think, a day or two of arriving there, I was assaulted.
And how were you assaulted?
With a bat or something similar. We had found a place that we could rent for a while, and I had gone there to move some stuff in, and somebody was waiting. There's I believe it was Nelson County. It was I forget what county it was, but.
Do you have any idea who it would have been?
I believe it was Wayne Kassotis.
And who is Wayne?
Wayne is my father.
Okay.
And we had been told, but this is kind of. We'd been contacted by somebody who initially told us that he was with the FBI. He showed up one day and talked to Mindi, and then later told us he was not. But for years served as. I'm not exactly sure what that conversation was. I wasn't there for it. But for years has served as a advisor to us in terms of safety. And he told us that he believed that Wayne was at the center of the.
So Mindi talked to him, but you didn't?
I talked to him later. I did not talk to him the first time he came to the house.
But so he first said he was with FBI?
I believe that was her understanding. Was that he said he was with the FBI.
But later he clarified
that he was not.
Okay.
But he had said that he thought it would be a good idea for us to leave the area of Alexandria, went to Charlottesville, and didn't even make it. I forget if it was one or two. I forget exactly when we got down there. I had 3 broken ribs, I believe, and we.
Was there a police report on you?
There was not. I called them last fall, and was told that, given the fact that I hadn't actually seen him, and that I was going off of just kind of like the sound. I mean, he's somebody I'm familiar with. The sound of the person, the sounds of the person made it sounded like him to me.
Okay.
We were really unsure what to do at that point. We bounced around the Charlottesville area for about a month.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, close to 2 months. Close to 2 months. And then had a conversation and decided that we were going to go to Hilton Head for the holidays.
Now, were you still in the Navy then?
No, I was in the process of, and I forget exactly when I got the paperwork. And
I got the paperwork and stuff, and I'm not trying to figure it out. I'm just trying to help my.
Yeah, no. So I hadn't gotten my discharge paperwork yet, but I went to a Navy clinic.
Okay.
But I had not.
I got your official paperwork.
Yeah. I believe at that point I thought I was still a reservist, and I forget exactly what the date was that the reserve discharge came through.
That's no problem. But y'all were around Charlottesville for around 2 months.
Yeah, around 2 months.
And then you moved to Hilton Head.
Yes.
Do you remember what year that was?
That was Christmas 2019.
Okay.
We arrived Christmas Eve.
And was that when y'all lived with this brother, her brother?
No.
You didn't live. Y'all just had an initial, you and her. There was nobody else then, right?
Yeah. So for several months it was just the two of us. So this is now early 2020. He stayed in kind of a variety of places. And I want to say it was April. Her parents and her youngest brother moved into a rental that we had. Her father had a knee surgery, and he needed a place where he could recover without stairs. And at the time they had been living with her middle brother and his wife, but his house was.
So she has 3 brothers?
No, she has 2 brothers.
2 brothers.
Sorry. Yeah.
You said middle also?
Yeah. He's the middle child.
Okay.
There was Mindy was the oldest. Frank was, I think, about 3 years younger than her, and then Matthew was, I believe, about 21 years younger than her.
Okay.
He was a late in life surprise for her parents. Okay, so we lived with them for 2 months or so, or give or take. Mindy and her father had an argument. She was kind of unhappy with their response to us moving, and then we lived by ourselves for quite a while. We were up in we were in Hilton Head for I think only about a week at this point, more. And we went to Charleston, and we were down in the Beaufort area. Buford?
Yeah, Buford's good.
Buford's good? Okay, sorry. I don't say it. And then in February of 2021, we moved in with her brother and his wife.
Okay.
And their mother was living there as well.
Okay. So Mindy's mother?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But her father, where was her father at the time?
Her father was in, I believe it's called Dublin, Georgia.
Okay.
So Matthew is a bit of a baseball star, and was going. At that point, he was going to high school there.
Okay.
And now he's going to a junior college somewhere.
Okay.
South Georgia State, possibly. It's probably. We lived with Frank and Megan for over a year.
Okay.
We had originally thought it would be a short time, but given other things in our life, we felt that that was a good place for us to be, and we wanted to stay with them, kind of into the future.
And what were y'all doing at that time for employment?
Mindy working? Mindy was not working. Neither of us were working per se. I was working on a piece of software, analysis of what it was doing on behalf of this advisor, and with the understanding that there would be finished.
Did that ever come forward, or was that still pending?
That was still pending when I, kind of cut ties with him.
Okay. So you're still developing it now. I mean, it's not like a product somewhere else. You're still working on it.
I'm still working on it. I don't know where it is at this time.
But you're not working on it.
No.
Okay. Then what happened?
We had several conversations both with him about payment and with Frank and Megan about living situations and finding houses to live in, and Frank and Megan got to a point where they felt that it was all taking too long, and they did not want to continue planning. They wanted to put their house on the market.
Okay, what was the guy's name, the software guy that you were communicating?
He goes by Jim to me.
Jim?
Jim.
Jim, okay.
Yes. The last name McIntyre.
Okay.
I quite honestly, I feel like he's lied to me so much that
Have you ever met him in person?
I have met him in person, yes.
Where'd you meet?
I've met him multiple times. He's shown up at places where we were, told us that he thought it was time for us to move, to find a better place.
But the plan was for him to buy the software.
Yes.
Or help facilitate it to sell. Okay. Okay. Then what happened?
I believe it was June 2021. We had been told multiple times that we would have a rental, set up in our names locally, where we and Mindy's parents could move.
And that was Jim telling you that?
Yes.
Okay. Then what happened?
Frank, after one of the times that we'd been told that we'd be out by a certain date, and came and went, Frank got very upset and filed for eviction for Mindy and I.
And was that the father or the son?
I'm sorry, the son.
Okay.
Who owned the house.
Okay.
At this point, the father was living in the house. He had moved in, I guess, October 2021-ish.
Okay. So you were evicted by
the son. Yeah, Mindy's brother.
Then what happened?
Her parents put us up in a hotel for a week in Savannah.
Okay.
We waited for we were really upset with how things had gone. We felt like we were kind of abandoned.
Okay.
And Jim said that if we could continue working together, he would have more control. He would, So we rented in an Airbnb in Savannah.
Okay.
There was 2 bedrooms. It was big enough for us and for Mindy's parents to stay there as well.
Do you remember the address or?
It was on 65th Street,
Okay.
but I don't remember the number.
Okay. Then what happened?
We were. I guess one of a constant issue with Jim was him telling us things or asking us to lie on his behalf, and and not following through. It causing issues.
And what sort of lies? He was asking you to lie on his behalf. What do you mean by it?
Sometimes it was a matter of like telling us stuff that I have reason to doubt, that my parents were not actually my parents. Sometimes it was.
So he told you that your parents weren't your parents.
Yes.
Okay. And how did he get that? What was his source of the information?
He had me take a DNA test,
okay,
and told me that the result that he had gotten a sample from them.
Okay.
He would put me on the phone with people he said were investigators that I questioned whether they were.
Do you remember what company the DNA test was? Was it like Ancestry or?
No, so I didn't.
You just never saw it.
Yeah, he swabbed it. He took it. He took it off, and then told me, at a later time that I was not related to them.
Okay.
But one of the issues.
What was your reason for allowing him to do that? I'm kind of following you. Why would you want Jim to know your family? Why would you give him your DNA?
I trusted him a lot throughout this. I felt like he was keeping us safe, and that he was, when he took this, it was probably. Fall 2020, yes, late summer, early fall 2020.
Okay. And then what happened?
So one of the issues when we were living with Frank and Megan was that a rather large issue was that we've been trying to have a child. I think Mindi had thought that she might be pregnant. She had taken a test that was positive, but it was very early in July of 2020.
July of 2020?
I'm sorry, July of 2021. We were living with them.
Okay.
She.
Now, was that at 65th Street?
No. This is, we didn't get to 65th Street until July 2022.
Okay.
I think July 2022. June, July, somewhere in there.
Okay.
July 2021, we went to the emergency room because she had some bleeding.
And y'all would have been living in Hilton Head then?
Yeah.
Okay. So went to ER.
Went to the ER.
Now, were you getting like your military unit? Was it TRICARE?
No. At this point, we were.
Benefits.
Yeah, we did not have benefits. We were. We were using just like Medicare, Medicaid, whichever. One's for if you're old, and one's for if you're not making money at that time. that was the money one.
Okay.
Okay, don't worry, I'm writing things down. So if you have questions after, if you've got earphones, it helps so much. You can hear this so well. I can hear everything. So put some earphones on if you can find them, if you have them around you. Annie Brown, thank you so much for the sticker. I just wanted to tell you that this is Samantha, the third wife, who had the marriage annulled, right? We just saw her testify before Adrian Sands testified. So she's sitting there now in the courtroom listening to all of this and just trying to process. You can see it. She's trying to absorb all of this information and process it. Now, some of the things that he says is accurate in the timeline of things. Other things, not so much. So we can maybe discuss that after.
Y'all had never really source of income.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we were,
Okay.
depending on Jim for a lot.
And I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but I want to clarify, make sure I get it right.
Yeah, no.
So July 21, she took the test.
Yeah, so or she'd taken the test sometime before, but she had some bleeding. July 2021, we went to the hospital learned that she was not pregnant. The woman we spoke to said it was likely a fairly early miscarriage.
And y'all met when? How many years ago?
Oh, Mindi and I?
Yeah.
We met in fall of 2015.
Okay. And you were married in?
October 2016.
Okay. And did y'all like start trying to have children then?
We didn't. I was transitioning out of the Navy, and we thought that we would take a couple of years, and then we kind of wound up in the thick of the shit that we were going through.
Life.
Yeah.
In Texas terms. What about so when did the rough decision that y'all really wanted to have kids start?
I think when we moved in with, we always said we wanted to have kids, and when we moved in with Frank and Megan, they had recently, probably 4 months before, had a daughter. Okay. And I think, seeing it and, it being her younger brother, it really, Mindi really wanted to start at that point. Okay. The situation was not ideal, but we thought we were moving towards, an ideal situation.
And she was getting older, and you were getting older.
Yeah, exactly. She was slightly older than I was. So we went to the hospital. Learned that we had lost the baby, and contacted Jim, and he said, don't share that. Don't share what happened at the hospital. Just say everything's fine. 3 weeks later, Frank asked Mindi if she was pregnant, and she froze and said, she wasn't allowed to talk about it. And he gave her a big hug, and he's like, that's so great, and she was upset. Came to me. We sent a message to Jim, and he said, just let it go. Like, yes, like, sure. Say you're pregnant. You'll be pregnant soon, and by the time the timing all becomes clear, this will all be settled.
And so, how often would you message Jim?
Every day.
Every day. And how did you message him?
An app called Signal.
Okay.
It's an encrypted messaging app that he introduced me to.
Okay. And then, how often do you physically see him?
When we were at Frank and Megan's, we would not see him. But before that, it was probably once a month to once every 2 months.
Okay. And did you see him at Frank and Megan's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't see him in person for about 1.5 years from when we moved in with them, which he did not want us to do until we were in the hotel in Savannah.
Okay.
The first hotel, we were in 2 hotels there.
Okay. Do you remember the names of the hotels?
They were both La Quintas.
Okay.
We have a dog, or we had a dog. So that the dog is still alive. But,
what's the dog's name?
Rusty.
And that was the dog you had yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess the dog was at the house or was in the car with you?
He was at the house.
Okay, because I got pictures sent to me of the dog, so I was making sure.
Okay.
But he was
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, he's fine, and she said, but y'all had the dog Rusty then, so La Quintas is where you could stay.
Yeah, they have a really, I don't know if it's this doesn't matter, but I don't know if it's just these locations or if it's a wider thing, but they're really easy with dogs.
Okay. And he looked like a lab, but it's like a mixed lab?
I call him a lab mix.
Okay.
He looks kind of like a Carolina dog, which...
How long have you had him?
I adopted him in 2011 when I lived in Italy.
Okay.
He was...
I noticed 4 weeks old.
Yeah.
Getting great.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, back to y'all in hotels, La Quintas. Back at one time, you said that her parents paid, or was it both times they paid?
I think they paid. I think they paid for both initially.
Okay.
We were in one for just a couple of days, and then their weekend rates were significantly higher than the other one's weekend rates. So she moved us there and paid for another couple days. And then we called a couple of friends to ask them to pay while we were figuring stuff out. You know, at this point in time, you know, we had no car. We were. I had recently learned that my driver's license had been canceled by Virginia, because I guess if you I had set up a mailing address when we were moving in Florida. It was like one of those services that'll scan your mail. And you know, it just seemed like a good idea for us. We weren't exactly sure where we were going to land, and we'd had problems with our mail disappearing to the point where we initially got a PO box. But I guess if you change your license address to an out-of-state address, they cancel it. And by the time that letter caught up with me, like I mean, it was years later, and I was so yeah, we were in the La Quinta for I'm not exactly sure how long. I think, I don't know, a couple weeks.
And that was prior to moving to 60.
Yeah, that's prior. Yeah, we were at one that's kind of set up as a motel. They're not too. They're probably a couple miles apart. One's kind of set up like as a motel, like it all opens, to like exteriors, and then the second one was more of a traditional hotel. Okay. I think that might be called Midtown, but I'm not sure.
Didn't I have?
So we met with Jim. We said that we wanted access to our own money. We wanted a vehicle. Mindy. So at this point, Mindy had tested positive again as pregnant. Mm-hmm. Like we wanted her seeing a doctor of her choice.
And roughly when was that?
This is when we were at the hotel. This was our list of demands, so we didn't want to be depending on him for anything.
What year roughly?
Oh, so this was 2022.
2022.
Yeah.
She's pregnant, and around what month of 22?
Did she get pregnant?
Yeah.
She tested. She tested in May, but she had already been pregnant. We think or I was told she had already been pregnant for a little while.
Okay. Did she know if it was a boy or a girl, or?
We were told it was a girl.
Okay. And where were y'all told that?
After we left the hotel and got to 65th Street, there was a doctor who had come to the house that Mindy found, and he would meet with her, and she told me after one of her appointments that he had said that he'd done a test and that it was a girl.
Okay, said he had tested and it was a girl.
Yeah, I'm not sure what type of test it was. He would arrive with a bag and.
That's like a doctor's bag?
Yeah, a doctor's bag. Okay. And then he would see her in the...
What typically calls a doctor like that?
I don't know. Okay. So this was... She said that she wanted to find somebody, and...
Okay, so Mindy found him.
Mindy found him, Mindy contacted him, Mindy dealt with him. It was one of our other things.
I mean, there's like two of the doctor's offices in that area that they...
Yeah.
Do you know his name?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I ever got it. He talked to me very little.
Okay.
But he would come. She would talk to him.
How often had he came?
It varied. So when we,
How many times would you say you came up?
yeah, probably. I mean, we were there for 5 months. I guess probably about a dozen times. It wasn't all. So he came. He came more like earlier, and then later on he came. And in between there would be, sometimes it would be like once a month.
And he billed that to Medicare or Medicaid, whichever one's which, because I don't know which one either.
That was one of the only conversations I ever had with him. I filled out a form for that and put the number on it.
Okay. Okay, then what happened?
Probably October, mid to late October. Mindy's blood pressure started to get higher. She was very sensitive to medications. She'd been on Synthroid for years and had been told that she had to take the prescription only because there's less difference between the.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that was for thyroid problems?
Yeah. There's less difference between the doses and the generic. And that she was very sensitive. Like when she increased her dose, like she had to do it very, very slowly. She couldn't do like a normal dose. She had issues with muscle relaxants and beta blockers.
So muscle relaxers and beta blockers?
Yeah. She had what appeared to be allergic reactions to both.
So with the muscle relaxers, what were they for?
We've been in a bad car accident in October 2017.
Okay.
We were rear-ended at kind of high speed. And I saw the car coming up behind us and braced a little. She was in the passenger seat and nodded and kind of like twisted her. And
so she had some back problems.
Yeah. She got injections like into her disc.
Then what happened? And we're back with the blood pressure.
So the doctor told her that she should be on bed rest, that she should not be interacting with her parents. There had been a couple of kind of a couple of real arguments there. One was that we had considered moving to Atlanta because we thought her youngest brother, was going to be going to school there in the fall.
Okay. And they got upset over that?
No, we found it, and this had been, we'd been given like I think we'd been given like a hat for the school. He was Kennesaw State, and then we found out in late August that he'd actually failed all his classes and had lost his offer there.
Okay.
And we had been kind of thinking that was where we were gonna head.
Okay, but back to the no interaction with the parents. That he said they had a couple of arguments with over Matthew.
Yeah, that was one of them. And the other one was over them regularly seeing Frank and Megan. She was very upset about that. She felt that Frank had put us in a horrible position and had kind of betrayed us.
How did you feel about it?
I was extremely upset with Frank.
And she was upset too.
She was upset too. I think she was more upset. I kind of understood their situation. Like, at that point, Harper was their only grandchild, and do they not want to have a relationship with their grandchild? Like I don't know. I'm not a parent, but I can imagine this type of situation is pretty hard.
Okay. And then what happened? Placed on bed rest.
She's been placed on she's been placed on bed rest. I was having to check her blood pressure every night. I was given a little like digital sleeve that did it. Yeah. It was kind of nice. And then she would report that.
Tim, you said that y'all were in a 2-bedroom.
Yeah.
And she was not supposed to see her parents. How did that work out? Was she allowed to get here between, or how did that?
Not really well. Like, I mean, she would basically, there were kind of 2 living areas. Our bedrooms, like, were directly across from each other.
Okay.
With the only shared bathroom with a shower in between.
Okay.
So she would like send me messages like, hey, are they sitting kind of, so it was like an L-shaped house, so I would sit here kind of by the bedrooms and work, and there you had like this living area, dining area, the kitchen, and then it would jut towards the back, and there was like another living area.
So she kind of used you as her eyes.
Yeah, she'd be like, hey, like, are they sitting, either in their bedroom or like sitting back there, and...
Was it a big house?
No, sir.
So it made it difficult, didn't it?
It was not great.
And you said y'all were there for 5 months, roughly?
Roughly, yeah. We were discussing our options, with Jim, with them. They wanted to stay in the area. We wanted badly to leave the area. He said he would help find a suitable place for them until we got settled, and then we could potentially buy them something if that's what we decided to do. He said he wanted to get us to, we talked for some time about changing our names. He said that his plan was to have us go to Missouri for a brief time, change our names there with the court, and then to settle in kind of a rural area,
And this was Jim you're talking about?
Yeah. Okay. Near enough, medical, so that we could do all the baby stuff, but far enough that we would just kind of be, he said that he would tell us, to cut contact with people, to not tell them.
And at this point, he's really not giving you anything.
Yes, at this point, yeah.
So no money at all.
Right.
Okay. And that's Gino.
Yeah. Around Thanksgiving, the week of Thanksgiving, Mindi.
Let's just pause there, because now, finally, I mean, can you imagine the amount that he's talking? They have arrested him, right? May 12th of 2023. And they've read him his Miranda rights, and they want to talk to him about Mindi's death, and which was a murder, and she was found dismembered. Okay, and so he took all this time yakking about, what, like 2 years before that? It's amazing how much fluff he's given the cops, right? So what I'm going to do is quickly recap that, because then we really need to focus on this Thanksgiving weekend. So let's just, oh my goodness, I've written so many so many pages of this. I'm assuming you guys want to recap, right? Because it's a little bit difficult to hear. I'm trying to write down everything. So he said his name is Nicholas Stark and he's 40. I believe he's 43 now, so he was even lying about his name and his age. His name is Nicholas Kassotis, and he's reported as being 43 now. They said that they are speaking to him in reference to the death of Mindi. And he talks then about Nick Stark, Kassotis, talks about yeah, we both made an FBI report. I don't know, like, he's talking crap right off the bat, right? He says that they were getting, that there were threats. So he made an FBI report, not a police report. Why? Because he felt that his life was in danger and so was Mindy's. And so he was receiving anonymous emails, text messages, threats, death threats. He said people were threatening to kill me. In late 2019, he says that he and Mindy, that's his second wife. Wife number 1 is Heather, divorced. He owes her $1.5 million. Wife number 2, murdered and dismembered, Mindy. Wife number 3, Samantha, who testified today, marriage annulled. Okay, so Mindy. He says in late 2019, they left Alexandria and went to Charlottesville. He said he was assaulted when they arrived there with a bat or something similar. That's how he said it, a bat or something similar. He believes that this was Wayne, his father. Now remember on the marriage certificate, he wrote that his father's name is Edward Williams and his mother is Susan Fox. These were his real parents, that Jim McIntyre, his advisor, and I have to say it like this, if I had 2 hands I would. Okay, Jim McIntyre, his advisor, some guy who said that he worked for the FBI, was his permanent advisor. I mean, it sounds at this point like he was a public relations manager for him. As an FBI guy, he was assigned to managing Nicholas Kassotis' life, okay? Right. I mean, I won't be surprised if it turns out it was an actual boyfriend of Nicholas Kassotis' at this point. Anyway, so he might not exist at all. Option 1, he doesn't exist at all. Option 2, he was actually a lover who nobody knew about. That's where my mind is going. I don't think it's a guy working for the FBI. Anyway, so he said, yeah, they got to Charlottesville and he was assaulted there with a bat or something, and he believed it was Wayne, his own father. Now his father, that's his mother. Mother, and I think this is his father, sitting right behind him, listening to this crap. And he's telling everybody, well, now everybody's hearing it. He's telling the police that his father is the one who assaulted him. He thinks it was him, right? Now, he said, someone said that this Jim McIntyre was with the FBI, but then later said that maybe he wasn't, and he just felt that Jim was lying to him a lot. He though, put a lot of weight into all of Jim's advice. And so Jim advised Mindy and Nicholas to leave the area. He said, I had 3 broken ribs, I believe. I believe. Did you or didn't you have 3 broken ribs? He said the sound the person made sounded like him to me. Meaning, the sound that the person made, I think from what I interpret, was the sound that the person made while attacking him with a baseball bat or something. He thinks it was his father. Then they decided to go to Hilton Head. He then mentioned that there was this reserve discharge came through around Christmas of 2019. Now that was interesting because he left active duty on August 29th of 2019 because he was a JAG officer in the Navy. But here he's talking about a reserve discharge. So I wonder if he was discharged, you know what I mean? Did he leave on his own accord, or is there more to that story? Was he like forced to leave, you know what I mean? He says that was Christmas 2019, so that checks out. He said for several months it was just the 2 of us. Then in early 2020 we stayed in a variety of places. Then he talked about Mindy being the eldest child, Frank, her middle brother, and then Matthew, the younger brother. That checks out. That's correct based on what Mindy's parents testified. He said that they lived with one of the brothers for about 2 months then, and then they had a negative response to us moving, and then they went to Hilton Head for about a week, and then Charleston, and then Beaufort. Then he skips to February of 2021. He says, we moved in with her brother and his wife. Their mother lived there as well. And that is true. That is true based on what Betsy and Frank yesterday testified to. That Nicholas Kassotis and Mindy moved in with her brother, Frank, and Frank's wife. Now, the father at the time was living in Dublin, Georgia, because the youngest brother, Matthew, was a baseball star. So he wanted to be there so that he could participate in that sport. So he said they lived with Frank and Megan for about a year, so February 2021 to February of 2022. Now this gets interesting because at this time, he said, we wanted to stay with them. Neither of us were working per se. I was working on a piece of software on behalf of what Jim advised, that Jim was going to sell his piece of software to someone and bring in a lot of money for him. But I mean, what, he's suddenly a software engineer now? Dude, you can't just suddenly You can't just suddenly be a coder. You have to learn that, man. So he's just like busting out his laptop and he's coding because Jim told him to. And Jim was going to sell his work. Now, interesting, his piece of software. He didn't mention Microsoft to this police officer, right? So he said, yeah, that software, it was still pending when I cut ties with him. Oh, when did you cut ties with Jim? I hope that you're following, okay? So Frank and Megan, that's Mindy's middle brother, felt everything was taking too long. So it means Frank and Megan, if you read between the lines, started catching on that this guy is a huge, huge liar. And they decided to have him evicted, to put their house on the market and have Nicholas Kassotis evicted, which meant that, yes, then Frank's own sister Mindi would also be evicted. Frank evicted Mindi and Nicholas Kassotis. That checks out based on what Betsy and Frank Sr. said yesterday. Now, he said, my advisor, Jim McIntyre, I'd met him in person. And I scribbled here, Jim traveled around. Oh, so Jim traveled around because wherever he went, there Jim was advising him on what to do with his life. Now, if you're not following, Jim is very plausibly, as the state alleges, a made-up character. Completely made up, okay? And as I say, I would speculate at best a boyfriend. Now, of Nicholas. Frank filed for eviction for Mindi and Nick. Her parents then he says, her parents then put us up in a hotel for a week. Check, that's correct based on what Betsy said. But you can hear the resentment he has. Like, how dare Frank evict us? How dare Frank not let me be a parasite of him any longer? I mean, I just want to be in his house, living off everything that he has, eating his food out of his refrigerator, and just working on my laptop. That's what it sounds like, because he's like, I was very upset with him, and he brings it up the whole time. So he says, we were abandoned, and we were upset. Okay. 43-year-old. No, 42 at the time. 42-ish year old, let's call it 40 plus year old Nicholas Kassotis is like, we were abandoned. I can't believe we got evicted. Now what do we do? So he says they rented an Airbnb in Savannah. That's the one we've seen so much about. That's the one that had Blue Star reagent reacting to the blood on the floor, on the walls, on the futon, right? That was Mindy's blood. He said Jim was asking us to lie on his behalf and not following through. He said that Jim told him, my parents aren't actually my parents. He then gave Jim his DNA, which is where my brain went to, oh, how did you give him your DNA? Was he your boyfriend? Okay, sorry. He gave Jim his DNA so that he could check who his real parents really were. And he did this because he felt like Jim was keeping them safe. He says that was around the fall of 2020. He said they'd been trying to have a child. Nicholas and Mindi were trying to have a child, and that she had a positive pregnancy test in July of 2021. She went to the emergency room because she had some bleeding, and they were depending on Jim for a lot. So they found out that Mindi was actually not pregnant. And then he clarified, yes, they met in October 2015, married October 2016, and this was now July 2021 when they thought she was pregnant. Now, Frank and Megan had a daughter 4 months before. Huh? Meaning, he says the situation was not ideal. We thought we were moving towards an ideal situation. Jim said, don't share that. Don't share that. Just say everything's fine. Basically, just pretend that she's pregnant. Why would Jim say that? Unless he's made up or a boyfriend. Don't say anything about the pregnancy. Jim is advising Nicholas. Now, Mindi was approached by her brother Frank, and Frank hugged her and said, are you pregnant? And this is after, it's before being evicted. Are you pregnant? And she freezes, he says, and she doesn't want to say that she's actually not. And so Frank assumes, and he says, congratulations. So he's blaming Frank for the upcoming lies about pregnancy, but this already started in 2021. And remember, he had told his third wife that his wife had died already around that time. But that's for later. He said, we sent a message to Jim. Jim messaged Nick every day via the Signal app, which is an encrypted messaging app. And he says that he introduced me too. And guess what? Nicholas Kassotis introduced the Signal app to Mindi, to Betsy, to Frank Sr., and to everyone, except later, the third wife, Samantha, who's now not anymore, married and old, right? But he wanted everyone to use the Signal app so that they couldn't be tracked, right, with what he was saying. Now, he said he didn't see Jim then for about a year and a half in person. He said that Rusty is okay, he's a lab mix, and he adopted him in 2011 when he lived in Italy. He said at that point they had no car, his driver's license had been cancelled, they had problems with mail disappearing, and they thought maybe they should get a PO box, but you know. So here he goes again with these like imaginary threats, allegedly. He said, we wanted access to our own money and we wanted a car, because at that point he was saying that Jim had control of their finances and everything and they didn't have a car. Then he says in May of 2022, okay, this is important because Mindi was murdered in November of 2022, and at the time, her parents were under the impression she was 8 months pregnant. Okay, and yet the medical examiner testified she was not pregnant. So that's not a question anymore. Mindi tested positive as pregnant, which is a blatant lie that he's saying, in May of 2022. He said, yeah, she was pregnant for a little while already. We were told it was a girl. There's a doctor that came to the house, an unnamed, a nameless Medicare doctor that came to the house that Mindi found somewhere, very vague story. And they were living at the Savannah, Georgia Airbnb that we know all about, right, for about 5 months, which is correct. But then he says that, you know, this doctor came there about a dozen times and checked on Mindi. Right, but Mindi's parents never saw any doctors there. The defense did point out that maybe between noon and 3 p.m., I think when the dad wasn't there and maybe, you know, Betsy wasn't there, maybe a doctor could have been at the house. Just this nameless doctor. Then he says in October of 2022, her blood pressure got really high, that she had to have slow doses of medication. She had issues with muscle relaxants and beta blockers. That is a huge red flag to me, because now he's starting to sound like James Craig, the Colorado dentist who poisoned his wife. Right? I saw some of you along the way have also gotten that vibe. It sounds like, what were you actually doing? Now, when they did her autopsy, her toxicology showed Benadryl. There was nothing else. But as we know, from other cases, if he was poisoning her with eye drops, for example, they don't test for that unless they're specifically looking for that. You know what I mean? So he says in October 2017, they'd been in a bad car accident, and so her back had problems and she had to have injections into her disc. Oh, he was fine. So he's fine. He can just like dust off, you know, after a car crash, but she wasn't fine. So she had to have all these injections and things. And then the doctor told her in October of 2022, which would be a month before she was murdered, this imaginary doctor told her that she should be on bed rest and should not interact with her parents. That sounds to me like he's a coercive controller and started, I'm speculating, isolating her from everyone. But they were all still living at that Savannah, Georgia house, right? Mindi, Nicholas, and her parents. Now, he says that the reason that she had to be on bed rest and not really communicate with her parents wasn't because he had a security team. It wasn't because their lives were in danger like that. It was more because, you know, they had arguments over Atlanta and also over Frank, who he is very speculatively, plausibly very jealous of. Frank and his wife, who had the daughter, Frank, who evicted him, Mindi's middle brother. Now, he said that Nick said that he had to check Mindi's blood pressure every night. See, that as well. That's got red flags for me. That's got big time red flags for me, right? Yeah. Kerry says, that's incorrect, Gislas. He died in 2023. Yeah, in February of 2023. Remember, he died. That was another lie he made up. Okay, so we're almost done with this recap. Then we're going to continue because we really have to listen very carefully then and know that we have to be on the same page, because he's going to start talking about Thanksgiving of 2022, which is around the time of Mindi's murder. So they believe she was murdered between the 27th and 29th of 2022. He said that they were discussing options with Jim, you know, and also with the parents, okay, of where they're going to move and what they're going to do. He said Jim would help find a suitable place for the parents. And he said, we talked about changing our names in Missouri and that we would then settle in a rural area. I mean, close enough to hospitals because, you know, she's pregnant, but also in a rural area. He said he would tell us. So he says Jim would tell us to cut contact with people and not tell them. Okay. So yeah, blame the imaginary Jim McIntyre, who worked for the FBI and also functioned as a manager of sorts of his life and finances and everything. So that's where we are now. Now we're going to get to the the weekend, Thanksgiving. That's what he just said. Let's talk about Thanksgiving, right, of 2022, which is actually when, on Wednesday the 23rd already, Betsy and Frank, Mindy's parents, went away for Thanksgiving weekend. And so he was alone with Mindy at this Airbnb. And they got back on the 27th. And they believe Mindy was murdered between the 27th and the 29th. So this timeline is very interesting. And let's hear what he says about what he thinks happened to his wife, Mindy.
Mindy had been trying a couple of new blood pressure medicines, and they were not working. She would like try one for a week, and then see if there was change. And her doctor came. They talked for a while, and she said that she told me that she had explained our situation. I'm sorry. Can I back up?
Yeah.
In October, I think it was September 30th. Wayne showed up at the house.
Okay. That's your father?
Yeah.
Okay.
He showed up with his brother. I was shut. It was kind of first thing in the morning. I was.
What's his brother's name?
Chester. I think it was by Chet.
Chester. Chet. Okay. And what's his last name?
Kassotis, yeah. And
what were they driving?
They were driving a white SUV, a Subaru rental. It was the day that a hurricane was supposed to hit Savannah, but it ended up taking a bit north.
They were like a hot from them?
What?
We like a hot from them?
Yeah. Yeah. So I was kind of coming out of the bathroom. I had coffee, and I saw there were shades in the front of the house. I saw somebody there, and I just assumed it was the house's owner coming to see if there had been storm damage.
So you saw him through the shades?
Yeah, I didn't realize who it was. Opened the door and was terrified. They asked to come in. I said absolutely not. I asked how they found me. Wayne said that he'd hired somebody, and it wasn't that hard. He said he wanted me to come with him somewhere to talk.
Okay, I can see people are wondering now, who the heck is Chester? Okay, so September 30th of 2022, Nicholas Kassotis said, yeah, Wayne showed up with his brother. Wayne is his father. Well, who he tells the police is his father. He also is told on a marriage certificate that his father is really Edward. So I don't actually know if the guy sitting behind him's name is Wayne, but if it is, oh my. Because those are his actual parents sitting there, right? So he says, yeah, Wayne showed up with his brother Chester, nicknamed Chet, also Kassotis, and they showed up in a white SUV. Nicholas opened the door and he was terrified. And he said, no, you absolutely can't come in. How did you find me? And they're like, we hired somebody. And it's not that hard. Now, this does check out with a lie. It matches a lie that he told Mindy's parents, because they said the same thing, that he was saying, whoa, like Jim, not Jim, not Jim. Nicholas, who could be named Jim, Nicholas Kassotis was saying, damn, the one day his dad and the dad's brother, so uncle, I guess, arrived at the house and scared him, and so he installed a camera. He actually installed a security camera after this event, right? Okay. So, keep going.
There was, the house next door was under construction, and there were workers there. And they started making a racket, and he and I it distracted him, and I shut the door. I wanted to leave immediately.
And explain to me, why are you deathly afraid of him?
I thought the last time I'd seen you'd taken a baseball bat.
Okay, from the baseball thing.
Yeah.
So that's what I used to. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. I'm just trying.
Yeah. No.
Had he ever hit you prior to that?
No.
Okay.
An anonymous source has told me on email, so just take it with a grain of salt. But I do want to say that they say that he didn't retire. He had an honorable discharge. Interesting. I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer had an honorable discharge too from the military, so you know what I mean? So he had an honorable discharge. I really want to know more about that story, because it seems like, what happened there? His life fell apart, like an honorable discharge and then the divorce. Wow, from his first wife, and then he's owing her $1.5 million, and so it goes, right? Mom 28 said, was he really adopted, or is that a lie? I don't know. We don't know, but I can guess that it was a lie, but we don't know. Red Winery said, absurd, honorable, military, mental discharge. Probably. Okay.
What was his reason then, you think, for hitting you or attacking you?
I don't know. Things had gotten very bad with the family, and I never quite understood it. It started with my brother Chris. Kind of this very antagonistic relationship, antagonistic attitude towards Mindy. And when I tried to like set some just very basic boundaries, like, hey, I'm not going to talk to Chris, and I want you to respect our relationship. That was when things kind of jumped off. I mean, even when we were living with Frank and Megan, I think everybody in that house got calls or texts or emails from him trying to figure out where I was.
Okay. So after that, did they leave, or?
Yeah, so he left. I went out the back of the as is kind of, I guess, something that happens in Savannah. You have these almost alleys behind each street. So I went out the back door. We locked the doors. Mindy had her phone. I went out the back door and walked around the corner to where there was 2 blocks up. There's a hospital where there was normally security sitting in the parking lot, and Jim picked me up from there. We got it. He said he didn't think we should be moving right away. Thought it was a bad time.
So Jim lives in Savannah?
I don't know where Jim lives.
But I mean, he just showed up right then? Or?
Yeah. He appeared to be in the area. Okay. It was not a.
Yeah, he just showed up, just like a magic man, just popping up whenever. I was just like, we locked the doors. Mindy had her phone. I went out the back door, and then I just, took a little stroll 2 blocks down to the hospital, and there's Jim. Hey, Jim. This is crazy. This trial is so crazy. Oh my word.
A long time. He brought me to a Target so that I could buy like a little video camera, like one of those security cameras. He said, this will make you...
Again, wrong store. Walmart is where you should have gone.
Feel safer, like they're going to be leaving the area, I think. Told me to contact the Savannah Police Department, file a report so that if he showed up at Mindy's mother's place of business, that that she could both tell like the front desk like, hey, this person shouldn't be allowed in, and like please call the police, like you can reference this report.
Okay.
Which I did.
Okay.
So I made a report with the Savannah Police Department at that time. Okay. Now, Thanksgiving week. I think it was the day after Thanksgiving. I believe it was that Friday. Her blood pressure had been really bad, and she said she'd had a long conversation with the doctor about the fact that we felt like we'd been stalked for years. We were very worried. I wanted her to go to the emergency room. She had at this point, I think, 3 pretty bad emergency room visits in a row. She had one way back in early 2017. She had hurt her back, and we went to the ER at Fort Belvoir, and the doctor treated her like she was there, like drug seeking, basically. And she was in horrible pain. Four bad ER visits, and that summer, July 2017, she had an abscess in her mouth that was in a lot of pain, and we went to an emergency room. It was basically like go see a dentist. And she's like, I just want antibiotics until the dentist opens. I don't want pain medicine. I just want antibiotics. I'm worried about this infection in my head. We had been to a hospital in Beaufort, the emergency room, when she had COVID in late 2020, and did not feel like the care was good. And then being thinking she was pregnant and being told that she'd actually lost a baby. She did not want to go to the emergency room.
Okay.
So she talked to this doctor. She said that he was aware of the situation, that he worked at kind of like a birthing center, he was affiliated, there were doctors there who had admitting privileges, but she thought she'd be more comfortable there, and that we would and she said that we would get her blood pressure under control, and then we would be ready to leave. I was in the process of looking at some apartments for her parents. So he said that he was going to pick her up at some point in the next few days, so that I wasn't driving my car there.
So you wouldn't, I didn't understand, why would you not drive your car there?
Because we were still very worried about being by Wayne.
And that was the doctor saying he would come by?
Yes,
okay.
yeah. So I went to look at an apartment. We knew that Mindy's dad had hip replacement surgery coming up, so we were trying to find a place with minimal stairs, or at least some option to avoid the stairs. So I went out. I think this was now. This is either Friday or Saturday of that week.
Okay.
I went out and I met with one person in Savannah. It would not have worked for him. I then drove out to Hilton Head, and she told me that she had fallen twice, that she was having some bleeding, like she had kind of breakthrough bleeding at points that were, she said that the doctor told her this was completely normal. Like 20% of women will have some level of bleeding throughout their pregnancy.
Okay.
So I was in Hilton Head. She said, I said I was worried, and I was going to come right back. She said that the doctor was on the way, and would be back shortly. That she would be there. That she would be there shortly. That she would let me know. She sent me a message that she had been checked in. That like they were going to figure out over the next couple of days how long she was going to be there. And
She said she got checked in.
Yeah.
And this was the week roughly of Thanksgiving?
Yeah, this was either Friday or Saturday after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
I went back to the house, and she wasn't there, and let Jim know that she was, going to this birthing center with this doctor that she had been working with, and he told me this. So Frankie and Betsy were not there. They had gone to Hilton Head for the holiday. Matthew works at a kind of Cajun restaurant down there called Kenny B's. They like fried turkeys or something.
Okay.
So he can make extra money if he's there for that. So they were down there together. Jim told me when they came back that he'd prefer, while we were figuring out what was going on, not to tell them that she was in the house. That he didn't want them saying something. He was uncomfortable with the setup of her being elsewhere when we had issues just shortly before. I talked to her. We were texting. We texted on and off. Sunday, she seems.
What do you recall what her number was?
I don't recall her number.
Do you call your number?
No. We switched numbers a lot.
So it was on the Signal app?
Yeah, it was on the Signal app.
Okay.
No, we switched numbers a lot throughout this time, just because we were, if I had one too long, I would start getting texts on it saying, I found your new number, I'm going to kill you. That I assumed that I assumed were from Wayne.
Okay.
And they came back Sunday afternoon. Monday or Tuesday.
Okay, so when he says thinking back Sunday afternoon, he's talking about November 27th of 2022. Very important date, because the evidence shows that Mindi was murdered somewhere between Sunday, November 27th of 2022, and Tuesday, November 29th. Between the 27th and 29th of 2022. So he's starting to talk about the day from where the potential starts for the murder to happen, between the 27th and 29th, right? So like texted on and off that morning. Now he's pretending that she was going to this birthing center with this, imaginary doctor that she had been working with. Yeah, like she just basically somebody picked her up and she went to this birthing center with this doctor that had been there to the Savannah, Georgia house a dozen times or so, even though Mindy's parents had never seen that doctor there. Okay, so we continue to listen.
I woke up to a message saying that, that she had talked to them and they felt like she was going to be there at least an extra couple of days, and that we should be prepared to depart the area as soon as she was released. I was asked to, maybe this was Sunday. First, Sunday I was asked to get all our stuff in order, to like pack everything up, which was no small task. We had a bunch of stuff.
Who asked you that?
She did. So she said like, hey, can you get things packed up just so we have it ready to go.
Okay.
So I went.
And what did that include?
I mean, it included, we had taken some personal effects with us when we initially left Alexandria that were, things that were important to us. But like all our clothes, books, electronics, all toiletries. She had like a lot of makeup.
You didn't have like when you haul for it.
Yeah, no. So I figured that at this point I had a Ford Explorer that I had gotten while we were there. I got my Georgia driver's license. I had purchased a new Ford Explorer. And with that had a third row seat that you could knock down and create like a decent amount of packing space. So I started repacking all of our stuff that had been unpacked for months.
So when did you get the Explorer?
July or August.
Okay.
Late July, early August.
Your Honor, I think now might be an appropriate time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. It's 12:30. I'm going to ask you to be back here no later than 1:45. So you've got about an hour and 15 minutes.
I'm going to recap, then we're going to skip over the lunch break, okay? If you want to recap. Yeah, it seems like they just go to recess. Let's just see. Prenil's like, and then this one time in band camp. I mean, can you believe the details in this police audio interview? They didn't even ask him these questions. They're not asking him this. He's just offering a big time narrative. Look at the judge. Everyone's like.
All right, the jury's out. We'll recess for lunch.
Okay. So let's just skip over to around here. Okay, quickly recap. So he started saying, yeah, around Thanksgiving of 2022, right? Okay, you like the recap. Cool. Someone says, Sonny Chaplin, please recap. Okay, great. So he says around that Thanksgiving weekend of 2022, which is when Mindy's parents went away for that weekend and Mindy wasn't feeling well and wouldn't go with them, right? So he says her blood pressure medication was not working. And then he said, let me back up on to September 30th of 2022. So now we're going back to September 30th. He said Wayne showed up with his brother Chester in the white SUV and he was so afraid. And then he got a surveillance camera. Jim picked him up. Jim he just randomly appeared at a hospital 2 blocks away and took him to Target, not Walmart. Sorry about that. Took him to Target to buy a surveillance camera. And that's what Mindy's parents also said that he did then install a surveillance camera. So I wonder what's on the camera. Did they ever get it? Did he destroy it? What was on it? Why was it? You know what I mean? Anyway, so then he goes, he says Jim told him to file a police report. Okay, did he ever? I don't think so. But they never asked him that because they're just listening at this point, right? Empart says, amazing Grizzly community. Thank you, Empart. Now, Thanksgiving week, he says Friday, her blood pressure. So Thursday, the 24th of November of 2022 was Thanksgiving, right? And so on Friday, he says her blood pressure had been really bad. So wow, her parents are gone for like 2 nights, and suddenly her blood pressure, his wife Mindy, is even worse. It's been. He said it had been really bad. She had a long conversation with the doctor that had been coming to the house a dozen times or more, and she then told the doctor that they had been stalked for years. I mean, like, the crap that this guy inserts into his stories is quite something. Then he said that she had 3 ER emergency room visits in a row. And then he details one from 2017 because they had the car accident and her back had to be treated. The second one from July 2017 where she had an abscess. And then the third one in late 2020 when she had COVID. Again, I don't know what that has to do with anything, but he just said it because he's like, wow. I guess because he said he's worried that she has to go back to the ER, you know, because she'd already been 3 times. Who cares if you go 20 times? Because if you need to go, you need to go. Anyway, so I think it was Barbara North that said in chat, and I wrote this down in big red letters, did Mindi have life insurance? Ooh, that's an interesting question, Barbara. Was there life insurance? Because that would be interesting. Okay, so he said then he started around that weekend looking for apartments for her parents. He said, and he didn't specify who, but he said he would pick her up in the next few days, I'm assuming Jim. He went to look at some apartments, ones with minimal stairs, because he knew that Mindy's dad had an upcoming hip surgery, which was for November 30th, right? So he knew, ooh, okay, hip surgery, let's make this look great, I'm speculating, by helping them out and getting him an apartment that will just help him so much that since he's had hip surgery. So he says Friday or Saturday of that week, then she told me that she had fallen twice and she had bleeding. Now that's interesting as well because that story he kept and told it in a different way to Betsy and Frank Sr., to Mindy's parents. After Mindi had been murdered and dismembered, and they didn't know where she was, he told them she was in a military hospital and that she was all hooked up, you know, I don't know, IVs or whatever, and then she got up and she didn't have all that and she fell and she got back in bed and had a stroke. You see, so he does keep some of these stories, he just transforms them a little bit later for other people. So he said that she, Mindi, sent me a message about how she checked in, that it was the Friday or Saturday after Thanksgiving, which would have been the Friday the 25th or 26th of November, when Mindi was alone with Nicholas Kassotis at that Airbnb in Savannah, Georgia. He said she was going to this birthing center with this doctor that she'd been working with, and then Jim told me when the parents came back not to tell them that she wasn't at the house. You know, because Jim's advising him on everything. He said, we were texting on and off on Sunday, which is the 27th of November of 2022. He said he woke up to a message and she said that she would be there an extra couple of days. And he said Sunday, he was asked, on Sunday, the 27th, okay, of November, which they think is the potential date that she was murdered, somewhere between the 27th and 29th. He said, Sunday I was asked by Mindi to pack all our things up and get ready to depart the area. Like, yeah, right. And then they asked, like, what? And he said, clothes, books, electronics. She had a lot of makeup and things. Then he talked about his brand new Ford Explorer that he purchased. He got a Georgia driver's license. And it had a decent amount of packing space. That's eerie when he said that because why is it eerie? Because we know that Mindi's dismembered remains were placed in those plastic totes, those plastic storage bins. We know that that car, the Ford Explorer, was in the area where her dismembered remains and the plastic totes were found. So, if you think about that and were to speculate, he's like, excellent packing space for your dismembered wife's remains. Like, bro. And then he just ditched the totes as well as the knife that he bought from Home Depot that morning when he went out to that area. Okay, so now we continue.
All right, everyone, please be seated. You may continue with the audio presentation.
Your Honor, I'm going to commence exactly where we left.
All right, thank you.
Where did you get it from?
J.C. Lewis, maybe?
Okay. And I guess the big question, how did you pay for it?
At this point, I had received a sum of money that Jim had told me that he was helping procure.
And how did you receive that money from Jim? Was it cash?
No, it was wired. It was wired to my bank account.
Okay. So you just wired the money to J.C. Lewis?
I actually took like an Uber out there and got a cashier's check, and then brought it to them.
Okay. All right. So you got that. She wanted you to pack up and pack up everything.
Yeah, and then either Monday or Tuesday. I'm a little unclear which. I woke up to a message saying, actually, take 2 Tupperwares. So we had most of our stuff. We had a couple like large duffel bags, and then we had a lot of the is Tupperware the right word? I feel like that's for food.
Plastic.
Yeah, like plastic, like a ready-made, like those things.
Okay.
I woke up to that. So I woke up to saying like pack 2 of those in one. Put some clothes of mine, extra toiletries for me, things that I would need for like a week or 2, basically. And in hers, she wanted something similar. She wanted some clothes, some dresses, some sweaters, toiletries, books.
And this is her signaling the new this.
Yes.
Okay.
Like her Kindle, like some books, she had those like adult coloring books. Her medicine, and last week I had picked up a new prescription for Synthroid, so she asked that I put that in there, and said that I was going to meet somebody, I was going to get a call from somebody, and he would tell me where to drop those off, and that that they would be with her so that she could use them, and then we would have them.
Okay.
So I did that.
When you say you did that, you just got the containers ready? Or?
I got the containers ready. A man called me, said, "Hey, can you come drop these off?"
And you didn't know who that was?
I didn't know who he was. I assumed he worked with the clinic. He said he understood that we were worried. Would I turn off my phones and use a GP, like an old school GPS unit that we had?
Okay.
I said yes. He gave me the coordinates. It was kind of in the middle of nowhere, but
Do you remember where it was at?
I don't. It was a little outside Savannah, but I don't know much about it. I dropped off the containers with him.
Do you remember if it was on a paved road or a dirt road?
I think it was dirt. I don't know if that was just the driveway though. I don't know. It was.
And describe him to me.
A little shorter than me, probably 6 feet tall. Youngish, like in his probably early 30s. Curly red hair.
Okay.
Fairly close cropped. I dropped it off. I asked if he needed anything else from me. He said no.
And so you said curly red hair with white male?
Yes. Okay. Sorry, white male.
What vehicle was he driving?
I don't know. So I went to a house that I thought was his.
A house on a dirt road, and you just had coordinates?
Yes.
You didn't have an address?
I did not have an address. He said it was a little hard to find with an address on GPS.
Okay. So you dropped those off?
I dropped those off. I spoke to. I drove back. I spoke to Jim. I said,
Roughly how long did you think you had to travel to get there?
I'm not really sure. I mean,
you took some paved roads nationally from where you went.
30. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. I'm not really sure where he was.
Yeah, you mean like 45 to an hour? You mean when you drove from Savannah, Georgia to the Airbnb and then you drove to Portal Hunting Club? That one? The Portal Hunting Club, yeah. Yeah, that was 56 minutes or so, if you want to be exact. Oh, so some random guy just gave him coordinates, told him he knows, it's not Jim now, okay, he knows that they're very worried about their safety. This random person now with that 6 foot tall-ish, youngish, with curly red hair, has no idea what car he had because it's on a dirt road and he went to a house. That random person, okay, told him to drop off the plastic containers at his house in this area that was, about 56 minutes south of where they had stayed. And so he told him, turn off your GPS coordinates and everything, right? And just make sure that you use this old school GPS unit. Now we know on November 29th of 2022, his Ford Explorer was in an area much like the one he's just busy describing. We also know that the totes, the plastic containers, were found with Mindy's blood still in them in that area. And a knife that he bought that morning at Home Depot found there, very close to the totes. You know what was found on December 2nd of 2022? Mindy's torso. And then in a 3-mile radius up to December 7th, the rest of her body. But sure, it was a 6 foot tall guy with, youngish, with curly red hair, telling him to just switch off all your, turn off your GPS on your phone. And then he didn't realize that they can track his car, okay? He sounded surprised, apparently. I can't wait for this interview to turn and for them to be like, well, actually, here's what we found and what we know. Because they're just letting him talk. Now, Adam Bluefire, you said you're joining the chat late today. Welcome, happy Friday. And you asked, why aren't they showing this witness? The witness on the stand right now is Special Agent Tracy Sands from the GBI, and he conducted this police audio interview. So we're just listening to the interview, and it's pretty fun to watch his reaction. So I'm kind of glad the camera person is focusing on him, right? Because Detective Sands would just be sitting there on the stand. This is his mother. I speculate based on what Betsy said, that his mother and father are sitting right behind him. These people have been sitting behind him in court every day. So these are his parents listening to all of this crap. Oh, my word. Okay, so, right. So now he's in this, he's putting himself in this area, but making up a story of why he was in the area in the first place.
30 to 45 minutes. Was it daytime or night?
It was daytime. Okay. It was early in the day. I came back.
When you say early in the day?
Yeah.
What's early? Like, is early to be 4 a.m.?
No, not that early.
So
probably 9, 10 in the morning, something like that.
Okay.
I got back and I spoke to Jim. And I said, I felt that again I was in a bad situation. Saying that not saying that Mindy was elsewhere.
But you didn't ask when you dropped the containers off to see her.
No, but my understanding was that was just some guy's house, like that was not where she was.
Okay. And that this guy was supposed to.
So your wife isn't feeling well. She's checked into a birthing center with a random unnamed doctor who's been seeing her, but no one else has seen him. But then some other random person is telling you, just come out to this area and just drop off her stuff. Okay, just pack up her Kindle, her clothing, her prescription for, I think he said, a sore throat, another red flag for what he may have been dosing her with, even though toxicology only showed Benadryl. Okay, clothes, dresses, sweaters, toiletries. And you know what? They found a black bag with Mindy's clothes in it. There, in the same area. Okay.
Deliver the bins to
Yeah.
Okay.
What did the bins look like? You said like, maybe what? You know what color they were?
I think one was gray and one was black, but I'm not really sure.
Okay.
We went through, we were moving around for a couple of years. We went through a lot of bins.
So that's kind of, you used those bins usually and moved around.
Yeah.
That's how you moved.
Yeah. We had some clear ones at one point that just seemed to shatter.
And when you say that y'all have those bins or tubs or Tupperware, whatever, how many are we talking? Are you like 15, 20?
No, not that many.
How many would y'all normally have? Because I understand y'all have to move quickly.
Yeah, 8 to 10 of them, and then like 3 or 4 duffel bags.
When you were in Hilton Head, you had how many?
We didn't have anywhere to put anything except for there, so they were kept in Frank's garage.
Okay.
It's one of those houses that's got the ground level is just a garage, and it's got the living levels that the floats. Yeah, it's only floats.
Okay. All right. So 8 to 10 would be a common.
Yeah, I think
Just to throw them in the okay.
Yeah.
But when we bring them, and did they have lids on them?
Yes, yeah. All of our beds had lids. Had lids. Sorry.
Okay. So you carried the stuff out of there. You dropped it off to him.
Dropped it off to him.
You don't remember like how you traveled there. Like did you take the interstate? Some days, some days.
Yeah, no. I mean, I didn't go out much while I was in Savannah.
Okay.
You know, like just to get.
But he was on a long dirt driveway.
I believe so. Yes.
Describe the house to me.
It was
Look.
brown with.
Describe the house to me. He's like, big, deep breath there. Exhale, deep exhale. Yeah, describe the house you went to in that area.
With yellow trim.
Okay.
Not a huge house or anything, but you know.
Just a normal house.
Yeah, kind of like I don't know the house terms that you call that, like a rambler or something.
Okay. So new vehicles?
Not that I recall.
Okay. All right. And were you alone then, or?
Yeah. He came outside. You know, I unloaded them right off the ground. He said he would take them in. I asked if he needed help. He said no.
Okay. Was Rusty with you?
No, he was not. Yeah, Rusty was back at the house.
Okay. All right. And then what happened?
I drove back. I had that morning. I had talked to Jim before I left, saying that I was uncomfortable with Mindy's parents not knowing that she was at the hospital. And he said, before I left, to say that I was going to, or before they left, they were leaving for work, to say that I was going to bring her to the doctor, and then to say that she was there. He said that he understood it was longer than expected, but even when she's on bed rest, like we could all, it's not a huge house, but we could all hear her like on the phone. Like I felt like I was.
But it wasn't, when you say hospital, it wasn't traditional.
It wasn't a traditional hospital. Yeah.
So you told them that she was at the hospital?
No. So that morning I told them that I was going to bring her per his instructions.
Okay.
And then this is either Monday or Tuesday after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And then I came back. I talked to Jim again. He said to say that she's going to be there for a handful of days. That we were on the last steps of finding a place for them. We were all I was probably going to be picking her up and departing almost immediately. And that we were going to get them, into a place.
Okay. So basically, you told them that y'all were separating, that y'all would take care of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember what day Betsy and Frank came back?
They came back Sunday.
They came back Sunday?
Yeah.
And other than this trip you took to drop off the containers, did you go anywhere else that you recall?
Not that I recall. I might have run out to the store or something, but I don't really remember. I got a message asking to pick up a couple things, but I forget.
Do you remember what those things were?
Oh, you got a message from Mindy to get a couple of things, maybe at the store. Really? You mean like a knife at Home Depot that was then left at the scene where your wife's dismembered remains were found? And cleaning wipes. And a bag of her clothes. Oh my word, could they just rest after this and then the defense can rest and then we're just on verdict watch? That would be amazing. We're done here. Listen, jury, we're done, right? Like this is
It's like a sweatshirt. I forget what else. But I think it was pretty quick. Like I was running up like just to get something at Publix or CVS, which was within a I mean I could have walked there in probably 10 minutes. But
where did you normally shop?
Like for food, the public there's a Publix not far from there. We had we got delivery from there for quite a while, but
Yeah, because a lot of people change zoning.
yeah. But then when Wayne showed up, we were told that I should go out and get rather than it being like another company that knows where that we're still getting food delivered there.
Another avenue for him to use to find.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you drop the containers off.
Drop the containers off either Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
I continued talking with Mindi through Wednesday.
You said your phones were off and you used the GPS.
He says he continued talking to Mindi through Wednesday, but yet she was already dead and she'd already been disposed of. That's the truth, because that was between November 27th and 29th. He was out there on Tuesday, the 29th of November of 2022. But yet he's claiming he's still texting with Mindi the next day, on the 30th, when her dad's going for hip surgery.
You know what that GPS is now?
I believe it was burned with the rest of my car about a month and a half ago.
So you continue talking to her up till Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday. Just messaging back and forth. She said she was feeling better, and Thursday morning I got a call from somebody saying, could I come pick her up that sometime that afternoon. I forget exactly what time.
Okay.
I was given an address in Savannah. I don't recall exactly where it was. I drove out there that afternoon. It was a brick building. Somebody was waiting outside and brought me to, like an office, and said that Mindi had passed away.
You said it was a brick building?
Yeah.
How far away from the house was it?
I think within 15-20 minutes.
Okay.
But I think it was driving through like some neighborhoods, like it wasn't like quick going.
So they brought you in. Did you talk to the doctor or?
I talked to a doctor. I was wearing a white coat.
So white coat.
An older man. Not anybody I had seen before.
And they said she passed from what?
At that point,
Yeah, this is... You're guilty, dude. Oh my word. This crap, I mean, why does he think that anyone would believe this? He believes it. You can hear he believes it fully. But why would anyone else believe this crap? So he's saying that Jim said to tell Mindi's parents that she would be there, she just needed a few more days at the hospital or the birthing center. He said, we were going to get them into that place. He was talking to Jim. Okay. They came back on Sunday, November 27th, which is what Betsy and Frank said, that they came back from their Thanksgiving weekend away on Sunday, November 27th. He said he dropped the containers off on Monday or Tuesday. We know from the evidence they've shown so far it would be on Tuesday, the 29th of November. He said he continued to talk to Mindi on Wednesday, impossible, because she's not only sure she was murdered, but also dismembered and already disposed of in that area where he was seen, well, his car was seen, and the knife that he bought was found, and her bag of clothes and dismembered remains. Yeah, that was already left there, and his car was there in that area on the Tuesday. But he's claiming, no, he spoke to her throughout Wednesday. She said that she was feeling better. He said that the GPS unit, this old school GPS unit that he used to get there to the hunting area, which he didn't call that, but the portal hunting area, yeah, no, that GPS unfortunately burnt. When his car burnt, you know, which was in March of 2023. Now, I did update the banner to let those know, because I saw people asking, well, when was this police audio interview? Right after he was arrested, right after Mindi's remains had been identified, which took 5 months. So this was around May 12th of 2023. So, police audio interview, May of 2023. It could actually have been, I say May because it could have been when he was extradited already. But I think it was when he was still in Pennsylvania and arrested. Moving on. He said that the GPS, they won't be able to look at it because it burnt with his car, right? She said, Mindi tells him, even though we know that she was already deceased, but he says, no, she said she was feeling better. Thursday morning, which would have been, what, the 1st of December, he said he got a call from somebody saying, could I come pick her up? Oh, now it's somebody. It's somebody else. It's not even the guy with the red curly hair that told him to come out to a dusty road area, just follow coordinates. Some other rando told him, just come and pick her up. So now he says he doesn't recall exactly where it was, but he remembers it was a brick building and there was someone waiting outside and it took him about 15 to 20 minutes to get there. Really? So now the birthing center is only 15 to 20 minutes away, or what? Because you're meeting kind of around there and you're thinking you're going to pick up your wife, but you haven't been to visit her. No visiting hours, no worry. You want everyone to believe that your wife is struggling with blood pressure, and who you want everyone to believe that she's pregnant is just there by herself. Okay, but he says there was a brick building and there was someone waiting. So now it's someone else waiting outside. He brought me to an office. Oh, now it's another. So brick building, another random office, you know. And then he says he talked to a doctor, you know, an old man in a white coat. Spoke to a doctor. But somebody then told him she passed away. Wow, okay. Thank you. Grace said this is from May 13th. Thank you so much for that clarification on the exact date. We like that.
He said that she just passed away very suddenly, and that you know, they thought it might have been her heart, but they weren't sure.
Okay.
I went back to the house and told Betsy and Frank.
Can you give me, you said you had the address. There's a landmarks in Savannah that are pretty specific. Do you know where the globe's at?
No.
You've never seen the globe?
I don't think I've ever seen the globe.
You mentioned hospital. That y'all were near the hospital?
Yeah, we were near a hospital.
So you traveled, you said 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Do you remember any other, like, you said it's in a residential area? And it was...
Yeah, I was driving through, like, residential areas.
Residential areas to get there.
Yeah.
But the building was like an office building?
Yeah, it appeared to be...
So it was a good business?
It was like a one level, yeah. Like
so one level. Was there a sign out front?
Not that I recall, but there might have been. I don't know.
What about parking lot? Was it more like
almost more like a strip mall? Like there was parking like right in front.
You sound like Stefan Stern. It's like a strip mall. I was just like randomly parking. I drove through this like residential area. Yeah, because someone said I should come there and just pick up my wife. But when I got there, there's like this brick building. It's like a strip mall. Yeah, and then they just said she passed away. So I went back and told her parents. Oh, wow. Wait, what? Excuse me. The story. Wow.
I pulled in and,
Have you been to any of the stores that were in the strip mall?
No.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember passing anything going by there? Like
At one point, I drove through a neighborhood that had like larger, nicer houses. I remember
Okay.
that. I've seen the park in Savannah like once, the famous park, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it the entire time I was there. So.
at some point, would you be willing to ride with us and attempt to show us the house?
Yeah.
Or show us the location again and find it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because you understand you'll have like an extradition here and you know all about that.
I believe
I've
I've already requested to waive it.
You waived your extradition. Okay. So at some point, you'll be coming back, and that's what I was just making sure you'd be willing to talk to us to try to figure out where that location
Yes,
is.
absolutely.
So you have signed the paperwork to waive extradition?
Yeah, but somebody gave it to me when I checked. Let me check my in here.
Yeah, quick. Usually it takes a few days.
No,
They're ready to get rid of you. I thought you seemed like a pretty nice guy to me.
Thank you.
Get it down. Okay, but at some point you'll be able to work with us to show us where you think that house is.
Yeah.
Okay. Or a business.
Yeah.
Can you describe it any further?
And then, I mean, I pulled in. I was, you know.
You said somebody came out.
Yeah. So somebody came out of. You know, there were glass doors. He came out. You know, as I pulled in, and you know, brought me right in.
And did they carry you into like a lobby, or did they carry you into a room?
I believe there was like a lobby to the left, and then he brought me like into a different like office. But
Oh, this guy is just like textbook lying, huh? Wow, we could use that as a case study. Just, I believe there was like this building and there's like glass doors to the left. It's like some sort of lobby, and then, yeah, we went into some other sort of office. Keep it vague, keep it real vague. An area with like larger houses. Okay.
Wow. And then they told you that she had passed away.
yeah,
And what did you do then?
I yelled and sobbed.
Okay.
I mean, I was a wreck. He had some paperwork that he had me sign.
Did they give you a copy of that?
No.
Okay. And what was the paperwork?
He said it was just releasing her remains and you know, releasing her medical records so that so that I could have those. He said that he was going to that he was awaiting an autopsy, and that I would be contacted with the results of that.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I drove back to the house and told Betsy and Frank.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I don't really recall the rest of that evening.
All right, nothing that evening, but what did you do next?
The next day.
Wow. You try to make his voice just a little bit of vocal fry. Try to sound a little bit sad. Didn't pull it off very well. Okay. So he is claiming that he, you know, talked to a doctor, someone in an older man in a white coat when he just went to this random building after driving through a residential area. And there was this other area with like larger houses. Yeah, very vague. So he said that someone came out of a glass door and told him that his wife had passed away. And so they said, what did you do? And he said, I yelled and sobbed. I was a wreck. Okay, doesn't sound like it. But then he says, yeah, this guy, whoever this person is, another rando, right? He had me sign some paperwork, but he didn't get a copy. Okay, what was the paperwork for? He says, releasing her remains and medical records. He said that he was awaiting an autopsy and waiting for the results of that. Yeah, no. Yes, but no. Not in this scenario that he's putting out there. There wouldn't be an autopsy. But okay, let's investigate. Exactly. Okay, so there would be, he's awaiting the results of the autopsy. So what you didn't, and the way he talked about her remains, like, yeah, so I could get those. Wow. Then he drove back to the house and told Mindy's parents that she'd passed away. Sure, this guy, wow.
I got a call saying that the autopsy had been completed and that she had a stroke, and possibly brought on, you know, by some combination of the high blood pressure and what they said appeared to be COVID-related heart damage.
Okay. Then what you do?
I don't know. I wanted to be gone as you know, as quickly as possible. I didn't want to be in the house anymore. I think sometime early the next week I got her parents into an apartment in Hilton Head.
Okay. So early the next week?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So you drove them to Hilton Head?
Yeah. They packed up their car. I packed up my car with their stuff. We went to a storage unit and their storage unit.
Okay.
They have one right in Hilton Head, and then to the apartment. I moved them in.
Okay.
I went back, I packed up my stuff. I believe I left that night. I drove to Jacksonville to get mail. I had mail there that couldn't be shipped. So I did
Mail that couldn't be shipped.
It had alcohol in it. A friend had shipped me some beer, but they did it like, you know, the right way, you know, via UPS. And
so you picked up mail in Jacksonville.
Yep. Somebody contacted me and said that they had cremated her body. I was extremely upset. I thought that I was going to, you know, need to make a decision on where she was sent.
You know who that person was?
No. He said that the fee was $5,000 payable in cash.
Okay. Did you pay that?
I did. I met him the next day in Montgomery. I withdrew $5,000 in cash and
Montgomery,
Alabama. I believe Montgomery.
And how much? I mean, each $5,000 cash. And then describe him to me.
He was. I mean, I saw him kind of very briefly.
White male, black male.
White male, dark hair, average builds. You know, average height, probably 5'8" to 5'10".
Dude. Now there's another random person. Molly the G, thank you so much for your sticker. Okay. So he then gets a call and this birthing center, this random place with a doctor, some guy, some older man in a white coat with the glass doors and like a lobby to the left. Yeah, they called and said, well, we cremated her body. And he was extremely upset. But then they said you need to pay $5,000 a cash only fee. So he's like, okay. So he met this other person who he just described with new physical characteristics the next day in Montgomery so that he could pay, you know, the $5,000. Okay.
You know, I gave him the money. He gave me, you know, a bag with your ashes in it. I had ordered I had overnighted myself an urn, so I had something to put it in.
And where's her ashes now?
I scattered them at Havre de Grace.
Okay.
The Chesapeake was one of her favorite places, and it's considered the mouth of the Chesapeake. I scattered the ashes there, and I dropped our.
Where did you said you had to pay $5,000 cash?
He had to pay $5,000. He was so upset, but had to pay $5,000 to get his wife's ashes. How dare they cremate her? But okay, he'll just overnight himself an urn. Overnight an urn? Okay, and then to store her ashes in. Okay, where are the ashes of your wife now? Oh, those. No, I scattered those. The Chesapeake, it was one of her favorite areas. Oh my word, and they have knowledge. These police officers are brilliant. I wish it was a police video interview. It's a police audio interview, unfortunately, but still glad we can hear it. Because they are just letting him talk, but they know that she was murdered and dismembered. They just didn't know who it was until they identified her remains through genetic genealogy on May 11th of 2023. Here we are on May 13th. They already know Mindi was murdered. She was dismembered. Her remains were scattered out there at that area where his car was, where the knife that he bought was, where cleaning wipes were that he had previously bought, that he'd used a shovel to bury her head that he'd bought before, right? They already know this, but they're letting him talk. This is so hectic. I can't wait. Are they going to, I think court finished for the day in real time. We're still watching because I'm chipping in so much. We're recapping, but like, holy crap. If this continues on Monday, I can't wait. I can't wait because like when they turn on him, by that I mean, dude, we know. We found the storage bins. We found your wife's dismembered remains. Phew, I wish I could see that moment, not just hear it.
I met him right in downtown. I believe it was Montgomery. It's whichever one of Birmingham and Montgomery is further north.
You know, like meet at Winkies, or where did you meet?
Yeah, he gave me a street address and like just on the side of the road.
Okay, so on the side of the road.
Yeah.
And he had the ashes.
Yeah.
How were they packaged?
They were in a thick, clear plastic bag with then like a kind of like nicer velvet bag around them.
Okay. What was he driving?
I think an older white SUV, but I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
That's what sticks in my mind.
But he called and provided you with the address to meet side of the road.
He called.
Okay, so his lies are so absolutely crap that when they ask him what vehicle, every time he cannot think of anything more than a white SUV. Because remember the guy that he met up with earlier? That one, no, not that guy. It wasn't that guy. It was his dad. It was Wayne. He told the police that his dad, Wayne, and brother had, threatened him at that Airbnb, and they were in a white SUV. Okay, now this random person bringing his wife's ashes and asking for $5,000 cash is bringing the ashes in basically a Ziploc baggie with a velvet bag around it, demanding $5,000 cash, and is in an older white SUV. He says that's what sticks in his mind. Kate Matthews said, I've been waiting for that moment here. I hope it happens today. But sir, listen, we found her, right?
But you don't remember the address or anything around?
No. I remember it was kind of like down. This is my first time in Alabama. Connecting, but it seemed like kind of like the downtown area.
What else did he give you?
He didn't give me anything else. So he gave me that. I gave him the money.
Did you ever inquire about a death certificate?
No, I did not. No, I should have.
And then what happened?
I drove to St. Louis per Jim's instructions.
Had you told Jim?
Okay, so now he's finding himself in Alabama, and there's some random guy that's meeting him there to give him his wife's ashes in a Ziploc baggie with a velvet bag around it so that he can scatter it in Chesapeake, her favorite area. Meanwhile, the truth is they'd already found her dismembered remains 5 months before. I don't know how he didn't know that, or does he think they don't know that? Surely he was checking Uncle Google a little bit, and he knew that they'd found dismembered remains out there. Not? Because like the GBI already had sketches out. Remember Kelly Lawson's sketch and all of that? Okay, so anyway. Wow, these people drive around after him, huh? That's the other thing I just quickly want to mention. Jim just pops up everywhere. Any state that Nicholas Kassotis is in, there's Jim. And any state he's in, wow, the guy drove all the way from the birthing center to bring you your wife's ashes just randomly in downtown Alabama. This is crazy.
She passed away? Did he pass?
Yes, I had.
What did you tell that she had passed? And then mother and father?
Mother and father, they told her brothers, her best friend,
who's that?
Angela Wynn.
Okay.
A former co-worker of hers, Elizabeth Seeger.
Okay. You said best friend, who was that?
Angela Wynn.
I didn't write that down fast enough. You said it.
That's okay. W-Y-N-N.
Okay.
Angela Elizabeth. Her prior boss, Joe West, he was kind of hard to get in touch with.
Joe West.
Yeah.
Okay. Who else?
Her friend DJ, I forget, David John, I think is his name.
Okay.
Or David, I don't know.
David something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure his name wasn't David Jim McIntyre?
And her friend Anisha, I forget Anisha's last name. Well, Pryor.
Okay. Okay. And so then, after you left Montgomery, you said you went to
St. Louis.
St. Louis.
Yep.
What did you do in St. Louis?
Filed for a legal change of name.
Okay. And what did you change your name to?
Nicholas Killian James Stark.
That's what.
Excuse me, we were still busy with that, okay? Wait, sorry about that.
Thing became. Maybe I were sitting drinking beer and come up with that.
No. He had said that he could.
Sorry.
I thought they were somehow entering the HVAC somewhere. What I think was actually happening was that they were when they were coming into the house one way, then they would get in the HVAC and move from room to room.
The feed refreshed itself because the court day's over, so I need to find our exact spot now. So the feed, it was 6 hours 18. Yeah, we've still got some time to go, I think, so hold on one second. We need to hear it all.
So you're telling me I didn't scatter Mindy's ashes?
What's that?
I didn't scatter Mindy's ashes?
You didn't scatter Mindy's ashes. What about...
Wait, no, go back. Bear with me, it's going to be interesting.
Maybe the following week, maybe the first week of April.
Okay, and when's the last time you physically saw him?
Of this year, 2023.
Okay. And did you report those stolen?
I did not.
I do not know how far back we were. So if the feed was, 6 hours 18? It must be, we're about 45 minutes or so to go.
I haven't been in touch with him for...
Okay. He'd have to find you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you said at first that he told Mindi he was an FBI agent?
Yeah.
Little more.
And like just on the side of the road.
Okay. So on the side of the
Go from
road.
here.
And he got the ashes.
Yeah.
How were they packaged?
They were in a thick, clear plastic bag with then like a kind of like nicer velvet bag around them.
Okay.
Okay, yes. A few minutes from here,
What
because
was
this is
the
why it
item?
helps to write it down.
You said best friend. Who was that?
Angela Wynn.
I didn't write that down fast enough. You
No,
said it.
that's okay. Yeah, W-Y-N-N.
Okay.
Angela Elizabeth. Her prior boss, Joe West, he was kind of hard to get in touch with.
Joe West.
Yeah.
Okay. Who else?
Exactly where we
Her friend DJ, I forget, David John, I think is his name.
Okay.
Or David, I don't know.
David something.
Yeah.
Okay.
And her friend Anisha, I forget Anisha's last name. Well, Pryor.
Okay. Okay. And so then, after you left Montgomery, you said you went to
St. Louis.
St. Louis.
Yep.
What did you do in St. Louis?
Filed for a legal change of name.
Okay. And what did you change your name to?
Nicholas Killian James Stark.
And that's what we put on the
Yeah.
form. Okay. Okay. And
We picked out that last name together. We had been given a list of choices from Jim,
okay.
what he thought were fairly anonymous, one-syllable names. And
how can I get in touch with Jim?
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh,
How would
lovely.
you get?
How can we get in touch with Jim? I don't know. Good one.
In touch with Jim.
He would message me daily, and I would respond. His number would change, and then I would just switch to the new number.
Right.
I mean, because you said you changed phones and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So when you get out, how are you going to get in touch with Jim, I guess?
I don't know. I haven't been in touch with him for.
Okay. He'd have to find you.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you said at first that he told Mindi he was an FBI agent?
Yeah. Yeah, we had both filed online reports about things, and then he showed up at the house.
Alright, so you're St. Louis, you changed your name. Where'd you go from there?
From there, I went to Pennsylvania to see a friend.
A friend?
And then I went to
Oh, you went to Pennsylvania to see a friend who you then love bombed, bought new tires for, bought a bouquet of flowers for, proposed to, moved in, and got married to. All while telling her a lot of lies we heard about today.
to
And who's that friend?
Sam Kolesnik.
I think I'm going to last name.
K-O-L
K-O-L.
E-S-N-I-K.
Okay. Okay.
Now my wife.
Okay. All right.
Pretty quick thing.
And you said it was pretty quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Had you and her had an online relationship for quite a while?
No.
Okay. When did you meet Sam?
We started talking kind of that fall.
The fall of
2020.
2020?
No, sorry, 2022.
Fall of 2022. So you and Mindi were still together?
Yep.
Okay. How did y'all meet?
Twitter.
Okay. Okay. And So then you kind of, the relationship developed then?
Yeah. Yep. I went to Charlottesville to see some friends. I still kind of lived in that area.
Okay. And what happened then?
Jim told me to move to Wilmington.
Okay. So when did you get married?
April 21st.
Okay. So you married Sam. Okay. And Jim said move where?
To Wilmington.
Okay. In Wilmington, North Carolina?
Delaware.
Okay. And did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then where did you move?
Then I was there for a little over 2 months, and then I moved to Pennsylvania, Lancaster area.
You mentioned earlier that your car had burned.
Yeah, so two things happened,
Okay.
which led me to stop talking to Betsy and Frank. We had a conversation, and I had mentioned that I was in Wilmington, and several nights later, I was unpacking some things into the place I was staying. This was in February. And came down, and somebody was in the car. Grabbed a backpack with 2 computers and a phone in it, and took off.
What?
So 2 computers and a phone.
Yeah.
And so they were stuck.
Like, what crap are you talking now? You know, like, yeah, 2 things happened. They're like, tell us about the burned car. Well, 2 things happened. One, I stopped talking to Betsy and Frank, Mindy's parents. You know why? Because he had sent them an email from his security team to say he was dead. Sorry, he had a car accident. That was February of 2023. Was in a coma, and then, oh no, he died. And they believe that, right? Molly, the G said, sounds like G is intuiting that he was thinking with his lower brain. That's what I'm saying. Maybe, you know, Jim told me to, and Jim told me this, and Jim, oh, okay, you were following Jim around. Okay, cool.
When?
February of this year, 2023.
Okay. And did you report those stolen?
I did not.
Okay.
I spoke to Jim. He said that he felt it was very suspicious that this had happened. Right after I had told Betsy and Frank where I was, and that he was going to take some time to look through, to look into the situation.
Okay.
Just over a month later, I was driving and my car started acting funny and then burst into flames.
How long had you been driving that day? So like it immediately started up and drove it and burned?
No, an hour or 2.
Okay.
I was coming down a hill.
He is telling an accurate timeline with this, saying that in February of 2023, he stopped talking to Mindy's parents, his in-laws. But clearly now he would have new in-laws because he got married again with a new name. But okay, that marriage got annulled, as we know. Okay, but the point is, number one, you stopped speaking to Betsy and Frank because somebody stole 2 computers and you thought it was very suspicious since you had just told Betsy and Frank where you are now. And so Jim was just going to take care of this and just look into this and that he shouldn't talk to them anymore. And then, you know, in March of 2023, which also is accurate timing, his car started acting funny and then burst into flames. Ironic, it was on the same day he was meant to close on a house that he was supposedly buying for and with his new wife, Sam, who testified today. He forgot to mention that detail.
To make a turn, it felt like it was a little harder to steer than it should have been. I felt something a little strange. I smelled something a little strange. That at that point I wasn't sure what it was. Around here you get a lot of farm smells, so that's not unusual. I stopped at a point where it seemed fairly, straight in both directions. It was kind of a windy road. There wasn't a shoulder, and realized there was smoke in the car. I got out. I crossed over, so I was out of traffic, and realized that my phone was on the passenger seat. Okay. I opened the passenger door, and fire kind of came out right at me. I hit my head on a tree. I had some burns.
Did you get your phone?
I didn't get my phone.
Okay. You hit your head on the tree, and it had some burns.
Oh no, you guys, this car that was acting funny and there were funny smells and it wasn't steering quite right that day, just, burst into flames. And in this scenario, there's no other people around. There's just a tree and he's walking into head-on traffic and then, oh no, his phone. So he goes back to check it. He hits his head on that tree and he's like, the GPS and the phone destroyed. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I burned. I don't know if you can still tell or not. I don't have hair. This eyebrow. I lost a lot of hair on the side of the head. I had some face and neck burns.
You just told me that I don't want to face now, but that would have been when?
This was March 20th.
Okay, March 20th. All right.
So,
did you call the fire department or were you?
I did. I called 911. Okay. I didn't know where I was. I had to find a cross street. Police and fire department came out and paramedics. And then we went to the emergency room later that day, and the nurses were really upset. They said that I had burned hair inside my nostrils. Mm-hmm. That's a sign that fire has come down the throat. And
okay.
So I have not, I don't know what caused the fire. It was in the same area that the bag was stolen from, which is something that did raise my suspicion, but at the same time, that last year's Ford Explorers had some fire issues. So
those Ford Explorers?
Yeah, they had multiple recalls for
was it fire in the engine compartment?
Yeah.
Okay.
The gentleman who towed it, I went out to look at it, and it appeared to be. He said it appeared to have started in the passenger side of the engine block, but he couldn't be sure.
The driver said passenger side of the engine block.
Yeah.
Dude, are you storing your computers with the engine Really? Wow, because you said that you didn't, he said, I didn't know where I was, and then he realized, oh, crap. Like, how did I call 911? I called 911, didn't know where I was. Oh, yeah, I had to find a place to go to call 911. Sure, because citizens are not going to help you, right? They would, but in his story, no one else exists. It's just him and a gas station. He doesn't know what caused the fire. It's the same area where the computers were stolen from. The engine? Pat Brooks, thank you.
So I've,
What did your insurance company say?
The insurance company seems to think it was mechanical and not tied to that. They just asked at the end of last week for...
Don't lie. Samantha told us. Wife 3, who annulled that marriage. Yeah, she told us that she was like, why didn't you call the insurance? And he's like, I don't know. Should I have? And she says, well, yeah, you're an attorney. What would you have told your clients to do? And he's like, yeah, I should have. He told her he did not call the insurance at all. But here he is telling the police, yeah, I called the insurance, and they said that they thought it was a mechanical problem.
For the title, so that they could close it out. So that it might not be related at all.
So you haven't got a check yet?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's taken a while.
What company is it?
Cure? Who? Cure? C-U-R-E? It's a small regional company.
Okay. You might want to change insurance.
Yeah, no, that's I've been told.
Do you remember how much you paid for it?
Just made up an insurance company? C-R-E? Cure? It's like, yeah, it's a small regional company. They're like, yeah, I never heard of that.
43, 44.
Okay. You'll probably get like 20.
They said 38. I was actually surprised. Yeah, I was very surprised. Yeah, so shortly after the fire, my friend Cameron Nelson reached out and said that Betsy had called her and said that she had been told I died in an accident.
And what did Cameron tell her?
So Cameron at this point and I had not spoken in a little while. Cameron said that she had not heard from me. She said that Betsy asked if she knew where my will or trust may have been drawn up.
Now, how did this friend Cameron get hold of you if your phone was just like destroyed in the fire? Maybe he did a number swap and just had the same number, especially so that Jim could reach him.
And Cameron said she did not know. And
did you ever call him and tell him you were alive?
I did not. I was a little concerned about where I spoke with Jim. Probably one of the last times we spoke, and I said, why do they think I'm dead? And he said that he had not had any contact with them, and that he didn't know. He didn't know where that had come from, and that he would recommend not contacting them.
When's the last time you talked to Jim?
Last time I talked to Jim was probably sometime that week, last week of March.
Okay.
Maybe the following week, maybe the first week of April.
Okay, and when's the last time you physically saw him?
Last time I physically saw him was, I think, the first week I got to Wilmington. He showed up.
Okay. And when was that?
It was the week before, between Christmas and New Year's.
What's the last phone you used to contact Jim with? Do you still have it?
I do still have it, though it doesn't still have service on it.
Okay. So if we needed a number for Jim, we could get it off that phone.
I think so, yeah, it should still be in the signal there.
But did he only communicate you through Signal, or will you get like emails from him, or?
No, I don't think I've ever received an email from him.
Okay. So how did y'all share the software development if you never emailed?
He can send files through Signal.
Okay.
You're going to be a coder. You're going to create software for Microsoft, but actually for Jim. Is Jim Bill Gates? For Microsoft, okay, sorry. And then when the police are like, but how do you send him the code, this piece of software that you're working on for Jim, who's going to pay you all this money once you're finished with your piece of software? Oh, no, you can do that through Signal. Really? All that code? How many thousands of lines of code are we talking? How many hundreds? What kind of code are you writing? And you're sending it through Signal? I don't think so.
Do you know what company Jim was selling or brokering the software to?
No.
He wouldn't know.
No. I mean, he said different. Like at some points he said Microsoft. At some points he said maybe there would be a government use, but I was never sure, and I thought that was kind of part of his
Yeah, that is so suspicious. Let me just code something random, which I don't even know if it's for the government or Microsoft. I mean, what utter BS. That's not how it works. Like, you don't have to code something very specific. Tim Brennan said he's really freestyling these answers. His rambling tale is like Swiss cheese full of holes. Yes.
Part of the point for him was that he didn't want me to know. Okay. So you should tell me I didn't scatter these ashes.
What's that?
I didn't scatter these ashes.
You didn't scatter these ashes. What about what happened next? What do you remember next?
Honestly, things have, things have been kind of quiet lately.
Let me ask you again about Jim, just to make sure I understand. How did you meet Jim?
He showed up at the house one day. I was at work and spoke with Mindi.
Okay. And came to the house where?
Alexandria.
Okay. So and then he kind of followed y'all down and kept following you, and
yeah. I don't know where he was normally. I don't know where he resides. I don't know.
And he says he's a white male.
White male, probably late 40s, light brown hair, gray on his temples. I don't know. Between 5'10" and 6 foot, I would guess.
Okay.
Fairly slim.
Do you know where he could have been originally from, or what company he worked for?
Sounds like he's describing his damn self.
No.
Okay.
No, he didn't.
He just first introduced as FBI.
Yeah, I wasn't there that day. And then later on, when we asked about it, there were so during like 2018 and 2019, there were there's just points where things would get like really scary, and and there was like a weekend where he said he felt that we would be safer leaving the house for the weekend. I think it was a holiday weekend.
So he's just doing this basically for free?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he works basically security for free?
Yeah.
Okay. And he moved multiple states?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, you saw him in multiple
We've seen him in multiple states, yeah.
So when we moved, you would see him, he would come and...
Yeah, I don't know if he, you know...
You'd see him in a new location.
We'd see him in the new location. I don't know, you know, I've assumed that he was actually living in the, you know, the low country area, the Savannah, Hilton Head area. When we were there, just because we saw him more often there than we'd seen him anywhere else.
And at some point, tell me about how the software thing became. Maybe y'all were sitting drinking beer and come up with that.
No. He had said that he could introduce me to somebody. He put me on the phone with somebody. He said, you know, needed this, and you know, it would be a way, you know, when I was getting uncomfortable leaving the house every day, and was also just not happy with the position I was in at the time.
He said needed this. Describe what this is.
Yeah, describe what this is. We've got about 25 minutes left. Simply Nikki said, if this was already answered, I apologize, but did they give him a psych eval? We haven't heard about that. There's not that much coverage that was going on in this case before this trial. There wasn't all that much information available. So I don't know, but if they did, he's probably just diagnosed as a pathological liar. But I don't know. Thank you so much for the sticker.
Well, a way to make money.
Okay.
Yeah. So he thought it would offer a way to make money for me.
What's the software for?
There's AI analyzing large bits of it, like an intelligence analysis.
Okay.
You're suddenly out of nowhere with no skills, just coding artificial intelligence? You're just coding that. Oh, okay.
Did you have any background in that?
Yeah, I had originally majored in computer science in college. It's something I'd done in high school, and then I got to college and said, you know, after a couple semesters that I thought I'd switch and do pre-law instead. And then
What an insult to all software engineers. Just like, yeah, just a couple of semesters before I switched to, you know, law. And in that time, yeah, computer science. Oh, and you just go from that to just suddenly just coding AI.
And what does Sam know about any of this?
not a lot.
Okay.
Very little.
Does she know anything about your past with your family or anything?
Yes.
She didn't know about Jim?
No.
Okay. And why? Why did you choose not to tell her about Jim?
I felt like it has taken me, 5 years to get to, a point, where I can put this behind me.
Okay.
And I didn't want her. I didn't want her to think about that.
Okay. Do you recall going to Home Depot in Savannah?
All the time.
All the time.
Here we go. Things are about to heat up. I can feel it. Do you recall going to Home Depot? Roundabout sometime, just after 8 in the morning on November 29th of 2022. You were spotted buying a knife there. Yeah, that knife was found where your wife's dismembered remains were found. I can't wait. Let's hear.
Which Home Depot did you use?
I think I went to 2 different ones, but the one I went to more is across the street from Parker's.
Okay. You familiar with Victory Drive?
Victory Drive, that's it. Yep.
Do you remember during this time doing a purchase of a knife?
I think so. I think I purchased a couple of things. There were issues at the house with mosquitoes coming up from underneath the house. So
it's quite a solution to mosquitoes. I think I got a knife and a couple of other things with problems with mosquitoes. Yeah.
But I didn't know where they were getting in. So.
So this was the knife was for mosquitoes to try to determine.
It was to cut screen. So I had in the house I thought they were somehow entering the HVAC somewhere. What I think was actually happening was that they were when they were coming into the house one way, then they would get in the HVAC and move from room to room.
Do you recall, is that you?
Yeah, that's
you. And is that the knife you used?
I think so.
Okay. And was this the...
Sir. So, were you at Home Depot buying a knife? Yeah, I think so. I bought a couple of things. Oh, we know you were there on November 29th is what they're about to tell him probably, because look there. There's the receipts and everything. We've seen this, right? From the state. Is that the knife? Huh? That you used to fight off these pesky mosquitoes? How dare they? I think it was to cut a screen, he said. A screen? Oh, on November 29th. And did you cut the screen because we actually have your vehicle out there at that hunting area? Yeah, where your wife's dismembered remains were found. Explain that. He'll be like, what? You guys have seen this knife, right? Let me show you another picture of it. Hold on one second. Here it is. And where it left it out, well, where he is accused of leaving it out at that Portal Hunting Club area where Mindy's dismembered remains were found, and the plastic containers and a bag of her clothes, this knife was found with the sheath put on the wrong way. Yeah, so it didn't go all the way to the handle like that. It was put on the wrong way. Wait, I even have a picture of that. They found it like, I think it's this one. Yeah, like that. Ooh, but now he's like, wait, what?
Yeah, I think so.
You recall that time said the date stamp, mid 29.
I don't recall. I mean, yeah, but I'm sure that's right.
Okay.
I think it was in the car. I think I just saw it.
It was in.
I believe so. I mean, the insurance company has the car, so
Okay.
I believe that and the GPS were in the back section. So you get into the very back. You can lift up the like a panel. There's like a little
cover hole.
Yeah. So I thought that it and the GPS,
So GPS.
an extension cord, like stuff like that, were in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that I had it because I left a lot of stuff. With Mindy's dad.
Okay.
A footstool I used to get up and all the because it's all like they were all on the roof.
Okay. You were falling out.
Yeah, but then not that tall.
What next? What happened next?
I woke up yesterday morning
Okay.
and
And what are you doing as far as work wise now?
right now I'm looking for my next position.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna restart my law license.
Okay.
That hasn't been an active status in some time,
And what does your wife do?
she works for a food technology company.
Okay. And does she have any kids?
She has one daughter.
And did you talk to her since your arrest?
No,
Okay.
I don't know her phone number. I guess it's a
Just didn't trust that it's always going to be on the cell phone.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I haven't had to consider a cell phone and a number without a cell phone.
And you mentioned about giving the guys, giving Jim a DNA test sample. Would you be willing to give us one?
Yeah.
Okay, once you get back to Georgia, we'll be able to have some more information.
How long until I'm back?
Yeah, so the transports are probably let's see what the day is. It's probably one day next week.
Okay.
See, the city here is going to be Lancaster, and it's Lancaster County as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They like that.
So this interview is from May 13th of 2023, and he was extradited from Pennsylvania to Georgia on May 26th of 2023.
Virginia has that too. You have like Fairfax County and Fairfax, Virginia. And the cities are their own counties. It's weird.
It's better than Louisiana. It's got parishes. So they're little mini states.
I'll let you fill out there and there. That's basically just a waiver of constitutional rights. I'll let you read it though. Just go through it and I'll get swabs.
When Jim's car, you'll know back on it.
Yeah, I mean, it was different ones. Yeah, I mean, it made me think sometimes he was renting or. The one the day I went to to get the camera was like a sedan, and dark, like a dark gray or black.
That's when they went to Target?
Yeah. I believe also in the Victory Drive area, that Target. Yeah, I think there's a Target there. I don't know.
That's a big plaza. It's a big plaza.
Does that camera record anything, or was it just live feed?
I think it was just live feed. Like, I get like alerts on my phone.
Okay. And was it up during the time that Mindi was at the hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see anybody come up there from the house during that period?
I don't recall. I don't remember checking it.
Okay.
I mean, like I would mostly like check it, like when like Frank and Betsy were coming back, or when I was about to come back, just to make sure there was nobody sitting out front. Like you got a lot of traffic there, so it was, like little things were always going, like the little alerts.
Without it, just coming from that side. Just shape it up. Same way it's not painful or anything. You know how it is. Okay.
Buckle swap time.
So what I'm going to do is get you just to initial it or sign it.
How did she die?
Cause of manner is going to be an official report, but that's something we probably don't need to release right now.
Okay.
We may be able to ask from our district attorney to be able to tell you that when you get back.
Okay.
So you went to 21 years in Boston? Our school?
School, yeah. High school, 4 years of undergrad, 3 years of law school, and then an LLM program, which I think it took me 2 years.
What college?
Boston University, Northeastern Law, and then Georgetown for the LLM.
No, BA through the Navy. Why you in the Navy? You did all that?
No, so the Navy only sends you to law school if you are already like an officer, and you've done a couple years. So I did college and law school on my own, and then I used the GI Bill for the LLM.
How long were you in the Navy for?
10 years.
10 years.
Ish. So I came on active duty 2008. I guess I left active duty 2017, but I had some reserve time before. I had inactive reserve time before, and then drilling reserve time after.
What made you decide to get out?
The moving, the Navy JAG Corps puts a big impetus on geographic diversity, as they call it. So.
Did he just say that the reason that he left the Navy was all the moving, the geographic diversity, or what? Is that what he said? If so, it's very weird to leave and then start moving all over the place. Okay.
Geographic diversity.
Yeah, so we were talking about starting a family, and
Sign out, or you can wait till I get the other one if you want to. I gotta seal it up. So, you put the date on it for me too?
It's the
13th.
May 13th? Sure.
Sign it now.
So if you don't mind me asking, when was the last time you were discharged dead?
I think things started getting bad 2017.
A lot of stuff happened in 2017.
Yeah.
Any particular reason that it went bad between you and him?
I don't know. It started with Chris and me. Things getting bad, and I was seeing a therapist at the time who felt that there were some really unhealthy family dynamics, and that I should set some boundaries, and the reaction. I spent a lot of time really thinking through how to frame things, and thought that it was kind of a not asking him to take sides, but that the reaction was awful.
Did you and your brother, what was your brother's name?
Chris.
Chris, did you and Chris get along when you were younger, or just
when we were younger, we did, yeah.
So pretty much just Mindi was one that.
Yeah, they had a kind of series of conversations that went very poorly, and
what about politics was it?
So not directly though. Like at one one point, like she posted something that was about politics, and he took it to be very personal.
Dated to you.
Like, they're getting the buccal swabs out. He's already been arrested, but yeah, let's talk about things getting really bad in 2017, that he saw a therapist at the time. They talked about unhealthy family dynamics, and he needed to set some boundaries. Yeah, let's talk about that right before, well, he's already been arrested, before the buccal swabs, and you're going to get extradited, and I think things are about to get a lot worse for him at that point. Toy says, do you think Jim McIntyre will take the stand? I would love to see that. I don't think so, though. But I would love to see that.
Wait, how many were there?
23, 5, 13, 23.
I don't know if I hit these 23.
We'll find one right day.
Yeah, it was the day that Congressman Scalise was shot in Alexandria, and she had posted something about, like, you know, like how toxic things are, you know, that this is happening, and
What kind of work did she do on that?
she worked at an advocacy company called the ASPBA, the American Society for Plastic Bag something. So she did advocacy work for the plastic bag industry.
Okay.
And she left that to run an event company and launch a podcast about women.
Okay. And that was back early,
Yeah. So that was late 2017. I think she started that.
How did you meet her?
Well, we met online on like a dating app.
Okay.
I forget which one. Only Fish or something.
Yeah, some things we can't answer at this point. Yeah, I'll tell you we can't. But if you have any questions, with us.
I don't know. I don't even know what to think about this. I mean, this is.
So when you get back to Georgia next week, we'll sit down with you again.
Okay.
Basically, get your right to Savannah to try to help.
Okay.
So be thinking more about that location.
Okay.
It's going to be very important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else you can think of?
I mean, just how was y'all's relationship throughout the entire marriage? Y'all good?
I mean, we had some really stressful couple of years, but
what stressed you out about just the moves? Or?
Yeah, the moves, feeling like we were in danger. The stuff with Frank. I don't know. Frank, I felt like Frank really changed, and I don't know if it was the stuff with his boss or his accident or just he just got sick of us. But
you talking about a brother?
Yeah. I'm sorry, her brother.
What about her father? How did you get along with him?
I got along well with him. They had always had a difficult relationship, and got worse at certain points. He's somebody who likes to make jokes at other people's expense. It is what it is. I think they had a very hard time getting along over the years.
So apparently, based on another anonymous source, apparently his dad is a former police officer, and his dad is apparently sitting right behind him, and his mom is a nurse, and his brother is a doctor. Now, it's weird to me how much he has an issue with Frank, who was his brother-in-law, as in Mindy's brother. Mindy's younger brother. Mindy was the eldest, and then Frank, and then Matthew. He has such an issue with that brother-in-law who had him evicted because he was just like mooching off them. And interestingly, that brother is a police officer. So, I don't know, man. Frankie's mom said perhaps Jim is one of his personalities, his insanity defense, his poor parents sitting behind him listening to the stories, all the people he's hurt. Are we going to see Dr. Lewis testifying for the defense in this trial about Jim? I don't know. Thank you so much for your sticker.
What about your relationship with Bessie?
Wait, Dr. Lewis is from the Letitia Stauch trial. Yeah, if you haven't seen that, just go watch that, then you'll know why I say that.
Good. I mean, I thought of her as a mother. She's, Mindy and she were very, very close.
Earlier when I told you I was from Liberty County, you looked taken aback. It's outside Savannah, Georgia.
Okay.
And obviously, this investigation involves my jurisdiction. So, have you ever been to Liberty County or know anything? I mean, you said you stayed at home a lot.
Yeah, I mean, not to the best of my knowledge, but it's possible.
Okay. Day-to-day activities, you pretty much work on the computer?
Worked on the computer, yeah. Take out the dog, work on the computer, see what Mindy needed,
Did she have any hobbies or activities that you were going to do? Or?
She had been reading a lot. She liked to color. She had talked about, doing something creative again, I think she really enjoyed the...
Hey, this is Tracy upstairs. We're just letting you know. This is Tracy. I'm upstairs in the interview room. I was just letting you know we were finishing up.
But he's still telling tall stories. Like, yeah, just letting you know, finishing up. Uncommon Cat says, Dr. Lewis, remember when Dr. Lewis testified in Letitia Stauch's trial and did that impression of a patient which was so inappropriate? And she said, and the patient turned around and they were like this other person and said, Billy, don't go. In this trial, if Dr. Lewis were to testify, she would say, Jimmy, don't go.
Sergeant Fisher is who I'm looking for.
So you don't only fish? You don't remember?
Yeah, he was supposed to come as a guy.
You went to?
Yeah, we went to a restaurant called Cacklewell Hitch in Alexandria. It was our first day. It's down by the water.
That's good. Yeah, come on. That's it. We'll be back in 10. Appreciate you hopping with us.
Yes, sir.
What does mine so unusual?
Yes, sir.
You saw obviously $11. You were doing that.
4 to 6.
Your Honor, that completes the morning, the afternoon session from the state.
All right. Do you mind if Agent Sands steps down?
I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that will complete the presentation of evidence today. So we're done for the weekend. Of course, I hope you have a great weekend, but I want to emphasize very strongly that you not have any access to any media accounts regarding this trial. It is so important that we maintain the integrity of this jury. So please abide by the previous discussions. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday at 8:45. Thank you very much.
Yeah, how does it feel, dude? He doesn't look all that affected. This guy's got some nerve. I wonder if he thinks it's believable. Like, does he hear all that and think it's believable? For him to smirk at the end of this day damn, dude, you should be hiding under the table. This is crazy. Wow. We're going to recap quickly, and then we're going to call it a day. And then we meet again on Monday. And what an interesting day I think that will be. Who knows what else we're going to hear and see?
All right, the jury's out. We are adjourned.
Good job, everyone. Okay, so now let's quickly recap that last little bit, because I've been recapping every section as we've been going and pausing. So we've got one more to do. Okay, so he got to St. Louis, and then after his wife was murdered and dismembered, and then he decided, you know, to just move. Then he got to St. Louis. Jim told him a list of name choices because, you know, he had to legally change his name there. Okay, so he said that they'd say, how did you meet Jim? And he said, well, he and Mindi had filed reports because of, you know, suspicious things happening to them, and then Jim showed up. And they didn't file police reports, they filed FBI reports. If Nick Kassotis' dad is really a former police officer, he must be like utterly embarrassed listening to all of this. Can you imagine? Just like, what crap is this guy talking? Anyway, so filed FBI reports, and then Jim just showed up at the house one day. Anyway, then he says, well, after he'd left Georgia, he then went to visit a friend who we know was Samantha, and he did name her as well in the interview, which became his third wife, and then she annulled that, right? So he said they started talking in the fall of 2022, yes, while Mindi was still alive, and they met on Twitter, which is now called X, and then he went to Charlottesville to see some friends. He said, Jim told me to move. Oh, Jim told you. Jim, who just appears randomly in multiple states, anytime, anywhere, but you don't know how to get hold of him. He just gets hold of you. Okay. He married Samantha April 21st of 2023. And by that point, Mindi's remains had not been identified yet, but they were getting very close, right? With the FBI's help. So he moved to Pennsylvania. He said 2 things happened. Number 1, he stopped talking to Mindi's parents, Betsy and Frank, around February of 2023. Because he had told them where he was, and then suddenly he had computers stolen out of his vehicle, and he found it really suspicious that happened right after talking to them. So yeah, he stopped talking to them. Meanwhile, he did really stop talking to them because he told them that he was deceased, that he died. He had a car crash, was in a coma, and died. Now, I say he because I speculate it's him, but really it was his security team. Okay, so you make up your own mind if you believe it was his security team just telling people false information that he was dead after having a car crash or not. And the second thing he says that happened is that his car, you know, started just acting funny and burst into flames. And that was in March of 2023. And he did tell them the date later that it was on March 20th of 2023, which just so happened to be, which he didn't elaborate this, but we heard from Samantha, which was wife number 3 today, that day was the day after looking at houses. You know, imagine going to all that effort and like looking at houses online and actually going in person and seeing them and applying for them and all of that. March 20th of 2023 was the day that he was supposed to go and take a check there to, you know, close on the house, but didn't make it because his car just burst into flames and just so happened to destroy his, you know, old school GPS and phone. He said, yeah, it was harder to steer than it should have been. He could smell something strange. I think the something strange is called bullshit. He said there were a lot of farming areas around there. So he smelled something strange. Yeah, just the smell of caca. Okay, so he said his phone was just like on the passenger seat. And when he went to call 911, he realized, oh no, my phone is there. And he went back to the car, and then he got face and neck burns. And one of his eyebrows was burnt a little bit. He said he doesn't know what caused the fire, but it was the same area that it started where the computers were stolen from. So apparently he stores his computers near the engine. He said that he had multiple... he said that Ford had multiple recalls that year, and we know only on other models, not the model of car that he had. He said that it appeared that the fire started on the passenger side of where the engine was, and that he had called an insurance company called CRE, which he pronounced it as almost like Kerr, a very small company, not very much heard of. Okay. After the fire, a friend, Cameron, called and said that Betsy, Mindi's mother, told her that he actually died in an accident. So he found that very strange. But then he spoke to Jim about it because he's like, what do I do now? Because like Mindy's parents think that I'm dead and I don't know why. And so Jim told him, not to speak to them again. And he says also after the fire, that's one of the last times he ever spoke to Jim. Wow, Jim just stopped showing up after that? After you destroyed your phone and GPS? Jim was also in the car in the fire or what? Okay. He would, so he recommended not contacting them again. He last talked to Jim the last week of March of 2023. Interesting, it coincides with the fire. Or maybe it was, he says, the first week of April. He last physically saw Jim he just said the first week, and then he fumbled around with his words. He said in Wilmington between Christmas and New Year. He said things have been kind of quiet lately, and Jim showed up at the house in Alexandria. That's how they met him first. He is a white male in his late 40s with light brown hair, 5'10" to 6 foot, and fairly slim. Okay, and he talked about him showing up at the house in 2018 or 2019. He's seen him in multiple states, and he thinks that maybe he lives in like the low country area. Okay, he said that Jim offered him a way to make money, which was to, create this piece of software. And he did major. Nicholas Kassotis says he majored in computer science. He switched to law later, but he did a couple of semesters, So Jim could just task him with writing random code for artificial intelligence, and just with no actual purpose. He couldn't know. That was classified. He didn't know what it was exactly for, but he just knew he had to write that code. That's not how coding works, but okay. He said he didn't tell Samantha, wife 3, about Jim. And when they asked why, he said, well, it took 5 years to put this behind me. Now that I find interesting. 5 years. So from like 2018 to 2022? 5 years to put this behind you. What are you trying to put behind you? Mindy? Your second marriage? Or when you got divorced from your first wife and now you owe $1.5 million? Or when somehow you left the Navy? Interesting. 5 years to put this behind me. That was quite a statement. They asked him then, did you go to Home Depot, huh? Which ones did you go to? Oh, he goes to a couple of them. They say, okay, did you purchase a knife? Yes, he purchased a couple of things and also a knife because there were mosquitoes at that house in Savannah, Georgia. Yeah, and he was going to cut a screen? Really? With an insulation knife? Really? You're going to go buy an insulation knife to cut a screen to help mosquitoes get in the house more? Anyway, he believes the knife is in the car, though. He believes that knife is in the car that got burnt and destroyed. Yeah, the insurance company will have it, the one he never called. Yeah, it's somewhere there, right at the back with, extension cables and stuff. And then he said, but he also thinks it could be with Mindy's dad, because he left a lot of things behind there, so he'd be surprised if it wasn't there. Wow, so it's either in the burnt car or you're going to try and what? Frame Mindy's dad? Wow. Your former father-in-law? He said, when they asked, what are you doing now? He said, right now I'm looking for my next position. I was thinking of going to restart my law license. And then he talked about his wife working for a tech company and that she has one daughter. That would be wife number 3. Does she really have one daughter, or did he lie about that? I don't even know. Shame. Licensed to deal, said, has Jim testified yet? Did I miss it asking for a friend? Well, no, he has not testified. Sorry, he has not testified yet, and I don't think he will, because he'd have to be invisible. He's probably very busy, with his next client, managing their lives and just showing up randomly. But can you imagine if the defense pulls out a Jim? That'll be very interesting. Here's Jim, everyone. What? I will be shocked. Okay, so then, we're almost done. He said he's not spoken to Sam, his wife at the time. They only just got married, April 21st of 2023. He got arrested on May 12th of 2023. And he said he hadn't spoken to her since his arrest because he doesn't have her number in his phone. He doesn't know her number. Did wife 3, I do want to clarify that. You said wife 3 has no children. So he just makes that up. Does he just make up that wives have a daughter or are going to have a daughter? Like, what the hell's wrong with this guy? That's an understatement of a question. Okay, so he said he finished college and law school on his own, and then he tried to explain the Navy work he did, and that he was in the Navy for 10 years from 2008 to 2017. Then he says he left active duty. But the records show he left active duty on August 29th of 2019. So why is he telling the police that he left active duty in 2017? He said then he had some inactive reserve time. Okay. And then they asked him why he left, and he said the moving. It was the moving, the geographic diversity. But he left and moved more than he ever has in his whole life. Like, what do you mean? Then he's running around pretending that this gym person is making him move all the time. That's so weird. That is very strange psychologically. He said things got really bad in 2017. He saw a therapist at the time. Then the therapist said that there were unhealthy family dynamics. He needed to set some boundaries, and it was so toxic. Now, if you go there as well, things got bad in 2017. That's when he apparently says that he left active duty. And it all ties into with him saying he needs to set boundaries with his own family, and they're so toxic. And that's when Jim showed up at the same time, you know, in his timeline. Jim showed up then when he's in therapy. Interesting. And then also that Jim told him that his parents are not his real parents. Wow. Let's hope Jim is not Dr. Jim McIntyre. Anyway, so then he talked about advocacy work that Mindi did. And he said, yeah, for the plastic bag industry. He said that was late 2017. And then she started a podcast with other women. He met her on a dating app, which is also what Betsy and Frank Sr. said about where Mindi had met Nicholas Kassotis. And he said it's been a really stressful couple of years, especially because of all the moves and especially because of Frank. He feels like he really changed a lot. Like, why does he have such an issue with his brother-in-law? My word. He's like, that Frank really changed a lot. Yeah, when he evicted you because you were a parasite in his house, and he saw through your BS because he is a police officer. Mindy's younger brother, she's got two younger brothers, the middle one, Frank, is a police officer who had Nicholas Kassotis evicted, which also meant Mindi was evicted. But yeah, he was like, get the hell out of my house, basically. Saying, well, we're going to put our house on the market. But interesting. Vivian James said, will the real Slim Jim please stand up or not? Thank you so much for your sticker. I really appreciate that. Okay, so Corey May said, good afternoon. Will you be covering the inevitably upcoming Jim McIntyre civil libel slander litigation? I absolutely will be. Jim, you are invited to come and talk to us. Okay, my email is grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. Yeah, you can email us and we will listen. There's probably going to be someone crazy emailing me, right, pretending to be Jim now. Oh no, please don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, so that was another wild day. This trial is quite something, hey? I'm very glad that we can watch this trial together. I definitely don't think I could do it alone. I've seen a few of you say that as well. And I'm glad that the recaps help. Now, we will at some point. I'm just quickly going to show you this as well. I had actually made this presentation which we haven't had time to go over today, but whoa, we'll wait until there's a moment, where we've got to there's long breaks or something that we haven't managed to skip over. Nicholas's claims, the danger and security threats, the security team's existence and involvement, the Microsoft employment. I'm just bullet pointing now. Mindy's pregnancy, Mindy's death in a military hospital, Nicholas's car accident and death. These are all the lies he made up. Well, alleged lies. His name changed to Stark, and why he did it and all of that. The incident with Nicholas's father and uncle. Plans to meet his real mother. Then I've also summarized Betsy Mebane's testimony and everything, the timeline that she said, so we can look at this sometime, and then also Frank Mebane's testimony. So, yeah, but if you do go re-listen to the testimony from day 3, you should be all caught up as well. All right, time for me to do some timestamps. A happy Friday, happy weekend, everyone. Hope you have a good one, and I'm sure I'll see you before Monday, but otherwise, we know what we're doing on Monday, right? We're meeting back here. I wish it was tomorrow. Why do we have to wait till Monday? Okay, I wish it was tomorrow, but we'll meet again on Monday for day 5 of this trial. And the trial is expected to last 2 to 3 weeks. I think by the end of next week, they'll be all done, right? All right, everyone. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone who bought stickers and coffees and sent PayPals. PayPal is such a great way to support the work I do, and also obviously to buy the cats treats. People do that sometimes too. So thank you so much. Check out my Patreon if you haven't yet. There's lots of things there. I'll definitely be posting there this weekend as well. And I will see you again soon. Bye, everyone.